Welcome back, everyone. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to thank all of you for your amazing support. Your comments make these videos even better, so don't forget to leave one below. If you enjoy true horror stories, take a second to like the video and subscribe. Now turn down the lights, and let's begin. There's something about the wilderness that calls to you, a primal connection that tugs at the edges of your consciousness. That's what I told myself when I agreed to this trip. 5 days of hiking and camping in the remote backcountry of northern Arizona, far from cell service, far from other people, far from safety. Just our small group, the towering pines, and the vast emptiness of nature. The idea originated with Liam and Bryce, my friends from Toronto, who had been raving about American wilderness adventures for years. They'd been planning this particular excursion for months, poring over topographical maps and forums about a secluded lake nestled deep in the Coconino National Forest. The area wasn't on any tourist maps and required special permits, which somehow made it more alluring. Add in my Australian friends Ruby and Jasper, who were visiting the States for the first time, and our little expedition was set. The place is called Kaibab Lake, Liam explained as we loaded our gear into the rented SUV in Flagstaff. His tall frame bent awkwardly as he Tetrised backpacks into the trunk. The locals say it's one of the most pristine spots in the entire region. Ruby, her sun-browned face already glistening with excitement beneath her auburn hair, nodded enthusiastically. I've been dying to see proper American wilderness. Australia's got the outback, but this is different, yeah? Ancient forests and mountains. Jasper, her boyfriend, was more reserved, methodically checking our supplies. Did you pack the water purification tablets? He asked me, his Australian accent thicker than Ruby's. And the first aid kit? I nodded, patting my backpack. Got everything on the list, plus extra batteries for the headlamps. Bryce, who had been unusually quiet that morning, slammed the trunk shut. We should get moving. It's a long drive to the trailhead, and I'd like to make it at least a few miles in before setting up camp. There was something in his expression, a tightness around his eyes that I hadn't noticed before. When I asked if everything was all right, he shrugged it off. Just anxious to get going, he said, avoiding my gaze. The drive from Flagstaff took us deeper into the forest than I'd expected. The paved road eventually gave way to gravel, then to little more than a rutted path cutting through dense pines. Shadows lengthened as the afternoon stretched on, dappling the forest floor with patterns that shifted and moved with the wind. Did you know this area has some of the oldest Native American settlements in North America? Liam said, breaking the silence that had fallen over the car. The Navajo and Hopi tribes have been here for centuries. Millennia, Bryce corrected, staring out the window. And they have stories about these woods. Not all of them pleasant. Ruby leaned forward from the back seat. Like what, ghost stories? I caught Bryce's gaze in the rearview mirror. For a moment he seemed reluctant to continue. Not ghosts, he finally said. Something called Se Ni Da Dede, the one who crawls on all fours. The Navajo won't talk about them much. Bad luck to even mention them. Skinwalkers? I said, the word emerging from some half-remembered documentary I'd seen years ago. Bryce nodded, his expression grim. Yeah, not something to joke about around here. The mood in the car shifted subtly. Jasper cleared his throat. Well, good thing we're just here for the hiking and fishing, right? We arrived at the trailhead late afternoon. The small clearing could barely be called a parking lot, just a widened section of dirt with enough space for 2 or 3 vehicles. Ours was the only one there. This doesn't look like a popular spot, Ruby observed as we unloaded our packs. That's the point, Liam said with a grin. We'll have the whole place to ourselves. I shouldered my pack, feeling the familiar weight settle against my spine. The forest stretched before us, the trail a narrow ribbon disappearing into green shadow. Birds called from the canopy, but otherwise the woods were unnervingly still. According to the map, it's about 7 miles to the lake, Bryce said, checking his GPS. We won't make it before dark. There's a small clearing about 3 miles in where we can set up for the night. As we started down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from the trees. I glanced over my shoulder several times but saw nothing except endless trunks and dancing shadows. The hike was more challenging than I'd anticipated. The trail wound steeply upward in places, crossing small streams and rocky outcroppings. By the time we reached the clearing Bryce had mentioned, the sun was sinking below the tree line, painting the sky in violent oranges and reds. Let's set up before we lose the light, Liam suggested, already shrugging off his pack. The clearing was small but level, with enough space for our 3 tents. While Ruby and Jasper collected firewood, Liam, Bryce, and I assembled the shelters. The familiar routine was comforting. Stakes driven into soft earth, poles threaded through sleeves, rain flies secured against the possibility of overnight showers. "Have you guys been here before?" I asked as we worked. Liam shook his head. "First time. But a guy in one of my hiking forums recommended it. Said it was untouched, pristine, and isolated," Bryce added. "No rangers patrolling, no day hikers, just wilderness." As darkness fell, we gathered around the small fire Jasper had built. The flames cast our faces in flickering gold, creating more shadows than light. Above us, stars emerged in a dazzling display impossible to see from the city. "I've never seen stars like this," Ruby whispered, leaning against Jasper's shoulder. "It's like they're close enough to touch." We ate a simple dinner of dehydrated stew, the conversation flowing easily as we discussed our plans for the next day. But as the fire burned low and the night deepened, a strange tension crept in. The forest had gone completely silent. No insects chirping, no night birds calling, not even the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. "Is it always this quiet?" Jasper asked, glancing toward the dark wall of trees surrounding our small circle of light. Bryce poked at the embers with a stick. "Probably just the fire. Animals avoid it." But I could tell from his tone that he didn't entirely believe that. None of us did. "I think I'm going to turn in," I said, standing and stretching my tired muscles. "Long day tomorrow." The others murmured agreement, and soon we were zipping ourselves into our respective tents. Liam and Bryce in one, Ruby and Jasper in another, and me in the smallest one. Inside my tent, I listened to the others settling down, their voices muffled by nylon walls. Exhaustion pulled at me, but sleep remained elusive. The silence outside was too complete, too unnatural, and beneath it I thought I could hear something else, a soft, rhythmic sound, like breathing, or footsteps moving slowly around the perimeter of our camp. I told myself it was just the wind, or my imagination working overtime. But as I finally drifted towards sleep, a long, low howl broke the silence. Not a wolf or coyote, but something else, something that raised the hairs on the back of my neck and sent ice down my spine, something that sounded almost human. Morning arrived with fog hanging heavy between the trees, transforming the forest into a dreamscape of muted grays and greens. I emerged from my tent to find Bryce already awake, crouched beside a small fire, his face drawn and tired. "Sleep okay?" I asked, reaching for the coffee pot he'd balanced on a flat stone near the flames. He shrugged. "Not really. Kept hearing things." "Like what?" "Footsteps. Something circling the camp." He poked at the fire with a stick, avoiding my gaze. "Did you hear that howl last night?" I nodded slowly. "Thought it might be a coyote." "No coyote sounds like that." Bryce's voice was flat. "I know what I heard." Before I could respond, Liam emerged from their shared tent, stretching his long arms toward the sky. "Morning, campers. Everyone alive and uneaten?" His joke fell flat in the misty silence. Ruby and Jasper joined us shortly after, and we ate a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal and dried fruit. No one mentioned the strange sounds from the night before, but I noticed how often their eyes drifted to the surrounding trees. "The lake's about 4 miles from here," Bryce said as we packed up camp. "If we make good time, we should reach it by early afternoon." The trail grew more rugged as we continued, climbing steadily upward through increasingly dense forest. The fog clung to the trees, creating pockets of near-zero visibility where the path ahead disappeared into white nothingness. "Stay close," Liam called back to Ruby and Jasper, who had fallen behind. "Easy to get turned around in this stuff." I was hiking just behind Bryce, close enough to hear when he muttered something under his breath. "What was that?" I asked. He glanced back, surprised. "Nothing. Just talking to myself." But there was something in his expression, a weariness that hadn't been there the day before. Every few minutes he would stop and listen, his head cocked slightly to one side. About 2 hours into our hike, the fog began to lift, revealing glimpses of blue sky above the canopy. The forest floor was carpeted with pine needles, making our footsteps nearly silent, which is why we all jumped when a branch snapped loudly somewhere off to our right. We froze in unison, 5 heads turning toward the sound. "Probably a deer," Jasper said after a moment, though he didn't sound convinced. "Too heavy for a deer," Bryce replied, his voice low. "Let's keep moving." We continued more quickly now, the easy conversation of the morning replaced by tense silence. Twice more we heard branches breaking in the forest, always just out of sight, always moving parallel to our path. "Is someone following us?" Ruby finally asked, giving voice to what we were all thinking. "Not someone," Bryce said. "Something." The way he emphasized the word sent a chill through me. I remembered our conversation from the car, The Navajo legends, the things that crawled on all fours. We're almost to the lake, Liam said, his usual joviality strained. Let's just focus on that. But as we rounded a bend in the trail, we found our path blocked by a strange arrangement of stones. They formed a rough circle about 3 feet in diameter, with what looked like animal bones placed carefully at cardinal points. Bryce stopped so abruptly that I nearly ran into him. "Don't touch it," he said sharply when Liam moved forward to investigate. "Don't even go near it." "What is it?" Ruby asked, peering around Jasper's shoulder. "Nothing good." Bryce's face had gone pale. "We need to go around it, off the trail." "Are you serious?" Liam scoffed. "It's just some rocks." "It's not just rocks," Bryce insisted. "It's a marker, or a warning." The tension between them was sudden and unexpected. I stepped between them, trying to defuse the situation. "Let's just go around it. No harm in being cautious, right?" After a moment, Liam nodded reluctantly. We gave the stone circle a wide berth, pushing through underbrush until we could rejoin the trail on the other side. "Want to tell us what that was about?" Jasper asked once we were moving again. Bryce hesitated, then sighed. "My grandmother was Navajo. She used to tell stories about certain things in these forests. Signs to watch for. That circle back there, it's not a good sign." "What does it mean?" I asked. "It means we're being watched," he replied quietly, "and not by anything human." The rest of our hike passed in uneasy silence. The forest seemed different now. Less welcoming, more watchful. I found myself scanning the trees constantly, jumping at every rustle of leaves or distant bird call. We reached the lake just after noon, emerging from the forest to find a pristine body of water nestled in a natural bowl of pine-covered hills. Under different circumstances, I would have found it breathtaking. Now it just seemed isolated and exposed. "There's a cabin on the north shore," Bryce said, consulting his map. "Should be about half a mile around the lake." "A cabin?" Ruby perked up. "You didn't mention a cabin before?" Bryce shrugged. "It's abandoned. Old Forest Service outpost or something. But it has 4 walls and a roof, which is better than tents if..." He trailed off. "If what?" Liam pressed. "If it rains," Bryce finished, though we all knew that wasn't what he'd been about to say. We followed the shoreline, our packs feeling heavier with each step. The lake water was crystal clear, reflecting the surrounding pines and the blue sky above. Too still, I thought. Not even a ripple disturbed its mirror-like surface. The cabin came into view as we rounded a small peninsula, a simple log structure with a sagging porch and a stone chimney. It looked ancient, as if it had grown from the forest floor like the trees around it. "Home, sweet home," Liam said with forced cheerfulness. As we approached, I noticed something hanging from one of the porch beams, a small leather pouch, weathered and cracked with age. Bryce saw it too and froze. "Wait, don't go any closer." "What now?" Liam's patience was clearly wearing thin. "That's a medicine bundle," Bryce explained, pointing to the pouch. "It's protective magic. Someone put it there recently." "Magic?" Jasper raised an eyebrow. "You're not serious?" But Bryce's expression remained grave. "My grandmother would hang these over doorways. They're meant to keep things out, things that mean harm." "Well, that's comforting," Ruby muttered. After a moment's hesitation, we continued to the cabin. The door creaked open at Liam's push, revealing a single room with a stone fireplace, a rough wooden table with 2 chairs, and a set of bunk beds built into one wall. Dust covered everything, but otherwise the cabin seemed intact. "Not bad," Jasper said, dropping his pack on the floor. "Beats sleeping in tents." We spent the next hour settling in, sweeping out the worst of the dust, gathering firewood, and collecting water from the lake to filter. All the while, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I stepped outside, my eyes were drawn to the dark line of trees across the lake, searching for movement, for shapes that didn't belong. As dusk approached, we gathered around the fireplace inside the cabin. Outside, the forest had once again fallen unnaturally silent. "So," Ruby said, breaking the tense quiet, "is anyone going to talk about what's going on?" We all looked at Bryce. After a moment, he sighed. "I didn't want to freak everyone out," he began, "but there are stories about this place. The lake, these woods. The Navajo call it Todichiini, the bitter water. It's considered haunted, I guess you could say." "Haunted by what?" I asked. Bryce's gaze flickered to the window, where darkness was rapidly falling. "By those who walk between worlds. The Navajo believe that certain medicine people, healers, shamans, can be corrupted. They perform a ritual, a terrible one, and it gives them power to transform, to take the shape of animals." "Skinwalkers," I said again, the word tasting foul in my mouth. Bryce nodded. They're said to prey on travelers, on those who wander into their territory. They can mimic human voices, lure people away from safety. That's just folklore, Liam said, but his voice lacked conviction. Maybe, Bryce conceded. But something followed us today. Something placed that stone circle as a warning. And someone hung that medicine bundle on the porch to keep something out. We all fell silent. The only sound the crackling of the fire and the occasional settling of the old cabin's timbers. What do we do? Ruby finally asked, her face pale in the firelight. We stay together, Bryce said firmly. We don't go out alone, especially after dark. And we leave first thing in the morning. No one argued. As the night deepened, we prepared for sleep. The bunk beds could only accommodate 4, so I volunteered to take the floor, spreading my sleeping bag near the fireplace. Despite our exhaustion, conversation continued in low, nervous bursts, as if silence might invite something we didn't want to acknowledge. I must have drifted off eventually because I jerked awake to complete darkness. The fire had died to embers, casting just enough light to make out the shapes of my companions in their beds. Something had woken me, a sound from outside. I lay perfectly still, listening. At first there was nothing but the soft breathing of the others. Then I heard it again. A voice, barely audible, calling my name. Hello? It called. The word elongated and distorted, as if spoken by someone unfamiliar with human speech. Is anyone there? I need help. I sat up slowly, heart pounding. The voice was coming from just outside the cabin, near the lake shore. I'm hurt, the voice continued, now sounding eerily like Jasper. Please, help me. I glanced toward the bunks. All 4 shapes were still there, including Jasper's. The thing outside was mimicking his voice. Cold sweat broke out across my skin as I remembered Bryce's warning. They can mimic human voices, lure people away from safety. Wake up, I hissed, scrambling to my feet. Everyone wake up now. They stirred groggily, confused by my urgency until they too heard the voice outside, now cycling through each of our voices in turn, calling for help, pleading. What the hell is that? Liam whispered, his face ghostly in the dim light. Bryce was already up, moving toward the window with cautious steps. He peered out into the darkness for a long moment, then quickly stepped back. There's something on the shore, he said, his voice tight with fear. Something watching the cabin. What does it look like? Ruby asked, clutching Jasper's arm. Bryce shook his head. Too dark to tell, just a shape. But it's standing upright one moment, then on all 4s the next. The calling had stopped. In its place came a new sound. Scratching. First at the windows, then at the door. Slow, deliberate, like claws or fingernails dragging across wood. It knows we're awake, Bryce whispered. It knows we won't be fooled. We huddled together in the center of the cabin, listening to the thing outside as it circled the structure, testing each possible entrance. The scratching continued for what felt like hours, occasionally punctuated by low, inhuman growls. None of us slept again that night. We kept the fire burning, speaking little, jumping at every sound from outside. And through the small, grimy windows, I could have sworn I saw eyes reflecting the firelight, too high off the ground to be any natural animal, watching us with patient, intelligent malice. Finally, as the first gray light of dawn filtered through the trees, the sound ceased. Whatever had stalked us during the night had retreated, for now. We need to leave, Bryce said, voicing what we were all thinking. Now, while it's light, no one disagreed. We packed quickly, leaving behind anything non-essential to speed our journey. As we stepped outside, the morning seemed mockingly peaceful. Birds singing, sunlight dappling the lake's surface. But there, in the soft earth around the cabin, were the tracks. Some looked like large wolf prints, others like bare human feet. In places they merged and changed, as if the creature had transformed mid-stride. Ruby made a small, frightened sound when she saw them. That's not possible. We need to go, Bryce repeated, more urgently. Stay together, stay on the trail, and don't look back. We left the lake behind, moving as quickly as the rough terrain would allow. The forest that had seemed so beautiful just yesterday now felt oppressive, hostile. Every shadow might hide our stalker, every bird call might be its mimicry. The day stretched on, the miles passing in a blur of fear and exhaustion. We didn't stop for rest, didn't separate even for bathroom breaks. Our only goal was to reach the trailhead, to get back to civilization and safety. But as the afternoon waned and shadows lengthened once more, I began to suspect we weren't going to make it out before nightfall. And from the grim expressions on my companions' faces, they knew it too. Whatever was hunting us was still out there, watching, waiting for darkness to fall again. Midway through the afternoon, the sky darkened rapidly as storm clouds rolled in from the west. What had been bright sunshine minutes before became gloomy twilight, casting the forest in premature shadow. "We need to move faster," Bryce urged, glancing nervously at the sky. "If that storm hits, we'll be in trouble." We picked up our pace, pushing tired muscles beyond comfort. The trail began to descend steeply, winding down through rocky outcroppings that became treacherously slick as the first raindrops fell. "How much further to the trailhead?" Ruby asked, her breath coming in short gasps. Liam checked the GPS. "About 4 miles. We won't make it before dark." The implications hung heavy in the air. None of us wanted to be in these woods after nightfall. Not with what we'd experienced. The rain intensified, fat drops becoming a steady downpour that soaked through our clothing and turned the trail into a miniature riverbed. Water streamed down my face, blurring my vision and making each step a potential disaster. "We need shelter," Jasper called out as thunder rumbled overhead. "We can't hike in this." Bryce hesitated, clearly torn between the dangers of stopping and the risks of continuing in such conditions. Finally, he nodded. "There's an overhang about a quarter-mile ahead. We can wait out the worst of it there." The overhang proved to be a shallow rock shelter. Not quite a cave, but deep enough to provide some protection from the rain. We huddled together beneath it, watching as sheets of water cascaded from its edge like a curtain. "Just a quick break," Bryce insisted. "As soon as it lets up, we keep moving." But the storm showed no signs of abating. Lightning split the sky in jagged bursts, followed by thunder that shook the ground beneath us. The forest beyond our small shelter had disappeared behind a wall of rain and deepening gloom. "I don't like this," Liam muttered, peering out into the deluge. "We're sitting ducks here." He was right. If the thing that had stalked us at the cabin was still following, we'd made ourselves easy targets. But what choice did we have? As if in answer to my unspoken question, a bolt of lightning struck terrifyingly close, illuminating the forest in stark white light. And in that brief flash I saw it, a figure standing among the trees barely 30 yards from our shelter. Not human, not animal, but something in between. Tall and gaunt, with limbs too long and joints that bent wrongly. In the split second of visibility, I could have sworn it was wearing the pelt of some large animal, the head serving as a grotesque hood that didn't quite hide the 2 human eyes beneath. Then darkness returned, and it was gone. "Did you see that?" I gasped, grabbing Bryce's arm. His face told me he had. "It found us. What do we do?" Ruby's voice shook with fear. Bryce reached into his pocket and pulled out a small leather pouch similar to the one we'd seen hanging at the cabin. "My grandmother gave me this before she died. Said it would protect me if I ever encountered..." He didn't finish the sentence. "A good luck charm?" Liam scoffed, though his face was ashen. "That's your plan?" "It's not luck," Bryce said sharply. "It's protection, but it might not be enough for all of us." Another flash of lightning. Another glimpse of the figure. Closer now, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. It seemed to flicker between forms, sometimes upright, sometimes crouched on all fours. "We need to run," Jasper said, his Australian accent thickened by fear. "Now, while we can still see it." "Run where?" Ruby demanded. "We don't even know which direction is safe." "Back up the trail," Bryce decided after a moment. "Toward the lake." "The lake?" Liam stared at him in disbelief. "That thing was at the lake. The cabin had protection," Bryce reminded him. "That medicine bundle, it kept the skinwalker out last night. If we can get back there." It was a desperate plan, but it was the only one we had. We gathered our packs with shaking hands, prepared to flee back the way we'd come. But as we stepped out from under the overhang, another flash of lightning revealed the figure standing directly in our path, blocking the trail back to the lake. "Other way," Bryce hissed, pushing us in the opposite direction, down toward the trailhead. "Go." We ran blindly through the rain, slipping and stumbling on the muddy trail. The forest was a blur of gray and green, punctuated by lightning flashes that cast monstrous shadows among the trees. Behind us, I could hear something moving. Fast, too fast to be natural, crashing through underbrush with single-minded determination. The trail forked unexpectedly, and in our panic we hesitated too long. When we finally chose a direction, left downhill, it was unclear if we'd made the right choice. "Does this lead to the trailhead?" Ruby shouted over the storm. No one had an answer. We were lost, being hunted, with night approaching quickly. After what seemed like hours but was probably only minutes, we burst into a small clearing. In its center stood a dilapidated structure, not a cabin but an old ranger station, its windows boarded up, its door hanging askew. "In there," Bryce directed, already running toward it. The door creaked open at his push, revealing a single dusty room with a desk, some broken chairs and cobweb-filled corners. Not much of a refuge, but better than nothing. We piled inside, slamming the door behind us. Liam and Jasper dragged the desk across the floor, barricading the entrance as best they could. "Will it hold?" Ruby whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Before anyone could answer, something hit the door with tremendous force, making the entire structure shudder. The desk scraped back several inches despite Liam and Jasper's weight against it. "It's trying to get in," Jasper grunted, pushing back. Another impact, stronger this time. The wooden walls creaked ominously, dust raining down from the ceiling. Bryce pulled out his medicine pouch, muttering words in what I assumed was Navajo. Outside, the pounding suddenly stopped. For a moment, we dared to hope that whatever protection the pouch offered had worked. Then came a new sound, scratching at the boarded windows, exploring the structure's weaknesses. "It's looking for another way in," Bryce said, moving to stand beneath one of the windows. We spread out, each taking a potential entry point to guard. The scratching continued, methodical and patient, moving from window to window. Then silence. Complete, heavy silence that somehow felt worse than the assault. "Where did it go?" Ruby whispered after several tense minutes had passed. A thump on the roof answered her question. Slow, deliberate footsteps tracked across the ceiling, testing, probing. "The chimney," Bryce suddenly realized, pointing to the small fireplace in one corner. "Block it." Liam was closest. He lunged for the fireplace just as something dark and reeking of decay began to squeeze through the narrow opening. He grabbed a broken chair and shoved it upward into the chimney, earning an inhuman shriek of rage from whatever was trying to enter. The thing retreated, but the assault on the building intensified. It seemed to be everywhere at once, scratching at the door, the windows, the roof. The old structure groaned under the attack, boards splintering, nails working loose. "It's going to get in," Ruby sobbed, pressing herself into a corner. "It's going to get in." Bryce moved to the center of the room, still clutching his medicine pouch. "Everyone, get behind me. Form a circle, back to back." We did as he instructed, forming a tight knot in the middle of the room. Outside, the storm raged on, rain pounding the roof in sheets, lightning illuminating the cracks between boards where something watched and waited. "What happens if it gets in?" Jasper asked, his voice barely audible. Bryce didn't answer. He didn't need to. We all knew what would happen. The attack paused again, the silence stretching out unbearably. Then came a new sound, a voice, just outside the door. "Help me," it called, and with horror I recognized my own voice, perfectly mimicked. "Please, I'm hurt. Let me in." When no one responded, it tried again, cycling through each of our voices in turn, pleading, begging for help. The imitations were flawless, indistinguishable from the real thing. "Don't listen," Bryce warned. "It's trying to trick us." The voices continued, becoming more desperate, more anguished. Then they changed, melding together into something that wasn't quite human anymore. A guttural, multi-toned howl that raised the hairs on my arms. With a final tremendous crash, part of the roof gave way. Rain poured in through the gap, along with something else, a dark, twisted shape that landed in the far corner with predatory grace. In the dim light, I couldn't make out details, just an impression of wrongness. Limbs too long, movements too fluid. A face that seemed to shift between human and animal features. It rose to its full height, towering over us, and let out a soft, rattling hiss. "Don't look at its eyes," Bryce warned, his voice strained. "Whatever happens, don't look directly at it." The creature took a step forward, then another, closing the distance between us with agonizing slowness. I could smell it now, a rank odor of wet fur, decay, and something else, something chemical and bitter. Bryce began to chant, low and rhythmic, holding his medicine pouch out like a shield. The creature paused, its head tilting at an impossible angle as it considered this new development. For a moment I thought Bryce's chanting might be working. The creature remained still, watching, listening. Then it lunged, faster than my eye could track, straight toward Ruby. Jasper moved without thinking, shoving her aside and taking the brunt of the attack himself. The creature's claws, or were they hands, closed around his throat, lifting him as if he weighed nothing. "No!" Ruby screamed, grabbing at Jasper's legs as he was dragged toward the hole in the roof. Liam and I rushed forward, trying to help, but the creature was inhumanly strong. It flung Jasper upward through the opening with terrible ease. We heard his scream, abruptly cut short. Then silence. Ruby collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. Liam stood frozen, staring at the hole in the roof where Jasper had disappeared. But Bryce hadn't stopped chanting. If anything, his voice grew stronger, more commanding. He stepped forward, still holding the medicine pouch, directly beneath the opening. "What are you doing?" I hissed, trying to pull him back. He shook me off, continuing his chant. Above, something moved across the roof. Returning, the creature's face appeared in the opening, inhuman eyes gleaming in the darkness. It stared down at Bryce, who stared back defiantly, still chanting. Then, to my amazement, it withdrew. We heard it moving away across the roof, its footsteps fading until they were indistinguishable from the rain. "Is it gone?" Liam whispered after several minutes had passed without further attack. Bryce finally stopped chanting, his face drained of color. "For now. But it took Jasper. It got what it wanted." Ruby's sobs intensified. "We have to help him. We have to go after him. There's nothing we can do for him now," Bryce said gently, kneeling beside her. "I'm sorry, Ruby. He's gone." The brutal truth of his words hung in the air. One of us was dead, taken by something that shouldn't exist, something from Nightmare. "What do we do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Bryce looked toward the broken roof where rain continued to pour in. "We wait for dawn. It's strongest at night. Once it's light, we run. Straight for the trailhead, no stopping, no matter what." None of us slept that night. We huddled together in the center of the room, as far from the walls and the hole in the roof as possible. Ruby's sobs eventually subsided into a hollow silence that was somehow worse. Occasionally, we would hear movement outside. Soft footfalls circling the station, testing, waiting. But it didn't attack again. As the first gray light of dawn filtered through the cracks in the walls, Bryce stood. "It's time. We need to move now, while it's weakest." "What about Jasper?" Ruby asked, her voice raw. Bryce's expression was gentle but firm. "We can send help back for him once we're safe. But we need to go now, or none of us will make it out." With leaden hearts, we gathered what remained of our supplies and prepared to leave the relative safety of the station. The storm had passed during the night, leaving behind a forest dripping with moisture, shrouded in morning mist. "Stay close," Bryce instructed as we stepped outside. "Don't get separated, no matter what." The trail was barely visible, washed out by the rain in places. We moved as quickly as the treacherous footing would allow, every sense strained for signs of pursuit. "How far to the trailhead?" I asked after we'd been hiking for what felt like hours. Liam checked the GPS. 2 miles, maybe less. We're making good time." Those words had barely left his mouth when we heard it. A long, mournful howl that echoed through the trees. It was distant but moving closer. "It's hunting us again," Bryce said, his face grim. "We need to run. Now." We broke into a desperate sprint, abandoning caution in favor of speed. The trail wound downward, increasingly steep and slick with mud. Twice I nearly fell, saved only by Liam's quick reflexes. Behind us, the howling grew closer. Whatever was chasing us was moving faster than any natural animal could, covering ground with impossible speed. "There!" Liam suddenly shouted, pointing ahead. "I can see the parking area." Through the trees, I caught a glimpse of our SUV, still parked where we'd left it a lifetime ago. So close, yet still too far. The creature burst from the underbrush behind us, no longer bothering with stealth. In the daylight, I got my first clear look at it, and immediately wished I hadn't. It ran on all fours, yet its limbs were unmistakably human in shape, though elongated and bent at wrong angles. Its body was covered in what looked like a coyote's pelt, the animal's head serving as a hood that partially concealed a face that was neither fully human nor fully animal. And its eyes, intelligent, aware, filled with ancient malice. "Don't look back," Bryce screamed, seeing me falter. "Just run." We flew down the final stretch of trail, the creature so close I could hear its ragged breathing. The parking area opened up before us, our vehicle a beacon of safety. Liam reached it first, fumbling with the keys as the rest of us pounded across the clearing. He got the doors unlocked just as we reached him, and we piled in frantically. "Go, go, go!" Ruby screamed as the creature emerged from the tree line. Liam gunned the engine, throwing the SUV into reverse and backing out so quickly we were nearly thrown from our seats. As we spun around to face the forest road, I caught one last glimpse of our pursuer. It stood at the edge of the clearing, watching us with those terrible, knowing eyes. Then it did something that chilled me to my core. It raised one distorted hand in what almost seemed like a farewell, as if it knew this wasn't really an escape. As if it knew we'd be back. We sped down the forest road, no one speaking, the only sound our ragged breathing and Ruby's quiet sobs. Only when we reached the main highway did some of the tension begin to ease. "We need to report this," Liam finally said, breaking the heavy silence. "Jasper, the authorities need to know." Bryce shook his head slowly. "Report what? That a mythical Navajo shapeshifter killed our friend?" They'll think we're crazy or worse, that we did something to him ourselves. So we just say nothing? Ruby's voice was edged with hysteria. Jasper is dead? We can't just pretend it didn't happen? We'll tell them he got separated during the storm, Bryce said quietly. That we searched but couldn't find him. It's close enough to the truth. None of us liked it, but we knew he was right. The full truth would never be believed. As we drove back toward Flagstaff, I couldn't shake the image of the creature standing at the forest's edge, that almost human gesture of farewell. It had let us go, not out of mercy, but because it was patient, because it knew the wilderness would call to us again someday, and when it did, it would be waiting. Some part of me wondered if it already had what it wanted. If in taking Jasper it had somehow marked the rest of us, connected us to it in ways we didn't yet understand. I glanced at my companions. Liam focused intently on the road, Ruby curled into herself in the back seat, Bryce staring out the window at the passing forest with haunted eyes. We had survived, but we weren't whole. And as the miles between us and Kaibab Lake grew, I couldn't escape the feeling that we hadn't truly escaped at all, that the thing in the woods had followed us out, in ways we couldn't see, that it was with us even now, patient and watchful, biding its time, waiting for the wilderness to call us back. The official search for Jasper lasted 3 days. Park rangers, local police, and volunteer search teams combed the area where we claimed to have lost him during the storm. They found nothing. No body, no blood, no sign that he had ever been there at all. It's like he just vanished, the lead ranger told us on the final day of the search, his weathered face grim. Without a trace, we sat in plastic chairs at the ranger station, giving statements for what felt like the 100th time. Our story remained consistent. We'd been separated during the storm, tried to find him, but eventually had to make our way out before nightfall. None of us mentioned the creature, the ranger station, or what we'd really seen. Who would believe us? Ruby was inconsolable. She'd retreated into herself, speaking only when directly addressed, her eyes vacant and red-rimmed. The Australian consulate had been notified, and Jasper's parents were flying in. I couldn't imagine facing them, knowing what we knew. Liam handled the practical aspects, extending our hotel stay, dealing with authorities, arranging for Ruby's eventual return to Australia. He moved through these tasks with mechanical efficiency, as if keeping busy could somehow hold the horror at bay. And Bryce had grown increasingly distant, spending hours on the phone with someone he would only identify as an elder from my grandmother's community. When pressed, he would simply say he was looking for answers. I found myself unable to sleep, jerking awake at the slightest sound, convinced that somehow the creature had followed us back to civilization. In the shower, I would examine my skin for marks, bruises, anything that might indicate I'd been claimed in some way. Rationally, I knew this was paranoia, trauma manifesting as superstition, but rationality had little power against what we'd experienced. On the 4th day after our return, as the official search was being called off, Bryce gathered us in his hotel room. I've been talking to someone who might be able to help us understand what happened, he said, closing the door carefully behind us. A medicine man from the Navajo Nation. He's agreed to meet with us. What's the point? Ruby asked, her voice flat. Jasper's gone. Understanding why won't bring him back. It's not just about understanding, Bryce replied, his expression grave. It's about protection. What happened out there, it may not be over. A cold weight settled in my stomach. What do you mean? Bryce hesitated, then sighed. The elder I've been speaking with, Joseph, he says that skinwalkers sometimes mark their victims, not just the ones they take, but those they let go. Mark them how? Liam demanded, spiritually. Like a connection, a thread that can be followed. Bryce paced the small room. He thinks that's why it let us escape. Because it can find us again whenever it wants. The implication hung heavy in the air. We weren't safe. We might never be safe again. So what does this medicine man suggest? I asked, trying to keep the skepticism from my voice. A week ago, I wouldn't have believed in skinwalkers either. Now, I wasn't sure what to believe. A cleansing ceremony, Bryce said. Something to sever the connection, to hide us from it. Ruby looked up, the first spark of interest in her eyes for days. Will it work? Joseph believes it will, Bryce replied. But he wants to meet us first, to see how strong the connection is. We agreed to meet with the medicine man the following day. What choice did we have? If there was even a chance that something was still connecting us to that thing in the forest, we needed to break it. Joseph Bigay lived on the outskirts of the Navajo reservation, in a modest house set back from the road surrounded by juniper trees. He was older than I'd expected, perhaps in his 70s, with a deeply lined face and eyes that seemed to see more than was visible. He greeted us in his living room, which was sparsely furnished but adorned with traditional Navajo crafts, woven rugs, pottery, and what looked like ceremonial items I couldn't identify. "Bryce has told me of your encounter," Joseph said after we were seated. His voice was soft but carried an undeniable authority. "I am sorry for your loss." Ruby nodded, tears welling in her eyes again. "What happened to our friend?" Liam asked bluntly. "Was it really a skinwalker?" Joseph's expression remained impassive. "There are things in this world that do not fit neatly into modern understanding. The Yinad Lushi is one such thing. But how is that possible?" I pressed. "How can someone transform like that?" The old man regarded me steadily. "The how is not important, only the what and the why. The skinwalker you encountered is ancient, powerful. It has claimed that territory as its own for generations." "The lake," Bryce murmured. "Todichieni. You knew about it." Joseph nodded. "Many know of it, but few speak of it. To name such things is to draw their attention." "Is Jasper?" Ruby's voice broke. "Is he dead?" A heavy silence fell. Finally Joseph spoke, his words careful and measured. "Death, as you understand it, may not apply here. The skinwalker takes what it needs. Strength, essence. The body is secondary." It wasn't the comfort Ruby was hoping for. Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. "You said we might be marked," I said, steering the conversation back. "How would we know?" Joseph's gaze swept over each of us in turn, lingering longer on Ruby. "There are signs, dreams of being watched or followed, objects moving on their own, the feeling of someone breathing just behind you when you're alone." A chill ran down my spine. I'd experienced all three since our return. "Can you help us?" Bryce asked. Joseph nodded slowly. "I can perform a cleansing ceremony. It may break the connection if it exists. But you must understand, the skinwalker's power is greatest over those who fear it, who believe in it. And now, all of you believe." "So what, we just need to stop believing?" Liam scoffed. "After what we saw?" "No," Joseph replied calmly. "Belief cannot be undone, but fear can be mastered." He instructed us to return the next evening for the ceremony. In the meantime, he gave each of us a small pouch similar to what Bryce had carried, a medicine bundle he called it, and told us to keep it with us at all times. As we left Joseph's house, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The junipers surrounding the property seemed to bend inward, closing around us like grasping hands. Wind whispered through their branches, carrying what sounded almost like my name. That night in my hotel room, I dreamed of the forest. I was running along the trail, pursued by something I couldn't see but could feel, getting closer with each step. The path stretched endlessly before me, never leading to safety, only deeper into green shadow. Then suddenly I was at the lake, standing on the shore near the cabin. The water's surface was glass smooth, reflecting a sky I couldn't see when I looked up. And in that reflection, standing just behind me, was the skinwalker, half human, half beast, its eyes locked on mine. I tried to run but found my feet rooted to the spot. The creature reached for me with elongated fingers, its touch cold as it gripped my shoulder. "You are mine now," it whispered in Jasper's voice. "You will come back to me." I woke with a strangled cry, drenched in sweat despite the room's air conditioning. My shoulder ached where the creature had touched me in the dream, a dull, persistent pain that felt too real to dismiss. When I checked the mirror, there was no mark, no bruise. But the pain remained. I called Bryce immediately, not caring that it was 3 a.m. "I had a dream," I said when he answered, my voice shaking. It spoke to me. There was a long pause. "What did it say?" "That I would go back. That I was marked." Another pause, longer this time. "Ruby called an hour ago. Same dream." The next day passed in a fog of anxiety and exhaustion. None of us had slept well, all haunted by similar dreams. By the time we returned to Joseph's house for the ceremony, we were strung tight with fear and desperate for any relief he could offer. Joseph had prepared a small hogan, a traditional Navajo dwelling, behind his house for the ceremony. Inside, a fire burned in a central pit, the smoke escaping through a hole in the roof. Various herbs and powders were arranged nearby, alongside ceremonial items I didn't recognize. "Remove your shoes and sit," Joseph instructed, gesturing to spaces around the fire. "The ceremony will take several hours. You must remain focused, no matter what you see or hear." We did as he directed, forming a circle around the flames. Joseph began to chant in Navajo, occasionally adding herbs to the fire that filled the hogan with pungent, aromatic smoke. The language was beautiful but alien to my ears, rising and falling in complex patterns. As the ceremony progressed, Joseph used an eagle feather to fan the smoke toward each of us in turn, instructing us to breathe deeply. The smoke made my head swim, my vision blurring at the edges. Was it my imagination, or were there shapes moving in the darkness beyond the fire's light? Shadows that shouldn't be there, watching us with patient malice. Joseph's chanting intensified. He took a small container of what looked like white ash and drew symbols on our foreheads, all the while speaking in Navajo. The ash felt cool against my skin, grounding me somehow against the disorientation of the smoke. Time lost meaning in that small, smoky space. It could have been minutes or hours that we sat there, breathing the herb-laden air, listening to Joseph's voice rise and fall. At some point, I closed my eyes, letting the rhythm of the chanting wash over me. Behind my closed lids, I saw the forest again, but different this time. Clearer, as if seen in bright daylight rather than shadow. I was walking a path I recognized, leading to the lake, but there was no fear in me. Each step felt purposeful, directed. I reached the shore and looked out over the water, which reflected a perfect blue sky. And there, on the opposite shore, stood a figure. Not the twisted, half-human shape of the skinwalker, but a man, tall and straight, dressed in what looked like traditional Navajo clothing. He raised a hand in greeting, then pointed to something beside me. I looked down to see a small stone, perfectly round and smooth, half buried in the sand at my feet. "Take it," the man called, his voice carrying clearly across the water. "It will guide you back when the time comes." I bent to pick up the stone, which felt warm in my palm, almost alive. When I looked up again, the man was gone, and the dream began to fade. I opened my eyes to find the ceremony ending. Joseph was sitting back on his heels, exhaustion evident in the slump of his shoulders. The fire had burned down to embers, casting just enough light to see the faces of my companions. They looked as dazed as I felt, blinking slowly as if waking from a deep sleep. "It is done," Joseph said simply. "Did it work?" Ruby asked, her voice hoarse. "Are we free of it?" Joseph's expression was enigmatic. "The connection has been altered, but not broken. Such things cannot be fully undone once established." "What does that mean?" Liam demanded. "Are we still in danger?" "The skinwalker's hold on you has been weakened," Joseph explained. "It will be more difficult for it to find you, to influence you, but not impossible." "So what do we do?" I asked, frustration edging my voice. "Just live in fear for the rest of our lives?" Joseph regarded me thoughtfully. "Fear is what it feeds on. What gives it power over you? Master your fear and you master the skinwalker." Easy to say, not so easy to do. As we prepared to leave, Joseph pulled me aside. "Your vision during the ceremony," he said quietly. "What did you see?" I hesitated, then described the dream. The lake, the man, the stone. Joseph listened intently, his weathered face giving nothing away. When I finished, he nodded slowly. "The man was a guide," he said. "A protector. And the stone?" He paused, considering his words carefully. "The stone is a way back." "Back where?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. "To the lake. To finish what was started." A cold knot formed in my stomach. "I don't want to go back there, ever." Joseph's eyes were sympathetic but unyielding. "Some paths cannot be abandoned once we start down them. The skinwalker has marked you differently from the others. It has chosen you." "For what?" "That," he said, "you will have to discover for yourself." We left Joseph's house with more questions than answers, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The cleansing ceremony had provided some relief. The immediate sense of being watched had diminished, but his words left a lingering unease, especially for me. Chosen. The word echoed in my mind, carrying implications I didn't want to consider. That night, for the first time since our return, I slept without dreams of the forest. But when I woke, I found my hand closed tightly around something that hadn't been there when I went to sleep. A small, smooth stone, warm to the touch, exactly like the one from my vision. "A way back," Joseph had called it. I stared at the stone, turning it over in my palm. How had it gotten here? Was it even real, or was I losing my grip on reality? A text from Bryce interrupted my spiraling thoughts. "Need to talk. Meet at breakfast?" In the hotel restaurant, I found not just Bryce but Liam and Ruby as well, huddled together over coffee cups. Their expressions told me something was wrong even before they spoke. "Ruby's going back to Australia this afternoon," Liam explained as I sat down. "The consulate arranged it." Ruby looked marginally better than she had in days. Still pale and drawn, but with a new determination in her eyes. "I need to talk to Jasper's parents," she said. "They deserve to know what happened to their son. The truth." Not the story we told the Rangers. They won't believe you, Bryce warned gently. Maybe not, she conceded, but I have to try. I understood her need for closure, for some kind of resolution, even if it came at the cost of being thought delusional. But there was something else in her expression, a finality that suggested more than just a return home. What about you two? I asked Liam and Bryce. Liam shrugged. Back to Toronto for me. I've already extended my trip longer than I planned, and I'm heading back to my grandmother's community, Bryce said. There are elders there who might know more about what we encountered, about how to protect ourselves long term. They were all leaving, moving on, or trying to. And I would be left alone with my questions, my stone, and the unsettling knowledge that I had been chosen for something I didn't understand. Did either of you have any strange experiences last night? I asked cautiously. After the ceremony, they exchanged glances, then shook their heads. Whatever had happened with the stone was unique to me. I debated telling them, sharing the burden of this new mystery. But what good would it do? They were already traumatized, already struggling to make sense of what had happened. Adding my own bizarre experience would only make things worse. So I kept silent, forcing a smile as we discussed practical matters. Contact information, promises to stay in touch, hollow reassurances that things would get better with time. Later that day, we said our goodbyes at the airport. Ruby was the first to leave, her flight to Los Angeles connecting to Sydney. She hugged each of us fiercely, her tears dampening my shirt. "Be careful," she whispered in my ear. "It's not over. I can feel it." Liam's departure was next, more restrained but no less emotional. He gripped my shoulder, his expression solemn. "Whatever happens," he said, "remember we survived once. We can do it again if we have to." Bryce was the last to go, his flight to Albuquerque departing an hour after Liam's. As we waited at his gate, he pulled something from his pocket, another medicine bundle, larger than the one Joseph had given me. "Take this," he said, pressing it into my hand. "Joseph made it specially for you. Said you might need extra protection." I stared at the small leather pouch, a sense of foreboding washing over me. "Did he tell you why?" Bryce hesitated, then nodded. "He said you were different, that the Skinwalker had marked you not just to follow, but to call back." "Call me back where?" "To the lake," Bryce replied, confirming what I already feared. "He thinks the Skinwalker wants you to return for some purpose we don't understand." I closed my fingers around the medicine bundle, feeling the small objects inside shift against each other. "And if I don't go back?" Bryce's expression was grim. "Then it might come to you instead." With those ominous words hanging between us, we said our goodbyes. I watched him board his flight, suddenly feeling very alone despite the crowded terminal surrounding me. Outside, the Arizona sun beat down mercilessly, the heat a stark contrast to the cold dread spreading through me. I had a decision to make, one that might determine not just my fate but possibly those of my friends as well. Return to the lake and face whatever awaited me there, or spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, waiting for the Skinwalker to find me. In my pocket, the mysterious stone seemed to pulse with warmth, as if responding to my thoughts. A way back, Joseph had called it. Perhaps it was also the way forward, the only way to end this nightmare for good. With a deep breath, I pulled out my phone and opened the rental car app. The forest was calling me back, and this time I would go alone. The drive back to the trailhead felt like moving through a dream, or more accurately, a nightmare I was willingly re-entering. I'd told no one of my plans, leaving a deliberately vague message on Bryce's voicemail that I was taking care of things before heading home. Part of me recognized the insanity of what I was doing. Returning alone to the place where we'd been hunted, where Jasper had been taken, armed with nothing but a medicine bundle and a mysterious stone that had appeared in my hand while I slept. If I'd told anyone, they would have tried to stop me. Or worse, insisted on coming along, putting themselves in danger again. No, this was my burden now. Whatever connection existed between me and the Skinwalker, I had to face it alone. The forest road was just as I remembered it, rutted and isolated, winding through increasingly dense pines. When I reached the small clearing that served as a parking area, I sat for a long moment with the engine idling, gathering my courage. What exactly was I planning to do? Hike back to the lake, alone? And then, what? Confront an ancient evil? Negotiate with it? The absurdity of my position wasn't lost on me, but the alternative, living in fear, always looking over my shoulder, dreaming of the forest every night, was unacceptable. I turned off the engine and sat in silence, listening to the sounds of the wilderness around me. Wind in the pines, distant bird calls. Nothing sinister, nothing threatening, just nature, indifferent to human fears. Finally, I stepped out of the car. The forest air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and earth. I slung my backpack, packed with water, energy bars, a first aid kit, and a small tent, over my shoulders, checked that both medicine bundles were secure in my pocket, and set off down the trail. Unlike our first journey, I moved slowly, deliberately. There was no need to reach the lake before nightfall. In fact, part of me suspected that darkness was when the skinwalker would be most likely to reveal itself. The trail was easier to follow than I remembered, despite the damage from the storm. Recent footprints in the mud told me the search teams had been thorough in their efforts to find Jasper, but they'd been looking in the wrong places for the wrong things. As I hiked, I found myself noticing details I'd missed before. The complex patterns of lichen on rocks, the varied birdsong echoing through the canopy, the way sunlight filtered through pine needles to create dappled patterns on the forest floor. The wilderness was beautiful in its own right, when not viewed through a lens of fear. I reached the first clearing, where we'd camped that first night. By early afternoon, it looked different in daylight, smaller and less mysterious. Evidence of our stay had been mostly washed away by the storm, but I found a single tent stake we'd overlooked, half buried in mud. I continued on, the trail gradually becoming steeper, more challenging. My muscles burned with the effort, but the physical exertion helped keep darker thoughts at bay. Focus on the next step, the next breath. The forest demanded nothing less. By late afternoon, I came upon the stone circle that had so disturbed Bryce on our first journey. It looked harmless now, just rocks arranged in a pattern that could have been the work of hikers or children. But something about it still made me uneasy. I stepped off the trail to give it a wide berth, just as we had before. As the day waned, the forest grew quieter, the bird calls tapering off, the wind dying down to occasional whispers through the canopy. The quality of the light changed, golden late afternoon sun giving way to the blue-gray of approaching dusk. I should have been afraid as darkness approached, but strangely I felt almost calm. Whatever was going to happen would happen. I had come too far to turn back now. The lake appeared just as the last direct sunlight was fading from the sky. A sheet of silver nestled in its bowl of pine-covered hills. The cabin was visible on the far shore, looking smaller and more decrepit than I remembered. I paused at the lake's edge, letting my backpack slip to the ground. The water was perfectly still, reflecting the darkening sky and the silhouettes of surrounding trees. No wind disturbed its surface, no fish jumped, no bird skimmed low over the water. The silence was absolute. "I'm here," I said aloud, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "I came back." No response, just the endless silence and the growing darkness. I retrieved my backpack and began moving along the shoreline toward the cabin. It seemed the logical place to wait, shelter for the night, and a connection to what had happened before. The medicine bundle from Joseph felt warm against my skin through my pocket. The stone, too, seemed to radiate a subtle heat, as if responding to the proximity of the lake. I took it out and examined it in the fading light. Perfectly round, smooth as glass, with swirls of darker color running through its grayish surface. I'd nearly reached the cabin when I noticed something odd about the lake. The water near the shore was moving, despite the lack of wind. Small ripples spreading outward from a central point about 20 feet from where I stood. As I watched, the ripples grew stronger, more deliberate, as if something large was rising from the depths. Water bulged upward, and then parted to reveal Jasper. He stood waist-deep in the lake, water streaming from his clothes, his hair plastered to his skull. But his eyes were wrong, reflecting the dim light like an animal's. "Hello?" he said, and though it was Jasper's voice, there was something underneath it, a second voice, lower and older. "You came back." I took an involuntary step backward. "You're not Jasper." The thing wearing my friend's face smiled, the expression too wide, too full of teeth. "No, but his form serves my purpose." "What purpose?" I managed to ask, my mouth dry with fear. The creature moved closer, water rippling around it as it waded toward shore. "To speak with you. To finish what was started." I clutched the medicine bundle in my pocket, drawing what courage I could from its presence. "What do you want from me? Why did you mark me?" The thing that wasn't Jasper reached the shoreline and stepped onto dry land. Water ran from its clothes, but instead of soaking into the earth, it seemed to be absorbed back into the creature's body, leaving no trace. "You were already marked," it said, tilting its head at an unnatural angle. "From before you ever came to this place, I merely recognized what was already there." It took another step toward me and I fought the urge to flee. Running had done no good before. It would do no good now. What do you mean already marked? I demanded. The creature's eyes, Jasper's eyes, but not, regarded me with ancient patience. Some humans are born with a foot in two worlds. You see beyond the veil that blinds most of your kind. It makes you valuable. Valuable for what? Instead of answering, it gestured toward the stone I still held in my open palm. The old one gave you that. Joseph. He understands more than most. What is it? A talisman. A key. It depends on how you use it. The creature took another step forward, now close enough that I could see the subtle wrongness of its movements, too fluid in some places, too stiff in others, as if it hadn't quite mastered the mechanics of Jasper's body. The Skinwalker, I said, forcing myself to name it. That's what you are. A ripple seemed to pass through Jasper's features, momentarily revealing something else beneath. Something older, wilder. That is what the Dine call me. I am older than their name, older than their stories. You took Jasper. You killed him. The creature shook its head, an oddly human gesture. Not killed, transformed. His essence serves a greater purpose now. Anger flared through my fear. He had a life, people who loved him. You had no right. Rights? The creature interrupted, and now there was an edge to its voice. You speak of rights while your kind destroys this forest, this world. I have survived here for centuries because I take only what I need, when I need it. And what do you need me for? I asked, the key question finally emerging. The creature's expression softened into something almost like pity. To bear witness. To remember. To carry the truth back to your world. What truth? That the old ways are not dead. That the spaces between your world and others grow thin. That what you call myths have teeth and claws and memories. It moved closer still, until we were face to face. I could smell the lake water on it, mixed with something else, a wild animal scent that made the hairs on my arms stand up. You stand at a threshold, it continued. You always have. Now you must choose which side you will walk on. I clutched the stone tighter, feeling its warmth intensify. And if I refused to choose, the creature smiled again, Jasper's face distorting with the expression, then you will remain caught between, never belonging to either world. The dreams will continue, the calling will grow stronger. Eventually you will return to this place again and again until you make your choice. A choice. It always came down to a choice. I looked past the creature, to the lake now dark with night, to the cabin standing silent on its shore, this place that had brought such terror, such loss, and yet also a kind of awakening to realities I had never acknowledged before, to aspects of myself I had never recognized. What happens if I choose? I asked, my voice steady despite my racing heart. If you choose the human world, I will release my mark upon you. You will return to your life, free of the dreams, the calling. You will forget in time. And the other choice. The creature's eyes gleamed in the gathering darkness. You stay, you learn, you become more than what you are. Become like you? I couldn't keep the revulsion from my voice. No, it replied. Not like me. I was made, not born. You would be something else. A bridge, perhaps, between worlds that have grown too far apart. I thought of my life before. Ordinary, predictable, safe. And I thought of what I had experienced here. Terror, yes, but also wonder. A glimpse behind the veil of reality to something older, wilder, more primal. The stone in my hand seemed to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat now, growing warmer, more insistent. How do I choose? I finally asked. A creature extended its hand. Jasper's hand, but somehow longer, the fingers more articulated. Give me the stone and you choose the human world. Keep it and you choose the other. Such a simple gesture to determine the course of a life. I stared at the outstretched hand, then at the stone gleaming dully in my palm. Which world did I belong to? The one I had always known, or the one I had only glimpsed? In that moment of decision, time seemed to stretch. I saw possible futures branching before me. Returning to my old life, trying to forget what I had seen, what I had learned, or staying, embracing the unknown, walking a path few humans had traveled. The stone felt alive now, almost vibrating with potential. I closed my fingers around it, feeling its warmth spread up my arm and through my body. I keep it, I said quietly. The creature, the Skinwalker, nodded slowly, as if it had expected no other answer. The threshold is crossed. There is no returning. As it spoke, the world around me seemed to shift, the forest becoming more vivid, more present. Sounds I hadn't noticed before reached my ears. The subtle movement of small creatures in the underbrush, The faint lapping of water against the shore, the whisper of wind through pine needles that had been still moments before. What happens now? I asked, suddenly uncertain despite my decision. Now, the skinwalker said, its form already beginning to change, Jasper's features melting away to reveal something older, something wild. You learn, you witness, you remember. It turned toward the forest, its transformation accelerating, limbs elongating, body twisting, until what stood before me was the creature I had glimpsed during the storm. Not human, not animal, but something in between, ancient and powerful. Come, it said, its voice now a multi-toned growl that I understood nonetheless. The forest awaits. As I followed the skinwalker into the trees, leaving the lake behind, I felt a strange peace settle over me. Fear remained, yes. Only a fool would feel no fear in the presence of such a being. But it was tempered by curiosity, by wonder, by the certainty that I had chosen the right path. However strange and dangerous it might prove, the stone in my hand had cooled now, its purpose fulfilled. I slipped it into my pocket alongside the medicine bundles. Tokens of a threshold crossed, a decision made. Behind us the lake gleamed silver in the moonlight, a mirror reflecting stars and ancient pines. Kaibab Lake, Todekiini. The bitter water, it had claimed one of us. It had transformed another. And those who had escaped would carry its mark forever, whether they acknowledged it or not. The wilderness holds many secrets, many truths. Some beautiful, some terrible, all powerful in their own way. To witness them is to be changed, to embrace them is to be reborn. As we moved deeper into the forest, leaving all traces of the human world behind, I understood that my journey was just beginning, that the true mystery, the mystery of what lies between worlds, of what watches from the shadows, of what calls to us in dreams, was only now beginning to unfold. The skinwalker moved ahead of me, sometimes on 2 legs, sometimes on 4, a shadow among shadows, leading me toward whatever destiny awaited. I followed, walking a path few had tread before, into the heart of the wild, into the spaces between worlds, into truth. The radio crackled at 3:47 a.m., dragging me from the kind of sleep that comes only after 12-hour shifts in the backcountry. Static filled my cabin before Rodriguez's voice cut through. We've got hikers overdue from the Anasazi Forest section. 3-day permit expired yesterday. Local authorities want us to coordinate search efforts at first light. I sat up in bed, already reaching for my uniform. In Navajo culture, a skinwalker is a type of harmful witch who has the ability to turn into, possess, or disguise themselves as an animal, and they are considered the most volatile and dangerous type of Navajo witches. Old memories stirred in my mind. Stories my grandfather used to tell about things that walked on 4 legs but thought with human cunning. Copy that. How many missing? 4 college kids from Denver. Names are Brett Hutchinson, Maya Chen, Jake Morrison, and Kelly Brennan. Last seen at the Pine Creek Trailhead 3 days ago. Anasazi Forest covered 127,000 acres of some of the most remote wilderness in the Southwest. The ancient name meant ancient ones in the local tribal languages, though the rangers weren't supposed to discuss the history too deeply with tourists. Park management preferred to keep things simple, clean, family-friendly. They didn't want visitors asking too many questions about why certain areas remained perpetually off-limits, or why our missing person statistics were so carefully managed. I'd been working as a ranger here for 8 years, and in that time I'd seen things that made me question everything I thought I knew about the natural world. Things that made the old stories seem less like folklore and more like warnings passed down through generations of people who knew better than to venture too deep into places where human scent didn't belong. The morning briefing took place on the main station, a log building that served as headquarters for our sector. Rodriguez spread topographical maps across the conference table while the other rangers gathered around with coffee and grim expressions. We all knew the statistics. In wilderness areas like ours, when people went missing for more than 48 hours, the chances of finding them alive dropped to nearly 0. They filed their backcountry permit for the Lost Canyon Loop, Rodriguez explained, tracing the route with his finger. Standard 3-day hike? Problem is, their vehicle's still at Pine Creek and no one's seen them since they headed out on Tuesday morning. The Lost Canyon Loop was challenging but not technically difficult. 22 miles through dense forest, high desert, and rocky canyons. Water sources were marked on every park map. Cell service existed in several clearings along the main trail. It should have been routine. Weather's been perfect, added Stevens, our senior ranger. No storms, no flash flood warnings. Temperatures in the 70s during the day, low 50s at night. I studied the map, noting the areas marked with small red X's, locations where we'd recovered bodies over the years. Too many red X's for comfort, all in remote sections where the forest grew thick and the silence felt wrong somehow. Places where even experienced rangers reported feeling watched. Any reports of unusual animal activity in that sector? I asked. Stevens glanced at me with the look he always gave when I asked questions that veered too close to topics we weren't supposed to discuss. Define unusual? You know what I mean? The room went quiet. Every ranger who'd worked Anasazi Forest for more than a year had encountered things that defied simple explanation. Tracks that started as bear paws and became human footprints. Voices calling for help from directions where no one could possibly be standing. The sound of something large moving through the underbrush, matching your pace, always staying just out of sight. Rodriguez cleared his throat. Martinez found some interesting tracks near Devil's Throat about a week ago. Couldn't identify the species. Game warden came out, took photos, said he'd never seen anything like them. Devil's Throat was a narrow canyon about 6 miles from the Lost Canyon Loop. Close enough for something to travel between the areas in a single night. What kind of tracks? I pressed. Started out looking like coyote prints, but they were too large and the stride pattern was wrong. Then they seemed to change, like whatever made them had shifted weight distribution mid-step. The Navajo believe in the coexistence of both good and evil, and these powers can be used for either purpose, with skinwalkers representing the antithesis of Navajo cultural values. I felt the familiar chill that came whenever the forest revealed hints of its deeper secrets. My grandfather would have recognized the signs immediately. We stick to standard search protocols, Stevens announced, ending the speculation. 3 teams, coordinated sweep pattern, radio check every 30 minutes. Nobody ventures off trail without backup. As we prepared to deploy, I pulled Rodriguez aside. Any of the missing hikers have Native American heritage? He consulted his notes. Maya Chen is half Navajo on her mother's side. Why? Just wondering. But I wasn't just wondering. Traditional Navajo people are reluctant to reveal skinwalker lore to non-Navajos or to discuss it at all among those they do not trust. If Maya knew the old stories, she might have recognized warning signs that her companions would have dismissed as coincidence. The drive to Pine Creek took 40 minutes on winding forest roads. Their vehicle sat exactly where it should be, a blue Honda Pilot with Colorado plates, covered in dust but otherwise undisturbed. I examined the contents visible through the windows. Camping gear, extra food supplies, a guidebook to southwestern geology. Everything looked normal, which somehow made it worse. We split into teams as planned. I took the eastern approach with Martinez, following game trails that paralleled the main hiking route. The forest felt different today, too quiet, as if every bird and small animal had found urgent business elsewhere. You ever notice how the woods go silent sometimes? Martinez asked as we pushed through a stand of ponderosa pines. Yeah, I notice. My grandmother used to say that happened when something unnatural was nearby, something that didn't belong. We walked in silence for another mile before Martinez stopped abruptly. Look at this. He pointed to a tree about 20 feet ahead. Deep gouges marked the bark in parallel lines, starting about 8 feet off the ground and running down to chest level. The cuts were too deep for claws, too precise for antlers scraping during rutting season. Bear? Martinez suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. I approached the tree carefully. The gouges were fresh. Sap still oozed from the deepest cuts. Something had marked this tree within the last few days, and whatever did it possessed strength that went beyond any normal forest animal. Bears don't claw trees this high up, I said. And look at the pattern. The gouges weren't random. They formed a deliberate design, almost like symbols, like something trying to communicate. Our radios crackled. Stevens' voice came through full of static and urgency. All units, we've found something at grid reference 7-Alpha. Converge on my location immediately. Martinez and I ran through the forest, following our GPS coordinates toward Stevens' position. We found him standing in the middle of a small clearing, staring at something on the ground. What is it? I called as we approached. Stevens looked up with an expression I'd never seen on his face before. A mixture of confusion and barely controlled fear. It's their campsite. But I reached the clearing and stopped. A tent lay collapsed in the center of the open space, sleeping bags scattered around it. A camp stove sat beside a cold fire ring. Everything looked normal except for one crucial detail. The campsite was located in a spot that didn't exist on any of our maps. According to our GPS, we were standing in the middle of dense forest. No clearings were marked within a half-mile radius. Yet here we stood in an open space large enough to hold a small parking lot, surrounded by trees that seemed to lean inward as if trying to close the gap above our heads. "This isn't right," Martinez whispered. I knelt beside the collapsed tent and noticed something that made my chest tighten. The fabric was torn, not by wind or weather, but by something with claws or teeth. Long rips ran across the nylon in patterns that suggested deliberate destruction rather than natural wear. Inside the tent, sleeping bags lay tangled and shredded. Personal items were scattered everywhere, a flashlight with a cracked lens, hiking boots with the laces torn out, a smartphone with a spider web of cracks across the screen, but no blood. No signs of struggle. No bodies. "Where are they?" Stevens asked the question we were all thinking. I stood up slowly, scanning the tree line. Something moved in my peripheral vision. A flash of movement that disappeared the moment I turned to look. The forest watched us with invisible eyes, patient and predatory. "We need to call this in," I said. "And we need to get out of here." "What about the missing hikers?" I looked at the destroyed campsite, at the unnatural clearing that existed in defiance of our maps, at the trees that seemed to shift and sway even though no wind stirred their branches. "I don't think they're missing anymore," I said. "I think they've been taken." As we prepared to leave, I noticed fresh tracks leading away from the campsite toward the tree line. They started as human footprints, 4 distinct sets corresponding to 4 missing people. But halfway to the trees, something impossible happened. The human tracks began to change. The heel impressions deepened and elongated. Toe marks became claw scratches. By the time the trail reached the forest's edge, only animal tracks remained. Skinwalkers are known for being sighted in Arizona and are shapeshifters that can appear in any number of terrifying forms. 4 people had walked away from that campsite, but something else entirely had entered the forest. We established base camp at Pine Creek as the sun reached its zenith, casting harsh shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. Park Superintendent Walsh arrived with additional personnel and enough equipment to suggest this search would extend well beyond a standard rescue operation. "I want a complete perimeter established around the discovery site," Walsh announced during our emergency briefing. "No one approaches that clearing without backup and full radio contact." I studied the faces of the assembled team. Half were rangers I'd worked with for years, men and women who understood the unspoken rules of working in deep wilderness. The other half were outsiders, sheriff's deputies, search and rescue volunteers, even a consultant from the State Bureau of Investigation who looked like he'd never set foot outside of city limits. The consultant, Agent Blackwood, spread crime scene photos across our makeshift table. "We're treating this as a potential abduction scenario. The destroyed campsite suggests violence, but the lack of blood evidence indicates the victims may have been moved while still alive." Martinez caught my eye and shook his head slightly. Blackwood was thinking like a criminal investigator, applying logic that worked in urban environments. Out here, different rules applied. "What about the tracks?" I asked. "The tracks are unusual," Blackwood admitted. "We're having them analyzed by forensic specialists. Could be evidence of an unknown animal species, or possibly staged to mislead investigators." Stevens laughed bitterly. "Staged? You think someone out there is creating fake animal tracks to throw us off? I've seen stranger things in my line of work. Not like this, you haven't." Walsh intervened before the argument could escalate. "Let's focus on what we know. 4 people are missing in terrain that covers over 100 square miles. Time is critical. I'm authorizing extended search protocols. We'll work in shifts around the clock until we find them." As the briefing broke up, I approached Walsh privately. "Sir, there's something else. That clearing where we found the campsite, it doesn't appear on any of our maps. Maps can be outdated. Clearings can form naturally, not like this one. According to our GPS, we should have been standing in the middle of dense forest. And the trees around the perimeter, they look old growth, centuries old. That clearing has been there for a long time." Walsh's expression hardened. "Stick to facts, Ranger. Leave the speculation to the investigators." But speculation was all we had when facts stopped making sense. I spent the afternoon with the tracking team, following the trail that led away from the unnatural clearing. The prints remained animal-like, large canine paws with extended claws that left deep impressions in the soft earth. But the stride pattern was wrong. Too long for a normal wolf or coyote. Too purposeful for a random wild animal. "Whatever made these tracks was moving fast," observed Martinez, kneeling beside a particularly clear impression. "But not running. More like hunting." The trail led us deeper into sections of forest where few hikers ventured. Here the canopy grew thick enough to block most sunlight even at midday. Ancient trees rose like cathedral pillars, their bark scarred by decades of harsh weather and unknown encounters. Wildlife sign was abundant in these deep woods. Deer tracks, elk droppings, scratch marks on trees where bears had marked territory. But beneath the normal forest sounds, I detected something else. A rhythm that didn't quite belong. Like breathing, but too large and too slow for any animal I could identify. "You hear that?" I whispered to Martinez. He stopped and listened. The forest had gone quiet again. That unnatural silence that preceded encounters with things that existed outside normal experience. "Yeah. Sounds like..." The breathing stopped. Martinez and I stood frozen, every instinct screaming that we were being watched. Something moved in the peripheral darkness beyond the trees. A shadow that seemed too large and too human to be natural wildlife. Our radios crackled with static. Steven's voice came through broken and urgent. "All units. Found something. Grid reference. Can't." The signal dissolved into electronic noise. "Stevens, repeat your last transmission," I called into my radio. Silence. Martinez was already checking his GPS coordinates. "He's about 2 miles southwest of here, near the old mining claims." The old mining claims were part of Anasazi Forest's forgotten history. Many do not have American origins, but there are some hellish legends that do, particularly those involving ancient burial sites and sacred locations. Copper extraction had been attempted in the 1890s before the operation was abandoned due to what company records diplomatically described as personnel difficulties and unusual geological conditions. We found Stevens 30 minutes later standing at the edge of another clearing that shouldn't have existed. This one was larger than the campsite location, roughly circular and surrounded by standing stones that definitely weren't natural formations. "How long have you been here?" I asked as we approached. Stevens turned toward us with an expression of profound confusion. I'm not sure. I was following the tracks and then I was here, but I don't remember walking into this clearing." The standing stones were arranged in a perfect circle, each about 6 feet tall and covered with symbols that looked like a mixture of ancient pictographs and claw marks. In the center of the circle, the ground was disturbed, not excavated, but somehow opened from below, as if something had pushed up through the earth. "These stones aren't on any geological survey," Martinez said, consulting his field notes. "And these symbols, they look old. Really old." I approached one of the stones carefully. The symbols were carved deep into the rock, weathered by centuries of exposure but still clearly visible. Some looked like animals, coyotes, bears, eagles. Others depicted human figures but with disturbing proportions. Elongated limbs, too many joints, faces that seemed to shift depending on the viewing angle. "We need to document this and get back to base camp," I said. "Something's not right about this place." But as I spoke, I realized we had a problem. The forest around us looked identical in every direction. Dense trees, thick underbrush, no clear landmarks. Our GPS units showed our exact coordinates, but the terrain didn't match our topographical maps any better than it had at the previous location. "Which way did we come from?" Stevens asked. Martinez checked his compass, then checked it again with a frown. "Compass is spinning. Can't get a consistent reading." I tried my radio. "Base camp, this is Team 2. We need immediate extraction at grid reference 12-Charlie. Static answered me. Not the normal static of poor reception, but something that sounded almost like whispers. The sun was setting, although it seemed like we'd only been walking for an hour or two. In the growing twilight, the standing stones began to cast shadows that moved independently of any light source. The symbols on their surfaces seemed to shift and flow like living things. "We're walking out," I announced. "Pick a direction and maintain constant heading until we hit a trail or road." But after an hour of steady hiking, we found ourselves back at the stone circle. "That's impossible," Martinez protested. "We walked due east for an hour. We should be miles from here." Stevens was staring at the disturbed ground in the center of the circle. "Look at this. The hole is bigger." He was right. What had been a small depression when we first arrived was now a pit large enough for a person to fall into. And from the depths came a sound that made my skin crawl. A low humming that seemed to come from the earth itself. "Something's down there," Stevens said. "I can hear movement." As if responding to his words, the humming grew louder. Closer. Like something large climbing toward the surface. I grabbed both men by their jacket sleeves. "We leave. Now. Whatever's down there, we don't want to meet it." This time, when we walked away from the stone circle, I made sure to break branches and leave clear trail markers. I also did something my grandfather had taught me during childhood camping trips. I spoke to the forest directly. "We mean no harm," I said quietly. "We're looking for lost people. Let us pass safely, and we won't disturb what belongs to you." It felt foolish talking to trees and rocks, But traditional knowledge existed for reasons that academic training couldn't always explain. The forest listened. I could feel its attention like weight pressing against my thoughts. Something vast and patient was considering our request. After what felt like hours, we stumbled onto a familiar hiking trail. Our GPS units began working properly. Radio contact with base camp returned. "Where have you been?" Walsh's voice crackled through the static. "You've been off-grid for 6 hours." 6 hours. It had felt like 2 at most. "We found another site," I reported. "Stone circle, ancient symbols, and something underground. Recommend we establish a perimeter and—" "Negative," Walsh interrupted. "All teams return to base immediately. We're suspending search operations until morning." "Sir, we haven't found the missing hikers yet." "The missing hikers aren't the only priority anymore. We've had developments." Back at base camp, Walsh explained the situation with the grim efficiency of someone delivering bad news. 3 more people have gone missing. A family of day hikers who didn't return to their vehicle at Wildcat Point. Their car was found 2 hours ago. Agent Blackwood spread new photos across our table. Harold and Susan Morrison, with their 16-year-old daughter Amanda. They were supposed to be back by 4 p.m. When they didn't return, park rangers found their car with all their supplies still inside. I studied the photos. The Morrisons looked like typical weekend hikers, enthusiastic amateurs with expensive gear and hopeful smiles. The kind of people who came to places like Anasazi Forest expecting adventure but not danger. "Any connection to our original missing persons?" Martinez asked. "Harold Morrison is Jake Morrison's father," Blackwood replied. "He came here looking for his son." The implications hit me like cold water. Our missing college student's family had come searching for him and vanished in the same area. Whatever was taking people wasn't satisfied with random victims. It was targeting specific individuals and their connections. "Where exactly were they hiking?" I asked. Walsh pointed to a location on our master map. Wildcat Point Trail, standard day hike, well-marked path, heavy foot traffic. Wildcat Point was 15 miles from both the stone circle and the impossible clearing where we'd found the destroyed campsite. But in country like this, 15 miles meant nothing to something that could travel off-trail through terrain that defied conventional navigation. "I'm implementing emergency protocols," Walsh announced. "No one enters the backcountry alone. All search teams will consist of minimum 4 personnel with constant radio contact. Anyone who encounters anything unusual reports immediately and withdraws to safe distance." "Define unusual," Stevens said. Walsh met his gaze steadily. "You'll know it when you see it." As the briefing ended, I approached Agent Blackwood privately. "Have you worked cases like this before? Missing persons in wilderness areas?" "Dozens." "That's not what I mean." Blackwood studied my face carefully. "What exactly are you asking?" "I'm asking if you've ever encountered situations where the evidence doesn't fit normal explanations, where the terrain itself seems to be working against the investigation." For a moment, Blackwood's professional mask slipped. "Once, in Montana. Glacier National Park. 7 people disappeared over a 2-week period. We never found bodies, never found a logical explanation. Case is still technically open." "What do you think happened to them?" "Officially? Unknown predator, probably a rogue bear or pack of wolves. But unofficially," he lowered his voice, "some places aren't meant for human visitors. Some things that live in remote areas have been there longer than we have, and they don't appreciate intrusion." I felt a moment of relief that someone in authority was finally acknowledging what every experienced ranger already knew. But relief was quickly replaced by a more urgent concern. "How many people disappeared in Montana before you gave up the search?" 7, Blackwood repeated. "But the disappearances stopped after we closed the area to public access." "How many have we lost here so far?" 7, he said quietly. "As of this afternoon, we've lost 7 people in Anasazi Forest." That night, lying in my narrow bunk at the ranger station, I listened to sounds that didn't belong in civilized wilderness, howls that lasted too long and carried too much intelligence, footsteps that circled our buildings in patterns that suggested surveillance rather than random animal movement. Something was watching us, learning our routines, planning its next move. According to Navajo lore, the Skinwalker is a shapeshifter that can appear in any number of terrifying forms, and they were fast and made hellish noise. I thought about the 7 people who had vanished, and I wondered if the number was significant. In the old stories my grandfather used to tell, 7 was a powerful number. The number of sacred directions, the number of generations required to break a curse. Outside my window, something large moved through the darkness between buildings. I caught a glimpse of a shape that might have been human but moved with the fluid grace of a predator. Tomorrow we would return to the forest. And tomorrow, I suspected we would discover that we were no longer the hunters in this wilderness. We had become the prey. Dawn brought a fog that clung to the forest floor like smoke from a dying fire. I stood outside the ranger station at 5 a.m. studying weather reports that made no sense. Clear skies were predicted, yet thick mist obscured everything beyond 50 yards in any direction. Atmospheric inversion, Martinez suggested as he joined me with coffee and worried eyes. Sometimes happens in mountain valleys, but this wasn't a normal weather pattern. The fog moved with purpose, flowing around buildings and vehicles and streams that seemed to avoid direct contact with artificial structures. It was thickest where the forest began, creating a barrier between our safe space and the wild country beyond. Agent Blackwood emerged from the communications trailer with a satellite phone pressed to his ear. His expression suggested the conversation wasn't going well. State police are refusing to send additional personnel, he announced after ending the call. Apparently, 3 separate law enforcement agencies have reported equipment failures and communication problems when operating in this area. They're classifying it as a potential hazard zone. Walsh looked up from the maps he'd been studying all night. What kind of equipment failures? GPS systems showing impossible coordinates, radios receiving transmissions from frequencies that don't exist, compass readings that change depending on who's holding the instrument. Blackwood rubbed his eyes. One deputy reported that his service weapon wouldn't fire even though the ammunition tested normal when they returned to town. Stevens laughed grimly. Welcome to Anasazi Forest. The place where technology comes to die. There has to be a scientific explanation, Blackwood insisted. Does there? I asked. Because I've been working these woods for 8 years, and I've seen plenty of things that don't have scientific explanations. Before Blackwood could respond, our radios crackled with an emergency transmission. Base camp, this is Ranger Patrol Unit 7. We have a situation at the Wildcat Point parking area. You need to see this immediately. Walsh grabbed his radio. Unit 7, describe the situation. Sir, It's hard to explain. The Morrison family's vehicle is gone. Gone how? Stolen? Negative, sir. The parking space is empty, but the vehicle's tire tracks are still there, in the exact same position as yesterday. Like the car vanished, but the impressions in the dirt remained. We reached Wildcat Point 30 minutes later, driving through fog that seemed to part reluctantly before our vehicles, and close immediately behind us. The scene was exactly as reported. Tire tracks in the gravel marked where the Morrison family's SUV had been parked, but no vehicle occupied the space. Martinez knelt beside the tire impressions. These tracks are fresh, maybe 6 hours old, but look at this. He pointed to footprints leading away from the empty parking space. 3 sets of human prints, adult male, adult female, teenage girl. They walked toward the trailhead at approximately 2 a.m. That's impossible, Walsh said. We had units here until midnight. No one reported seeing the family return to their vehicle. I examined the footprints more carefully. They were clearly human, but something about them bothered me. The stride length was consistent with normal walking, but the depth of the impressions suggested unusual weight distribution, as if the people making them weren't quite balanced correctly. Where's their car? Stevens asked the obvious question. Agent Blackwood was photographing everything with a digital camera that kept malfunctioning. Every few shots, the LCD screen would display images that hadn't been taken. Photos of dark forests, close-ups of animal eyes, and occasionally, blurred figures that looked almost human but not quite right. Camera's acting up, he muttered, checking the memory card. It's showing pictures I didn't take. I looked at the LCD screen over his shoulder and saw something that made my blood run cold. One of the mystery photos showed a person standing among trees, but the figure was wrong somehow. The proportions were human, but the posture was that of an animal preparing to pounce. And the eyes that stared back at the camera were neither human nor animal. They were something altogether more disturbing. We need to follow these tracks, I said, pointing to the footprints leading toward the forest. The family might still be alive, or whatever took them might be using their tracks to lead us into a trap, Stevens countered. But we followed the trail anyway because leaving potentially alive people in the forest wasn't an option, no matter how obvious the trap might be. The footprints led us along the standard Wildcat Point trail for about a mile before diverging onto a game track that hadn't appeared on any of our maps the day before. The path was clearly established, worn smooth by regular passage, but our GPS units insisted we were walking through dense, impassable forest. This trail shouldn't exist, Martinez said, consulting his topographical map. According to this, we should be standing in the middle of a boulder field, yet we walked on solid ground through a corridor of trees that seemed to have been deliberately arranged to create a passage. The fog grew thicker as we progressed, muffling our voices and footsteps until we felt isolated from the world beyond our immediate vicinity. After 2 miles, the trail opened into a meadow that definitely hadn't existed the previous day. Grass grew knee-high and unnaturally green, as if it had been recently fertilized with something rich and organic. In the center of the meadow stood a structure that made all of us stop and stare. It looked like a cabin, but wrong in ways that were hard to describe. The walls were built from logs that seemed too perfectly aged, as if they had been artificially weathered to create an impression of great age. The roof was covered with sod that supported plants growing in patterns too regular to be natural. Windows reflected the morning light, but the reflections showed landscapes that didn't match our surroundings. "That building isn't on any survey," Walsh said quietly. "We've got complete aerial photography of this entire sector." Agent Blackwood was taking pictures, but his camera was malfunctioning more severely now. Every shot produced an error message, and the LCD screen displayed only static. "The family's tracks lead straight to the cabin," Martinez observed. We approached the structure cautiously, weapons drawn, though I doubted bullets would be effective against whatever had constructed a building that existed in defiance of survey maps and aerial photography. The front door was solid wood, weathered smooth by decades of exposure. No modern hardware, just an iron latch that looked hand-forged. Stevens reached for the handle, then stopped. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. From inside the cabin came voices, human voices, engaged in normal conversation. A man's voice, a woman's voice, and occasionally a younger female voice that might have belonged to a teenager. The Morrison family was inside, apparently safe and conducting a casual discussion about hiking routes and weather conditions. Stevens lifted the latch and pushed the door open. The cabin was empty, not just unoccupied, completely empty. No furniture, no personal belongings, no evidence that anyone had ever lived there. The floor was bare wood, dusty and undisturbed. Cobwebs stretched across the corners. The windows we had seen from outside didn't exist on the interior walls, but we could still hear the voices, coming from somewhere deeper inside the structure. "Hello?" Walsh called. "Morrison family. Are you in here?" The voices stopped immediately. Martinez found a doorway leading to what appeared to be a basement. Wooden stairs descended into darkness that seemed unusually thick, as if the shadows had substance. "Harold Morrison?" I called down the stairs. "This is the Park Service. We're here to help." Harold Morrison's voice answered from the darkness below. "We're fine, just exploring. Be up in a minute." But something was wrong with the voice. It had the right words, the right cadence, but it carried undertones that suggested the speaker wasn't entirely human. "Sir, we need you to come up now," Agent Blackwood called down. "For your safety." "Safety?" came the reply. "We're perfectly safe down here. Why don't you come down and see what we found?" Stevens shone his flashlight down the stairs. The beam revealed stone steps leading deeper than should have been possible. The basement appeared to extend hundreds of feet underground, far beyond what the cabin's foundation could contain. "How many people are down there?" I called. Multiple voices answered simultaneously. Harold Morrison, Susan Morrison, Amanda Morrison, Brett Hutchinson, Maya Chen, Jake Morrison, and Kelly Brennan. All 7 missing persons, speaking in perfect unison. "We're all here. We're all safe. We're all waiting for you to join us." 7 voices speaking as one in words that echoed up from depths that couldn't exist beneath a cabin that shouldn't be there. Agent Blackwood drew his service weapon and pointed it down the stairs. "This is law enforcement. Everyone come up immediately with your hands visible." Laughter rose from the darkness. Not human laughter, something that mimicked the sound of human amusement but got the rhythm slightly wrong. "Your weapon won't work here," the collective voice informed us. "Nothing from your world works the way it should in our place." To test this, Blackwood squeezed his trigger. Nothing happened. He examined his service pistol with the expression of a man whose fundamental assumptions about reality were being systematically destroyed. "What do you want?" Walsh asked, addressing the darkness directly. "What we've always wanted," came the reply. "What we've been trying to tell you since the first people came to our forest. We want you to leave. We want you to stop building roads and trails through places that were never meant for human feet. We want you to respect the boundaries that existed long before your kind discovered this continent." The voice grew louder, more aggressive. "But since you won't listen to warnings, we'll have to make you understand through demonstration." Stevens grabbed my arm. "We need to leave, now." But as we turned toward the door, it slammed shut with a sound like thunder. The latch had been secured from the outside, though no one could have moved that quickly. Windows that hadn't existed moments before suddenly lined the walls, all showing the same view, the meadow outside, but wrong somehow. The grass was taller, darker, and it moved in waves despite the absence of wind. In the distance, figures walked through the meadow with the strange two-balanced gait we'd seen in the footprints. 7 figures, walking in single file toward the cabin. "They're coming back," Amanda Morrison's voice called from the basement. "They want to show you something special." The figures in the meadow were closer now, near enough for us to see details that made my stomach lurch. They had human proportions but moved like predators. Their faces were human faces, the Morrison family and the missing college students, but their expressions were too knowing, too satisfied, as if they had learned terrible secrets that amused them greatly. "That's not them," Martinez whispered. "Whatever's wearing their faces, that's not the people we're looking for." Skinwalkers can assume the forms of various animals such as bears or coyotes depending on the traits they wish to utilize, and possess powers that allow them to influence others, invoke illness, or even reanimate the dead. But apparently, they could also assume human forms, wearing stolen faces and voices to lure new victims into their domain. Agent Blackwood was trying to contact base camp on his radio, but only static emerged from the speaker. Static that sounded almost like breathing. "Base camp, this is Team 1. Emergency extraction required immediately." The radio crackled in response. "Team 1, this is base camp. You never left the parking area. We can see you standing beside your vehicles." Walsh grabbed the radio. "Base camp, confirm our location. We are inside a structure approximately 3 miles from Wildcat Point." "Negative, Team 1. Visual contact confirmed. You are at Wildcat Point parking area, standing beside your vehicles, not moving or responding to radio contact." We looked at each other in growing horror. According to base camp, we were still at the parking area, but we were clearly inside an impossible cabin, trapped with creatures that wore the faces of missing people. "How is that possible?" Stevens asked. The collective voice from the basement answered him. "Time and space work differently in our territory. Your people at base camp are seeing what we want them to see, just as you're experiencing what we want you to experience." The 7 figures had reached the cabin. Through the windows, we watched them surround the building with patient, deliberate movements. They took positions at each window and beside the door, standing guard with inhuman stillness. "What happens now?" Walsh asked. "Now you choose," the voice from the basement replied. "You can join us willingly, and your deaths will be quick and clean. Or you can resist, and we'll take what we need slowly, piece by piece, while you remain conscious for every moment." The figures outside pressed their faces against the windows. Up close, the deception was easier to see. The features were accurate, but the expressions were wrong. Too much satisfaction, too much hunger, too much intelligence that belonged to something that had never been human. "There's a third option," I said, remembering something my grandfather had taught me about dealing with entities that existed outside normal reality. "What's that?" Walsh asked. "We bargain." The thing speaking with 7 voices from the basement went silent for a long moment, as if my suggestion had introduced a possibility it hadn't considered. "Bargain?" The word echoed up from the impossible depths with careful pronunciation, as if the entity was testing how it felt to speak the concept aloud. "Traditional negotiations," I explained, addressing the darkness below. "Your people have been here longer than ours. You have prior claim to this territory. But our people are here now too, and removing all of them isn't practical for either side." Agent Blackwood stared at me as if I'd lost my mind. "You're trying to negotiate with something that's been kidnapping and murdering innocent people." "I'm trying to keep us alive long enough to understand what we're actually dealing with." The 7 figures outside the windows hadn't moved, but their expressions had changed subtly. Less predatory hunger, more curious interest, as if they were genuinely considering the possibility of dialogue rather than immediate consumption. "What kind of bargain?" the collective voice asked. "Information exchange," I proposed. "We tell you what we know about human activities in this area. Planned developments, tourist projections, resource extraction permits. You tell us what you need to coexist peacefully." Silence from below. The figures outside maintained their positions but seemed to be listening intently. "And the people you've already taken?" Walsh asked, getting into the negotiation mindset despite his obvious skepticism. "Return safely," I said, as a gesture of good faith. More silence. Then, unexpectedly, something that might have been laughter. "You think the people we've taken are still alive?" the voice asked. "You think there's something left to return?" The temperature in the cabin dropped 20 degrees in an instant. Frost began forming on the windows, and our breath became visible in small puffs of vapor. "What did you do to them?" Stevens demanded. "We improved them," came the reply. "We gave them knowledge they never possessed. We showed them how to exist in ways your kind hasn't discovered. They understand now why human presence in sacred places causes disruption that echoes through multiple levels of reality." The figures outside the windows moved closer, pressing their faces against the glass. In the cold air, their breath should have fogged the windows from outside, but no condensation appeared. Because they weren't breathing. You're telling us the missing people are dead, Agent Blackwood said flatly. Dead? Alive? These are limited concepts. They exist in forms more useful than the ones they were born with. Forms that can travel between worlds, that can see through multiple layers of time, that can communicate directly with the consciousness that inhabits wild places. Maya Chen's voice, speaking alone now rather than in unison with the others. I tried to warn them. I told Brett about the stories my grandmother used to tell, but they laughed and said it was just primitive superstition. Brett Hutchinson's voice. We understand now. The forest was trying to protect itself. We were the disease, and it had to develop antibodies. You turned them into something else, I said, the full horror of the situation becoming clear. You didn't kill them, you transformed them. We gave them the same gift our people received generations ago, the collective voice confirmed. The ability to exist as part of the natural world, rather than in opposition to it. Stevens was backing toward the door, though we all knew it remained locked from the outside. This is insane. We're talking to something that thinks kidnapping and body snatching is some kind of ecological improvement project. Your species has been conducting a similar project for thousands of years, Harold Morrison's voice pointed out. Transforming wild places into human habitats, converting complex ecosystems into simplified agricultural systems, replacing diverse animal populations with domesticated variants that serve human purposes. The only difference is scale and efficiency. The argument was horribly logical. From a certain perspective, what was happening here could be seen as a natural response to human environmental impact. The forest developing its own method of converting invasive species into forms compatible with existing ecological relationships. But you're still killing people, Walsh insisted. Are we? Susan Morrison's voice asked. Or are we offering them a chance to survive the ecological collapse your species is creating? When the forests die and the climate becomes uninhabitable for human life, our transformed people will still exist. They'll remember what you were, and they'll preserve the important parts. Amanda Morrison's voice, younger and somehow more innocent despite the circumstances. It doesn't hurt. The change feels like going to sleep and waking up understanding everything you never understood before. Agent Blackwood had been unusually quiet during this exchange, but now he spoke up with professional skepticism. Assuming any of this is real, what exactly are you proposing? That we just hand over more people for your transformation process? We're proposing that your kind acknowledges our territorial rights and agrees to limits on human activity in certain areas, Jake Morrison's voice explained. In exchange, we'll restrict our recruiting activities to individuals who enter our territory voluntarily. Recruiting activities, Stevens repeated grimly. You mean killing and body snatching? We mean offering a different kind of existence to people who demonstrate they can't coexist peacefully with natural systems, Kelly Brennan's voice corrected. People who come to wild places expecting them to accommodate human needs rather than adapting to environmental requirements. I was beginning to understand the entity's logic, and it was more sophisticated than simple predation. This was an intelligence that had observed human behavior for decades and developed a strategy for managing what it perceived as an ecological threat. What specific limitations are you requesting? I asked. No development within 5 miles of any location we designate as sacred space. No motorized vehicles on trails that cross ceremonial sites. No camping or overnight human presence in areas where the boundary between physical and spiritual reality is thin. The requests were actually reasonable from a wilderness management perspective. Most of the limitations would align with existing conservation protocols, and if human activity violates these agreements, Walsh asked, then the individuals responsible for violations become candidates for transformation. The collective voice replied, it's a self-enforcing system that provides immediate consequences for ecological disruption. The figures outside the windows had been listening to our conversation with expressions of patient interest. Now they began to move, stepping away from the building and walking back toward the tree line. As they moved, their forms began to change subtly, becoming less human and more adapted to forest travel. Longer limbs, different posture, senses enhanced for detecting movement and scent across long distances. You're letting us go? Stevens asked as the front door clicked open. You're useful as intermediaries, Amanda Morrison's voice explained. You can communicate our requirements to human authorities and help establish protocols that prevent future conflicts. Agent Blackwood was the first to move toward the door, followed quickly by the rest of us. But I lingered for a moment, addressing the darkness at the top of the basement stairs. The 7 people you've transformed, are they conscious? Do they understand what happened to them? Maya Chen's voice answered alone. We understand everything now, including why this was necessary. Tell my family I'm sorry I can't come home. But I'm not really gone. I'm part of something larger now. Something that will exist long after human civilization ends. And tell them not to come looking for us, Brett Hutchinson's voice added. Anyone who enters our territory with the intention of retrieving us will become candidates for transformation themselves. We left the cabin and found ourselves standing in the meadow under a sky that had somehow shifted from morning to late afternoon while we were inside. The fog had lifted, revealing familiar forest in every direction, though our GPS unit still showed impossible coordinates. The walk back to Wildcat Point took less than an hour, following a trail that appeared on our maps and felt like established park infrastructure rather than the mysterious pathway we'd taken to reach the cabin. When we looked back, the meadow was gone, replaced by dense forest that showed no signs of recent disturbance. At the parking area, we found the Morrison family's SUV exactly where it should be, with Harold Morrison's wallet and Susan Morrison's purse sitting on the dashboard in plain sight, as if they had simply decided to abandon their vehicle and walk into the forest without taking any personal belongings. Base camp. This is Team 1, Walsh reported over the radio. We're returning with information relevant to the missing persons investigation. Copy that, Team 1. What's your status on the missing individuals? Walsh looked at each of us before answering. The missing individuals are not available for rescue, but we've established contact with responsible parties and negotiated terms for preventing future incidents. Agent Blackwood gave him a sharp look. You're not going to report what actually happened in there? What actually happened? Walsh asked. We found an abandoned vehicle and followed tracks that led to nowhere. We made radio contact with voices claiming to represent missing persons, but found no physical evidence of their location or condition. It was technically accurate, and it avoided describing events that would result in psychological evaluations and forced retirement from law enforcement. But what about the cabin? Stevens asked. The basement that extended impossibly deep? The windows that showed different landscapes? Stress-induced hallucinations, Agent Blackwood said, though he didn't sound convinced. Shared psychotic episodes brought on by extended exposure to isolation and high-pressure search conditions. Martinez was photographing the abandoned SUV, but his camera was producing the same kind of impossible images we'd seen earlier, pictures that hadn't been taken, showing scenes from locations we'd never visited. The camera's still malfunctioning, he reported. Equipment failure due to electromagnetic interference, Agent Blackwood said. Common in areas with unusual mineral deposits. We were all adapting to the new reality, creating rational explanations for events that defied rationality. It was a survival mechanism. The alternative was accepting that our fundamental understanding of the world was incomplete. But as we prepared to leave Wildcat Point, I noticed something that made me wonder if our negotiation had been as successful as it seemed. Fresh footprints circled the parking area. Human prints, but with the strange depth and spacing we'd observed at other sites. 7 sets of tracks moving in perfect synchronization. The transformed missing persons were still active, still patrolling their territory. They had agreed to our bargain, but they were also monitoring our compliance. Back at base camp, Walsh called an emergency meeting with all personnel. His report was carefully worded to avoid supernatural elements while conveying the essential information. We've determined that the missing persons entered an area of the forest that presents unusual hazards to human safety. Based on evidence discovered during our investigation, it appears that this area has been the site of multiple disappearances over an extended period. He paused to let this sink in before continuing. Effective immediately, we're implementing new protocols for backcountry access. Certain areas will be designated as closed to public access due to geological instability and dangerous wildlife activity. Rangers conducting official business in these areas will operate under enhanced safety procedures with mandatory backup and continuous radio contact. It was a reasonable response that addressed safety concerns without mentioning transformative entities or negotiations with creatures that wore human faces. What about the missing people? Asked one of the newer rangers. Missing persons investigations will continue, but our primary focus shifts to prevention of future incidents through improved area management and visitor education. Agent Blackwood was filing his own report, which would probably be classified and buried in a filing system designed to contain information that threatened public order. Later that evening, I stood outside my quarters and listened to the forest sounds that had become familiar over 8 years of working in Anasazi Forest. Normal sounds, owls, coyotes, wind through pine branches, but underneath the natural audio, I could hear something else. Voices, carrying on conversations in the distance. 7 voices discussing topics that ranged from weather patterns to wildlife behavior to human activities in their territory. The missing persons had become permanent residents of the forest, serving as scouts and guardians for an intelligence that had been managing this ecosystem since long before European settlement. Our bargain was holding, but it was an uneasy peace built on mutual understanding rather than trust. The entity had agreed to limit its recruiting activities, but it hadn't agreed to stop them entirely, and I suspected that our success in avoiding immediate transformation had less to do with negotiating skills and more to do with demonstrating that some humans could be useful as intermediaries between incompatible worlds. We had bought time, but we hadn't solved the fundamental problem. As long as people came to wild places expecting them to accommodate human needs rather than adapting to environmental requirements, there would be conflicts, and some of those conflicts would end with transformation rather than compromise. Tomorrow, I would begin the process of implementing new backcountry protocols that would protect both human visitors and forest entities from unnecessary confrontations. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it was better than pretending the problem didn't exist. In the distance, Maya Chen's voice drifted through the darkness. "Tell my family I love them, but I can't come home. I'm part of something more important now." 7 people had entered Anasazi Forest as human beings. 7 entities now patrolled the wilderness as something altogether different. The forest had gained new guardians, and we had learned that coexistence was possible, but only on terms we were just beginning to understand. 3 months after our encounter at the Impossible Cabin, Anasazi Forest had become a model of wilderness management that drew attention from park services across the country. Visitor incidents had dropped to 0. Wildlife populations were thriving. Even the weather seemed more cooperative, with fewer sudden storms and temperature extremes that typically plagued high-altitude recreation areas. But these improvements came with costs that didn't appear in official reports. I stood at the edge of the newly designated Ecological Sensitivity Zone, a 15,000-acre section of forest that was now permanently closed to public access. The boundary was marked with standard Park Service signs warning of unstable geology and dangerous wildlife, but I knew the real reason for the closure. It was territory that belonged to something else now. Movement in the tree line caught my attention. A figure emerged from the shadows, moving with the fluid grace that had become familiar over the past few months. Maya Chen, or what Maya Chen had become, approached the boundary marker with careful steps. She looked human from a distance, but closer inspection revealed subtle changes. Her posture was too perfect, her movements too economical, her awareness of surroundings too comprehensive. She could probably detect my presence from a mile away, hear conversations from distances that should have been impossible, and navigate through dense forest without leaving tracks when she chose not to. "Hello, Maya," I called across the boundary line. "Hello," she replied, her voice carrying clearly despite the 50 yards between us. "You've been coming here regularly, every Tuesday and Friday for 12 weeks. I wanted to make sure you were adjusting well to the change." Something that might have been a smile crossed her face. "The change is still happening. We're still becoming what we need to be. But thank you for checking." Over the past 3 months, I developed an unofficial relationship with the transformed individuals. They served as liaison between the forest entity and park management, helping us understand which areas needed protection and which activities posed the greatest threat to ecological balance. It was a strange form of diplomacy, but it worked. "Any issues with the new protocols?" I asked. "Compliance has been excellent," Maya reported. "Human visitors are respecting the boundary markers and following designated trail systems. The noise restrictions have significantly reduced stress on wildlife populations." The noise restrictions were one of several new policies we'd implemented based on input from the forest's new residents. Motorized vehicles were banned from certain trails during nesting seasons. Loud music and group activities were prohibited in areas identified as critical habitat. Camping was limited to established sites that had been approved by both park management and our unofficial advisors. "What about the academic research team from Colorado State?" I asked. "They've been requesting access to conduct soil samples in the restricted zone." Maya's expression became more serious. "Their research methodology involves extensive excavation and chemical analysis. This would be disruptive to root systems and soil organisms that have taken decades to establish stable relationships." "So that's a no?" "That's a recommendation that they modify their research techniques to non-invasive methods. If they're genuinely interested in ecological data, we can provide more comprehensive information than they could gather through conventional scientific instruments." This was typical of our new arrangement. The transformed individuals had access to environmental information that surpassed anything human technology could detect, but they required researchers to demonstrate respect for the ecosystem before sharing that knowledge. Several universities had adapted their methodologies to work within these constraints and produced groundbreaking studies on forest ecology. Others had complained about unscientific restrictions and gone elsewhere for their research. "I have something to show you," Maya said, gesturing toward the tree line. "If you're interested in understanding how the arrangement is working from our perspective, I'd never been invited across the boundary before. For 3 months, our conversations had taken place with the territorial markers between us, maintaining the diplomatic fiction that we operated in separate jurisdictions. Is it safe?" I asked. "Define safe. Will I be transformed if I enter your territory?" "Not unless you demonstrate incompatibility with ecological requirements," Maya said. "And not without clear warning first. We've learned that involuntary transformation creates individuals who never fully adapt to their new existence." That was reassuring, in a limited way. I crossed the boundary line and followed Maya into forest that looked familiar but felt completely different. The air was cleaner here, with scents that seemed more complex and information-rich than normal forest atmosphere. I could smell the health of individual trees, the moisture content of soil 50 feet away, the recent passage of various animal species. My human senses were obviously inadequate for processing all the available data, but I could detect that it existed. "Enhanced sensory input," Maya explained, noticing my reaction. "One of the advantages of our transformation. We can monitor the health of the entire ecosystem in real time." We walked deeper into territory that had been off-limits to humans for months. The forest showed signs of recovery that would normally take years to achieve. Damaged areas had healed, wildlife populations had rebounded, and the general sense of stress that characterized most recreational wilderness areas was entirely absent. "This is what the forest was like before human impact," Maya said. "Not pristine. Wildlife and natural processes still create disturbance, but balanced. Every element contributing to overall stability rather than competing for individual advantage." After 20 minutes of hiking, we reached a clearing I'd never seen before, though I'd worked this area for years. A small lake reflected afternoon sunlight, surrounded by wildflowers that shouldn't have been blooming in late autumn. "The seasons work differently here now," Maya explained. "Time moves according to ecological rhythms rather than calendar dates. Plants bloom when they're ready, animals migrate when conditions are optimal, water flows according to need rather than weather patterns." At the edge of the lake, 6 other figures sat in a loose circle. The rest of the transformed missing persons, Brett, Jake, Kelly, Harold, Susan, and Amanda. They looked up as we approached, acknowledging my presence with nods but continuing their conversation. They were discussing something that sounded like resource management, but with vocabulary I didn't recognize, and concepts that seemed to involve multiple timelines simultaneously. "They're planning," Maya explained, "coordinating responses to human activities across a much larger territory than just this forest. The transformation allows us to communicate with similar entities in other wilderness areas throughout the region." "There are others like you?" "There have always been others. In places where the boundary between physical and spiritual reality is thin, consciousness develops methods of protecting itself from disruption. We're part of a network that extends across most of the remaining wild areas in North America." The implications were staggering. What I'd thought was an isolated phenomenon was actually part of a continent-wide system of wilderness protection that operated below the threshold of human awareness. "How many people know about this?" I asked. "More than you might think. Fewer than necessary. Indigenous communities have maintained awareness of these relationships for thousands of years. Some government agencies have unofficial policies for managing situations they can't officially acknowledge. Certain religious organizations recognize the spiritual aspects without understanding the ecological components." Brett looked up from the discussion circle. "We've been monitoring federal land management policies. There's a proposal to open several national forests to increased resource extraction. If that happens, we'll need to expand our protective activities significantly." "Meaning more transformations?" I asked. "Meaning more negotiations like the one that preserved your lives," Harold answered. "But negotiations only work when both parties have something to offer. If human society continues prioritizing short-term economic gain over long-term ecological stability, our options become more limited." Amanda, who still looked like a teenager despite the sophisticated intelligence in her eyes, added, "We don't want to transform people involuntarily. It's inefficient and creates psychological problems that take decades to resolve." But we also can't allow unrestricted destruction of systems that have taken centuries to develop. Jake gestured toward the water. Look at the lake. 3 months ago, this was a dry depression filled with erosion debris from ATV traffic and unauthorized camping. Now it's supporting fish populations and serving as a water source for wildlife throughout the region. The lake was beautiful, but it was also impossible. There was no natural water source to maintain a body of water this size, and the seasonal rainfall wasn't sufficient to create a permanent lake at this elevation. How? I asked. Cooperation, Susan explained. The water table, soil organisms, plant communities, and atmospheric conditions all working together to maintain optimal balance. When you remove human interference and introduce coordination protocols, natural systems can exceed their baseline capabilities. I was seeing the logical endpoint of environmental management, not just conservation or restoration, but active collaboration between human intelligence and natural systems to achieve results that neither could accomplish alone. What happens next? I asked. That depends on decisions made by people like you, Maya said. You're in a position to influence policy and public opinion. You can help expand the network of protected territories through official channels, or we can continue expanding through methods that bypass official channels. And if official channels don't work, Kelly spoke up for the first time. Then we implement the strategies that have been successful in other regions, gradual expansion of protected territory through selective transformation of individuals who demonstrate incompatibility with ecological requirements. You mean you'll start transforming people again? We mean we'll start offering transformation to people who would benefit from it, Brett corrected. People whose lifestyle choices are contributing to ecological collapse. People who would be happier and more useful as part of natural systems rather than in opposition to them. It sounded like a recruitment pitch for a cult, except that the results were demonstrably beneficial for environmental health and the transformed individuals seemed genuinely satisfied with their new existence. What would you need from human authorities to avoid that outcome? I asked. Harold consulted notes written on what appeared to be bark paper. Formal recognition of ecological sensitivity zones with permanent protection status, restrictions on resource extraction within 50 miles of designated wilderness areas, mandatory environmental impact assessment for all development projects affecting watershed systems, and education programs, Amanda added. Most people cause environmental damage through ignorance rather than malice. If they understood the consequences of their choices, many would voluntarily modify their behavior. The requests were extensive but not impossible. Environmental groups had been advocating for similar policies for decades. The difference was that now we had leverage, the threat of selective transformation for individuals who consistently violated ecological protection agreements. I can present these recommendations to park management and federal authorities, I offered. We know you can, Maya said. We've been monitoring your communications for months. You've already been advocating for many of these policies through official channels. That was true. My reports consistently emphasized the need for expanded protection zones and stricter enforcement of environmental regulations. I'd assumed my recommendations were being ignored or filed away, but apparently they'd been more influential than I realized. Some of your suggestions have been implemented as pilot programs in other Forest Service districts, Susan informed me. Initial results have been promising enough to encourage broader adoption. How do you know that? We maintain communication networks with similar entities in other wilderness areas, Jake explained. Information sharing allows us to coordinate responses to human activities across much larger territories than individual protected areas. The sun was setting, though it felt like we'd only been talking for an hour. Time distortion was another aspect of the transformed territory that I was beginning to accept as normal. I should get back, I said. People will wonder where I am. People think you're conducting routine boundary patrols, Maya said. We've been managing your radio communications to maintain the impression of normal ranger activities. That should have been disturbing, but by now I was accustomed to capabilities that exceeded human technology. The transformed individuals operated with resources that made conventional law enforcement and park management seem primitive by comparison. As Maya walked me back to the boundary markers, she handed me a folder made from pressed plant fibers. Detailed environmental data for the entire region. Information that would take human scientists years to gather, but that might help you make more persuasive arguments for expanded protection policies. The folder contained maps, charts, and analysis that looked like the product of decades of research. Water quality measurements, soil composition data, wildlife population studies, and climate projections that were far more sophisticated than anything I'd seen in official reports. This is incredible, I said, flipping through pages of information that could revolutionize environmental management throughout the Southwest. It's what we see every day, Maya replied. What we've always seen but couldn't communicate effectively when we were constrained by human sensory limitations. I stopped at the boundary line and turned back toward the forest that was no longer entirely wild, but no longer entirely natural either. Something new was developing here. A hybrid existence that incorporated the best aspects of human intelligence and natural systems. Maya, I called as she prepared to disappear back into the trees. Do you ever regret the transformation? She paused, considering the question with the kind of thoroughness that human Maya had never possessed. I regret that it was necessary, she said finally. I regret that my family will never understand what happened to me. But I don't regret becoming part of something larger than individual human existence. For the first time in my life, I feel like I'm contributing to solutions rather than just analyzing problems. That night, I sat in my quarters and studied the environmental data Maya had provided. The information was overwhelmingly comprehensive, but it supported conclusions that were impossible to ignore. Human activity in the region was approaching critical thresholds that would trigger ecological collapse within decades rather than centuries. Traditional conservation methods would slow the process but not prevent it. Only active intervention, the kind of comprehensive ecosystem management that the transformed individuals were implementing, could maintain stability long enough for human society to develop sustainable practices. The choice was becoming clear. Work with entities like Maya and her companions to develop collaborative management strategies, or watch natural systems collapse under the pressure of human impact. It wasn't really a choice at all. The next morning, I called Superintendent Walsh and requested a meeting to discuss expansion of the ecological sensitivity zones. I had environmental data that would support a compelling case for increased protection, and I had ideas about management strategies that could serve as models for wilderness areas throughout the country. Walsh listened to my presentation with the careful attention of someone who had learned to take my recommendations seriously. "This is ambitious," he said when I finished. "Federal agencies don't usually move this quickly on environmental protection initiatives. They might if they understood the consequences of delay," I replied, showing him projections that demonstrated the economic costs of ecological collapse. "And you believe these management strategies will be effective?" "I believe they're our best option for maintaining both environmental stability and human recreational access to wild areas." Walsh approved the expanded protection zones and agreed to forward my recommendations to federal authorities. Within 6 months, Anasazi Forest had become a showcase for innovative wilderness management that balanced conservation goals with practical human needs. Visitor satisfaction increased even as access restrictions became more stringent. Wildlife populations thrived. Academic researchers produced groundbreaking studies using non-invasive methodologies that yielded better data than traditional approaches. And deep in the forest, 7 individuals who had once been human continued their work as guardians and guides for an intelligence that was learning to coexist with human civilization rather than simply tolerate it. The arrangement wasn't perfect. Tension still existed between human needs and ecological requirements, but it was working better than anyone had expected, and it was sustainable in ways that traditional wilderness management had never achieved. 3 years later, standing at the boundary of what had become the most successful protected wilderness area in the national park system, I received a radio message that Maya and her companions had been monitoring. "Ranger Station, we have hikers requesting assistance at grid reference 12 Delta. Family of 4 lost for approximately 6 hours, showing signs of dehydration and panic. Standard search and rescue situation. But grid reference 12 Delta was deep inside the ecological sensitivity zone, in territory that had been closed to public access for over 3 years." "Copy that," I responded, dispatching search team to 12 Delta. But I knew the family wasn't lost in any conventional sense. They had crossed multiple boundary markers and ignored numerous warning signs to reach an area that was clearly designated as off-limits. Either they were extremely reckless, or they were testing the boundaries of our arrangement. As I prepared to coordinate another search operation in territory managed by entities that wore human faces, I wondered if we were about to discover how well our diplomatic solution would hold up under pressure. Some people, it seemed, would always push boundaries to see what happened. And in Anasazi Forest, pushing boundaries had consequences that went far beyond getting lost in the woods. The radio crackled again. "Ranger Station, the missing family has been located. They're safe and being escorted back to authorized areas by park personnel." Park personnel who looked human but moved through the forest with inhuman grace and possessed senses that could track lost hikers across dozens of miles of rough terrain. "Understood," I replied. Standing down search operations. The arrangement was holding. For now. But as I looked toward the forest that had become something more than wilderness, and something other than civilization, I wondered how long we could maintain balance between human needs and the requirements of intelligences that thought in terms of centuries rather than quarterly reports. Only time would tell if coexistence was truly possible, or if we had simply negotiated a temporary truce in a conflict that could never be permanently resolved. In the distance, carried on wind that seemed to move in patterns too regular for normal weather, I heard voices discussing plans that involved timescales beyond human understanding. 7 voices, no longer entirely human, working to preserve something that was older and more important than individual survival. The forest was in good hands, even if those hands no longer belonged to human beings. My name is Jake Morrison, and I've been a park ranger in northern Michigan's wilderness for 8 years. I've pulled bodies from frozen lakes, tracked lost hikers through blizzards, and faced down charging black bears with nothing but bear spray and nerves. But nothing in my training prepared me for what happened at Wabigwani Lake last September. Wabigwani is an old Ojibwe name meaning Spirit Lake, though most folks around here just call it Ghost Lake. It sits 40 miles deep in the Hiawatha National Forest, accessible only by a logging road that turns to mud after the first good rain. The lake itself is pristine, crystal clear water reflecting towering pines and ancient oaks. On calm days, you can see clean to the bottom 20 feet down. The ranger station assigned me to maintain the small cabin on the lake's north shore. Built in the 1960s for fire watchers, it's basic but functional. 2 rooms, a stone fireplace, and a radio that works when the weather cooperates. Most weeks I'd spend 3 days there alone, checking trail conditions and water quality. It was peaceful work. At least it used to be. The first sign of trouble came on a Tuesday morning. I was splitting firewood behind the cabin when my radio crackled to life. Station 7, this is base. You copy? I set down the axe and grabbed the handset. Station 7 here. Go ahead, base. Jake, we've got a missing person report. Family of 4 overdue from a camping trip. Last known location was the Wabigwani area. Can you start a preliminary search? I checked my watch. 9:47 a.m. Copy that. Details? Family name is Rodriguez. Parents Miguel and Carmen, kids Sofia and Diego, ages 12 and 14. They were supposed to check in yesterday evening. Vehicle is a blue Toyota Tacoma, license plate. The transmission broke up in static. Base, you're breaking up? Repeat the license number. More static than nothing. I tried calling back 3 times but got no response. The radio had been acting up lately. Something about atmospheric conditions affecting the signal. I made a note to report it when I got back to town. I gathered my search gear, first aid kit, emergency blanket, GPS unit, flare gun, and my service weapon. Living in these woods teaches you that lost people aren't always the biggest danger you'll face. I'd encountered more than one illegal hunting camp, and poachers don't appreciate unexpected visitors. The Rodriguez family had been camping somewhere near the lake, which gave me a 5-mile radius to cover. I started with the established campsites along the eastern shore, places where families with kids typically set up. The morning was crisp and clear, with just enough breeze to keep the mosquitoes down. I found their campsite within an hour. The blue Tacoma was parked at the trailhead exactly where a responsible family would leave it. Their tent stood intact beside a cold fire pit, with camping chairs arranged in a neat circle. Everything appeared normal at first glance, but something felt wrong. The tent flaps hung open, moving slightly in the breeze. No family would leave their shelter unsecured like that, especially not with kids. I called out, "Hello, Miguel? Carmen? This is Park Ranger Morrison." My voice echoed across the water and died in the trees. No response. I approached the tent carefully. The interior was a mess. Sleeping bags twisted and pulled from their stuff sacks, clothes scattered everywhere. A child's sneaker lay half buried under a tangle of blankets. The family's food was still packed in bear canisters, untouched. Outside, I found their fishing gear neatly arranged on a fallen log. 2 rods rigged with lures, a tackle box, and a stringer that had never been used. Whatever caused them to leave, it happened fast. I walked the perimeter of the campsite looking for tracks. The soft earth around the fire pit held plenty of boot prints, adult and child sizes, consistent with a family of 4. But at the edge of the clearing, I found something else. Barefoot prints in the mud. Human-shaped but wrong somehow. The toes were too long, the arch too deep. And the stride, nearly 6 feet between prints. No human walks like that. I knelt down for a closer look. The prints were fresh, made sometime in the past 24 hours. They came from the direction of the lake and headed into the dense forest to the north. I took photos with my phone and marked the GPS coordinates. "Base, this is Station 7, I called into my radio. Still nothing but static. I followed the strange tracks for about 50 yards before they disappeared on rocky ground. By then, the forest had grown noticeably darker. The canopy overhead was thick with ancient pines, their branches interlocked to block most of the sunlight. Even at midday, the temperature dropped 10 degrees in their shadow. That's when I heard it. A sound like children laughing, echoing from somewhere ahead. Relief flooded through me. The kids were alive. "Sophia, Diego," I called out. "Your parents are looking for you." The laughter stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, I realized how far I had traveled from the campsite. The trees here were massive, some probably 300 years old. This was old-growth forest, the kind that survives by keeping its secrets. I waited, listening. Then I heard it again, that childish giggling, but different somehow. Higher-pitched, more like the sound a coyote makes when it's trying to mimic human voices. The hair on my arm stood up. In my 8 years as a ranger, I'd learned to trust my instincts. Right now, they were screaming at me to get the hell out of these woods, but a family was missing, and those might be their children I was hearing. I had a job to do. I pushed deeper into the forest, following the distant sounds. The ground rose steadily, and soon I was climbing over moss-covered boulders and fallen logs. The laughter stayed just ahead of me, always just out of sight around the next tree or over the next ridge. After 20 minutes of climbing, I came to a small clearing. In the center stood something that made my blood run cold. A circle of stones arranged in a perfect ring, each one about the size of a human skull. Inside the circle, the ground was blackened as if by fire, though I could smell no smoke or ash. Carved spears stuck up from the earth at odd angles, their points sharpened to lethal edges. Hanging from the branches above were small bundles wrapped in animal hide, twisting slowly in the breeze. I backed away from the clearing, my hand moving instinctively to my sidearm. This wasn't some random campsite or abandoned hunter's blind. Someone had created this place with purpose, and that purpose felt ancient and wrong. The laughter started again, but now I could tell it was coming from multiple directions at once. Surrounding me, I ran. I crashed through the underbrush, ignoring the branches that tore at my clothes and skin. Behind me, the laughter grew louder, more frenzied. It followed me through the trees, always just out of sight but getting closer. I burst out of the forest at the lake's edge, gasping and wild-eyed. The Rodriguez campsite was 100 yards to my left. I could see their tent and the blue Tacoma, normal and reassuring in the afternoon sunlight. But I could also see something else. 4 figures standing at the water's edge with their backs to me. A family. 2 adults, 2 children. "Miguel? Carmen?" I called out, relief flooding through me. They didn't respond. They stood perfectly still, as if they were statues. I jogged toward them, calling out again. "It's okay. I'm a park ranger. Your family reported you missing." As I got closer, I could see they were wearing the same clothes described in the missing person report. Miguel in a red flannel shirt, Carmen in a blue windbreaker, the kids in matching green t-shirts. But something was wrong with the way they stood. Too rigid, too perfectly aligned. I was 20 feet away when the wind shifted, carrying their scent to me. The smell of death and decay hit me like a physical blow. I gagged and stumbled backward, my eyes watering. The figures at the water's edge remained motionless. "Hello?" I called out weakly. The thing wearing Miguel's red flannel shirt began to turn around. Its movement was wrong, too fluid, like it had extra joints in its spine. When it faced me, I saw that the shirt was empty. There was nothing inside it but shadow and the suggestion of bones. All 4 figures began to turn then, their movements unnaturally synchronized, empty clothes animated by something that shouldn't exist. As they rotated toward me, I caught a glimpse of what was underneath the fabric. Stretched skin the color of old leather, elongated limbs, and eyes that reflected light like an animal's. I smelled that sulfur smell, carrion, and something else underneath it. Something wild and predatory. I drew my service weapon, though I doubted bullets would stop whatever these things were. They stood there swaying slightly, as if caught in a breeze I couldn't feel. Waiting. The radio on my belt crackled suddenly to life. "Station 7, this is base. Jake, do you copy?" I grabbed the handset with shaking hands, never taking my eyes off the figures. "Base, I found them. I found the Rodriguez family, but—" "Jake, listen to me carefully," the voice interrupted. "The Rodriguez family was found 3 hours ago. They're safe. They never went to Wabiguani Lake. Their permit was for Peterson Creek, 30 miles south. Do you copy?" The things wearing the family's faces began to smile. The handset slipped from my fingers and hit the ground with a plastic crack. The voice from base continued speaking, but the words sounded like they were coming from underwater. All I could focus on were those 4 figures standing at the lake's edge, wearing the faces of a family that was never missing. They called them skinwalkers, shape changers, old warriors resurrected as skinless men, all sinew and muscle, walking on deer legs, with the torso of a man and the head of a coyote. The thing wearing Carmen's face tilted its head at an impossible angle, like a bird studying prey. When it spoke, the voice was hers but wrong, too deep, with an echo that seemed to come from the lake itself. "Are you lost, Ranger Morrison?" I raised my weapon, though my hands were shaking so badly I could barely aim. "Stay back, I'm armed." They laughed in unison, 4 voices that harmonized in a way human voices never could. The sound made my teeth ache. "You carry a gun for bears," said the thing wearing Miguel's form. "For mountain lions. For men who might do you harm." It took a step closer, and I could see that its boots left no prints in the soft earth. "What will you do with us?" I fired a warning shot into the air. The sharp crack of the .40 caliber echoed across the lake, sending a pair of loons into panicked flight. The creatures didn't even flinch. "Iron and fire," whispered the smaller one, wearing Diego's green t-shirt. "The old ways to kill the old things. But you don't carry the old ways, do you, Ranger?" I backed toward the tree line, keeping the gun trained on them. "What are you? What do you want?" "We are the space between what is and what was," they answered in perfect unison. "We are the hunger that wears familiar faces. We are the children of the lake." Behind them, the water of Wabagwani Lake began to change color, from crystal clear to deep red, like old blood. The evening mist that had started to rise from the surface turned black and thick, carrying with it the smell of rot and ancient earth. I turned and ran into the forest. The radio was still squawking behind me, bass trying to reach me, but I couldn't go back for it. Not with those things standing between me and the equipment. I had to reach the cabin, get to the backup radio, and call for help. The forest seemed different now, darker and more twisted than it had been just hours before. Trees that I'd walked past 100 times looked wrong, their branches reaching toward me like gnarled fingers. The familiar trail to the cabin had vanished, replaced by a maze of animal paths that led in circles. I tried to use my compass, but the needle spun wildly, never settling on magnetic north. My GPS unit showed static, unable to acquire satellites despite the clear sky overhead. It was as if the normal rules of navigation had been suspended in this place. Behind me, I could hear them moving through the underbrush. Not the heavy crashing of something trying to catch up, but the deliberate, patient movement of hunters who knew their prey had nowhere to go. They were hurting me, I realized, driving me toward something. I climbed over a fallen log and found myself in another clearing, this one smaller than the first. At its center stood a single wooden post, about 8 feet tall, carved with symbols I didn't recognize. Hanging from the post were dozens of small objects, pieces of cloth, tufts of hair, what looked like fingernails and teeth. Trophies. I circled around the clearing, unwilling to get closer to that post. The symbols carved into it seemed to shift and writhe when I wasn't looking directly at them, and the hanging objects swayed despite the lack of wind. "You can't run forever, Jake." I spun around. The voice had come from right behind me, but no one was there. Just trees and shadows and the growing darkness of evening. "We know these woods better than you ever will. We were here when your grandfather's grandfather was still sucking at his mother's breast. We'll be here when the last of your kind has crumbled to dust." The voice was closer now, seeming to come from the trees themselves. I backed against a massive pine, feeling the rough bark through my shirt. My breathing was loud in the silence, and I tried to quiet it, listening for any sound that might give away their position. "You want to know what happened to the real Rodriguez family?" The voice was right next to my ear now, but when I turned, there was nothing there. "They came here 6 months ago. A nice family vacation. They set up their tent by the lake, just like you found it. And one by one we took them." I fired blindly into the darkness, the muzzle flash illuminating the trees for a split second. In that brief moment of light, I saw something impossible. Dozens of figures standing among the trees, all wearing the faces of people I'd known, rangers who'd transferred to other parks, hikers who'd gone missing over the years, even my old partner Rodriguez who'd retired 3 years ago, all of them watching me with eyes that reflected light like an animal's. "The children were the sweetest," the voice continued, conversational now. "Young meat is tender, and their fear makes it taste even better. We wore their skins for weeks, learning how to be them, how to move like them, sound like them. But we got hungry again." I emptied the rest of my clip into the trees, spent brass casings ringing against the stones at my feet. The gunshots echoed and faded, leaving only silence. Then the laughter started again, that same childish giggling I'd heard earlier. But now I could tell it wasn't coming from children at all. It was coming from things that had eaten children and were imitating the sounds they'd made. I reloaded with trembling fingers, fumbling in the dark. The spare magazine slipped from my hands and disappeared into the underbrush. I dropped to my knees, frantically searching through the dead leaves and pine needles. Looking for this? A small hand appeared in my field of vision, holding my lost magazine. I looked up to see Diego Rodriguez standing over me, his green t-shirt stained with something dark and wet. But his eyes were yellow, with vertical pupils like a cat's. "You dropped it when you were running," he said in a child's voice. "Don't you want it back?" I lunged away from the thing, leaving my rifle behind. It laughed and tossed the magazine into the air, catching it like a toy. "You can't fight us with bullets, Jake. We're older than your weapons, older than your civilization. We are the things your ancestors feared when they first came to these shores." I ran again, crashing through the underbrush with no thought of direction or stealth. Branches whipped at my face and tore at my clothes. I could taste blood where a thorn had caught my lip. The ground began to slope upward, and I realized I was climbing toward higher ground. Maybe I could reach a ridge where my radio would work, call for backup, get the hell away from this nightmare. But the slope was getting steeper, and my legs were burning with exhaustion. I wasn't a young man anymore, and the adrenaline was starting to wear off. Behind me, I could hear them following, their movements graceful and tireless. I reached a rocky outcrop and hauled myself up, gasping for breath. From this vantage point, I could see the lake far below, its surface still blood-red in the fading light. The cabin was a tiny square of yellow light on the distant shore, so close, but it might as well have been on the moon. Nowhere to run now, Jake. I turned to find all four of them standing at the edge of the outcrop. In the dim light, their skin looked loose and ill-fitting, as if they were wearing costumes that didn't quite match their true forms underneath. "What do you want from me?" I asked, backing toward the drop-off. "The same thing we wanted from all the others," Miguel's voice said. "Your skin, your memories, your life." Carmen stepped forward, her movements fluid and predatory. "We've been watching you for months, learning your routines, where you go, what you do. Soon we'll know everything about being Jake Morrison. Then we'll go back to town," Diego added, his child's voice cheerful and horrible. "We'll visit your friends, your family. Maybe we'll eat them too. Or maybe we'll just wear their faces for a while," Sophia said. "See how long it takes for someone to notice the difference." I looked over the edge of the outcrop. It was a 30-foot drop to the rocky slope below, probably fatal. But maybe that was better than what these things had planned for me. "Don't jump, Jake," Carmen said, reading my thoughts. "That would spoil our fun. We want you to run some more. We want you to tire yourself out, make yourself weak. That's when the hunt is best." They spread out along the edge of the rocks, blocking any escape route except the fatal drop. Their eyes glowed yellow in the gathering darkness, and I could see their true shapes moving beneath the stolen skin. Long limbs, too many joints, teeth like broken glass. I closed my eyes and thought about my daughter in Portland, my ex-wife who'd remarried and moved on. At least they were far from this place, safe from whatever was happening here. When I opened my eyes again, the creatures were gone. I stood alone on the rocky outcrop, surrounded by nothing but darkness and the sound of wind through the pines. For a moment I thought I'd imagined everything. That stress and isolation had finally driven me over the edge. Then I heard the laughter echoing up from the forest below, and I knew the hunt had only just begun. I made it back to the cabin just as the last light faded from the western sky. My legs were shaking with exhaustion, and my shirt was soaked with sweat despite the cool evening air. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound made my hand reach for the empty holster where my service weapon should have been. The cabin sat exactly where I'd left it, warm yellow light spilling from the windows. But something felt wrong about it, like coming home to find your furniture rearranged by invisible hands. I approached cautiously, listening for any sound that didn't belong. The door was unlocked, which shouldn't have surprised me. I'd left in a hurry that morning, focused on finding the missing family. But now I couldn't remember if I'd locked it or not. The uncertainty gnawed at me. Inside, everything appeared normal. The stone fireplace still held the ashes of last night's fire. My sleeping bag was rolled up in the corner where I'd left it. The emergency radio sat on the wooden table beside my half-empty coffee mug. I grabbed the radio and flipped it on, praying for a connection to base. Static filled the room, punctuated by occasional bursts of voices too distorted to understand. I adjusted the frequency, searching for a clear channel. "Base, this is Station 7, emergency. Do you copy?" More static. I tried again, then again. On the fourth attempt, a voice came through, barely audible above the interference. "Jake? That you?" "Base. Thank God. I need immediate backup at Wabagwani Lake. We have a situation here. Jake, calm down. You're breaking up. What kind of situation? How could I explain what I'd seen? That impossible creatures wearing stolen faces were hunting me through the forest. That they'd somehow made the Rodriguez family disappear and reappear according to their whims. There's something in the woods, I said finally. Something dangerous. I need a team out here, armed and ready for... The transmission cut to static. The radio's display flickered and went dark, then came back on showing the wrong frequency. No matter how I adjusted the dials, I couldn't raise base again. I was on my own. I barricaded the door with the heavy wooden table, then dragged a chair over to block the single window. The cabin had been built for fire watchers, not for defense, but it was solid construction, thick logs and a metal roof. If those things wanted to get in, they'd have to work for it. I built up the fire until the flames were roaring, then sat back to take stock of my situation. No gun, no backup, no way to communicate with the outside world. But I had food for several days, plenty of water from the lake, and enough firewood to keep the cabin warm and lit. The creatures were older than iron and fire, but maybe the old ways still worked. Every culture had stories about things that hunted in the darkness, and every culture had developed ways to fight back. Fire and iron, salt and silver, running water and consecrated ground. I had fire, at least. I settled in to wait for dawn, feeding wood to the flames and jumping at every sound from outside. The forest was never truly quiet. There were always owls calling, branches creaking in the wind, small animals moving through the underbrush. But tonight, even those normal sounds seemed threatening. Around midnight, the noises outside began to change. It started with footsteps circling the cabin, slow, deliberate, just outside the ring of light cast by the windows. I pressed my face to the gap between the chair and the window frame, trying to see what was out there. 4 figures stood at the edge of the clearing, just visible in the firelight. They were still wearing the Rodriguez family's faces, but something had changed. Their clothes hung in tatters, revealing glimpses of what lay beneath. Skin that looked like cured leather, limbs that bent in impossible directions, fingernails grown long and curved like claws. They stood perfectly still for nearly an hour, just watching the cabin, waiting for something. Then the voices started. Jake? Jake, are you in there? It was Miguel's voice, but wrong somehow. Too cheerful, like he was calling to a friend instead of stalking prey through the night. We just want to talk to you, Jake. We found something you dropped. I pressed myself against the wall beside the window, trying to stay out of sight. The voices continued, coming from different directions now as the creatures moved around the cabin. Your radio, Carmen's voice called out. It's broken, Jake. The antenna is bent. Do you want us to fix it for you? I remembered dropping the handheld radio when I'd first seen them by the lake. They must have found it, studied it, learned how to use it as bait. We know you're in there, Diego's young voice piped up. We can smell you. Fear has a very distinctive scent. Did you know that? It's sharp and sour, like milk that's gone bad. I fed another log to the fire, sending sparks up the chimney. The flames cast dancing shadows on the cabin walls, making everything seem to move and shift. We've been talking to your friends in town, Sophia said, her voice right outside the window now. They're worried about you, Jake. They think you might have had some kind of breakdown. Stress from the job, you know. It happens to park rangers sometimes. She was lying. She had to be lying. But there was a horrible logic to it. A man alone in the wilderness, reporting impossible things, claiming to see creatures that couldn't exist. How would that look to my supervisors? Maybe you should come out and talk to us, Miguel's voice suggested. We could help you get back to town. Get you the help you need. The scratching started then. Long, deliberate scrapes against the cabin's log walls, like claws being dragged across the wood, testing for weak points. The sound made my teeth ache. I grabbed the poker from beside the fireplace and held it like a weapon. The iron was old and heavy, worn smooth by decades of use. Maybe it would be enough. The scratching moved around the cabin, always just out of sight. They were looking for a way in, probing the structure for gaps or weaknesses. I heard them on the roof now. Footsteps that were too light and too quick to be human. Jake, Carmen's voice drifted down from above. Do you know what skinwalkers really are? I didn't answer, but she continued as if I had. We're the children of the hungry dead. When someone dies in great pain or fear, sometimes their spirit refuses to move on. It clings to the physical world, desperate to keep existing. But spirits need bodies to interact with the living world. The footsteps on the roof moved to different positions. I could track their movement by the soft sounds they made on the metal. So we take what we need. A skin here, a face there. Memories from the dying brain. We learn to be human, Jake. We learned to be you. Something heavy landed on the ground outside the cabin. Then another. They were jumping down from the roof. The real Rodriguez family fought us at first, Diego's voice said from somewhere near the door. But children are so trusting. All we had to do was look like their parents, and they came right to us. I heard the door handle rattle. The table I'd used to barricade it creaked under pressure. We ate them slowly, Jake. Not all at once. That would be wasteful. We kept them alive for days, taking pieces, learning how they tasted, how they screamed, how they begged. The pressure on the door increased. Whatever was pushing against it was far stronger than any human, and when they were finally gone, we put on their skins and walked out of the forest. No one suspected a thing. A family camping trip that went perfectly well. The table began to slide across the floor, its legs leaving gouges in the wood. I pressed my shoulder against it, trying to hold the barricade, but I was only one man against something with inhuman strength. Don't worry, Jake. We'll make it quick for you. Professional courtesy, ranger to ranger. The door burst open, sending the table flying across the room. It crashed into the far wall with a sound like breaking bones. I raised the poker, ready to fight, but the doorway was empty. Cold air poured into the cabin, extinguishing half the candles I'd lit. The fire in the hearth flickered and nearly died before roaring back to life. I backed toward the fireplace, iron poker held in front of me like a sword. The open door yawned like a mouth, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. We're not coming in, Jake, Miguel's voice called from outside. You're coming out. That's when I smelled the smoke. Not wood smoke from the fireplace, but something else. Something chemical and wrong. I looked up and saw thick black smoke pouring through gaps in the roof. They'd set something on fire up there. The cabin was filling with toxic smoke that burned my eyes and throat. I tried to hold my breath, but that would only last so long. Soon I'd have to choose between suffocation and facing whatever waited outside. That's gasoline from your generator, Carmen's voice explained helpfully, mixed with some pine tar and old motor oil we found in your shed. Very flammable, very smoky. The smoke was getting thicker. I could barely see the doorway now, and my lungs were starting to burn. I pulled my shirt up over my nose and mouth, but it wasn't enough. Come out, Jake, Sophia's childish voice called. Come out and play with us. I looked at the poker in my hands, at the dying fire, at the smoke-filled cabin that was becoming my tomb. There was no choice, really. I could die here like a rat in a trap, or I could die fighting. I chose to fight. I ran through the smoke toward the doorway, poker raised high, ready to strike at anything that moved. But when I burst through the door into the cool night air, there was nothing there. The four creatures stood in a line at the far edge of the clearing, watching me cough and gasp in the fresh air. They were applauding slowly, like an audience appreciating a good performance. Very good, Jake, Miguel said. Now the real fun begins. The cabin burned behind me as I stood in the clearing, gulping clean air and trying to clear my vision. The creatures watched from the tree line, no longer bothering to maintain their human disguises. In the flickering light of the flames, I could see their true forms, elongated limbs, skin that hung loose like ill-fitting clothes, and eyes that reflected the fire like mirrors. You look confused, Jake, the thing wearing Carmen's voice said. Don't you know the rules of the game? I tightened my grip on the iron poker. It felt reassuringly solid in my hands, a real weapon against unreal enemies. We hunt, the Miguel thing explained. You run. When we catch you, we eat you. Very simple. But first, added the Sophia creature, we play with you. That's the best part. They began to circle me, moving with predatory grace. Their movements were wrong, too fluid, like they had joints in places humans didn't. In the firelight, their shadows stretched and writhed independently of their bodies. I backed toward the lake, keeping the poker between us. The water lapped at the rocky shore behind me, dark and cold. At least it was a barrier they couldn't surround me with. You know, the Diego thing said conversationally. We've been hunting humans in these woods for longer than your kind has had names for us. We were here when the first native peoples came, fleeing the ice. We taught them fear, the Apache and Hop and Cherokee and all them old tribes and first peoples. They told tales, old stories about dark Injun magic, a deal made with the old spirits, of blood sacrifice, to gain power, the Carmen creature continued. Some of those stories were about us. They stopped circling and stood in a line facing me, their heads tilted at identical angles, studying me. The old ones knew how to fight us, Miguel thing said. They had rituals, protections, ways to keep us at bay. But you've forgotten all that, haven't you? You've forgotten how to fear the right things. I thought about the clearing I'd found earlier, with its ring of stones and hanging bundles. Had that been some kind of protection? A warning? Or something else entirely? The modern world doesn't believe in us, Sophia Creature said with a child's giggle. That makes it so much easier to hunt. People see us and their minds reject what they're seeing. They make excuses, rationalize, find logical explanations for the impossible. But you're different, aren't you, Jake? Diego Thing asked. You've accepted what you're seeing. That's good. That's honest. It will make your death more authentic. They began to advance again, moving in perfect synchronization. I swung the poker in a wide arc, keeping them at bay. Iron, the Carmen Creature observed. How quaint. Do you really think that will hurt us? Let's find out, I snarled, lunging forward. The poker caught the Miguel Thing in the chest with a wet sound like hitting rotten meat. It staggered backward, black ichor seeping from the wound, but it was laughing. Oh, it does hurt, it said, looking down at the hole in its torso with interest. But not enough. The wound began to close as I watched, the edges of torn flesh knitting together like healing and fast forward. Within seconds, there was no sign I'd struck it at all. Our turn, the Sophia Creature said. They came at me from all sides. I swung the poker wildly, connecting with the Diego Thing's outstretched arm. The limb bent at an impossible angle, but the creature just laughed and kept coming. Claws raked across my back, tearing through my shirt and into flesh. I stumbled forward, feeling warm blood running down my spine. Another swipe caught my shoulder, spinning me around. I fell to my knees at the water's edge, the poker clattering across the rocks. The creatures surrounded me, their claws extended, ready to finish what they'd started. Wait, the Carmen Thing said suddenly. Do you hear that? I strained my ears, listening. Over the crackle of the burning cabin and my own ragged breathing, I heard it. The distant sound of helicopter rotors. Rescue, the Miguel Creature said with disgust. How tiresome. The sound was getting closer. A searchlight beam swept across the lake, bright as a fallen star. I waved my arms frantically, hoping they'd see me. Jake Morrison? A voice echoed across the water from a loudspeaker. This is search and rescue. Are you all right? The creatures hissed in unison, a sound like steam escaping from a pressure valve. They backed away from me, their forms already beginning to shift and blur. This isn't over, the Carmen Thing said as its stolen face began to melt and reform. We know where you live, Jake. We know where your daughter lives. They melted into the darkness between one heartbeat and the next, leaving only the scent of sulfur and decay. The helicopter circled the lake once more before landing in the clearing. 3 rangers jumped out, along with a paramedic. I recognized Bill Hayes, my supervisor from the district office. Jesus, Jake, he said, running toward me. What the hell happened here? I looked at the burning cabin, at the bloody poker lying on the rocks, at my torn shirt and clawed back. How could I explain any of this? Gas leak, I said finally. There was an explosion. I barely got out. The paramedic was already examining my wounds, cleaning them with antiseptic that burned almost as much as the claws had. These look like animal attacks, she said. Deep scratches, probably from a bear or a mountain lion. Yeah, I agreed. I surprised a bear when I ran out of the cabin. It took a swipe at me before running off. Bill frowned, playing his flashlight beam across the clearing. Where's your radio equipment? Your gear? Inside, I said, gesturing at the flames. Lost it all in the fire. It wasn't until we were airborne that I remembered the Rodriguez family's campsite. I asked Bill about it as we flew over the lake. What campsite? He asked. We found their car at Peterson Creek, remember? They were never at Wabaguani. I looked down at the lake shore, trying to spot the familiar clearing where I'd found their tent and gear. But in the darkness, everything looked the same. Just trees and water and shadows. Jake, Bill said, his voice gentle. When's the last time you took some time off? Real time off, not just a long weekend? I couldn't remember. The job had consumed my life for years, especially after the divorce. The wilderness had become my home, my refuge, my identity. Maybe it's time, he said. You've been out here alone too much. Isolation can play tricks on your mind? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Maybe he was right. Maybe stress and loneliness had finally caught up with me. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. Creatures that couldn't exist, a family that was never missing, a hunt that had never happened. But as the helicopter banked toward town, I looked back at Wabaguani Lake one more time. And in the last flicker of firelight from the burning cabin, I saw 4 figures standing at the water's edge, watching me leave. They raised their hands in perfect unison, waving goodbye with the faces of children who had been dead for months. 3 weeks later, I sat in Dr. Sarah Chen's office in Marquette, listening to her explain my diagnosis: post-traumatic stress disorder complicated by chronic sleep deprivation and social isolation. She prescribed medication and recommended 6 months of medical leave. Isolation can have profound effects on the human psyche, she said, her voice professionally gentle. When we spend too much time alone, our minds can create elaborate scenarios to fill the void. The brain needs social interaction, stimulation, connection to reality. I nodded and took the prescription, not bothering to argue. How could I explain that the reality I'd experienced was more terrifying than any hallucination? The official report listed the cause of the cabin fire as a faulty propane connection. The scratches on my back were attributed to a panicked encounter with a black bear. The missing Rodriguez family had never been missing at all. They'd been camping at Peterson Creek, 30 miles south, exactly where their permit said they'd be. Everything had a rational explanation. Everything except the dreams. I rented a small apartment in town, close to the grocery store and the library. After 8 years of living in the wilderness, walls and neighbors felt strange and confining. But Dr. Chen said it was important to rebuild my connection to the human community. The medication helped with the nightmares, but it couldn't erase the memories. I still woke up most nights with the taste of smoke in my mouth and the sound of children's laughter echoing in my ears. I still flinched when I saw families with young children, scanning their faces for signs of something unnatural underneath. 2 months into my medical leave, I got a call from Bill Hayes. "Jake, I'm sorry to bother you," he said, "but we've got another missing person case, and I could use your expertise." "I'm on medical leave, Bill, you know that." "I know, but this one's different. It's in your old territory, near Wabagwani. And Jake, the missing person is a park ranger." My blood went cold. "Who?" "Andy Kowalski. You know him, right? Young guy, transferred here from Wisconsin last year. He was doing a routine patrol of the lake area when he missed his check-in." I knew Andy. Good kid, eager to prove himself, always volunteering for the difficult assignments. He reminded me of myself at that age. "When was his last contact?" "Yesterday morning. We found his truck at the same trailhead where you found the Rodriguez campsite. But there's no sign of him." I closed my eyes, seeing 4 figures standing at the water's edge, waving goodbye with stolen faces. "Jake? You still there?" "I'm here." "Bill, you need to call in the state police, get a full search team out there, and whatever you do, don't send anyone in alone." "Why? What aren't you telling me?" I thought about the rational explanation Dr. Chen had given me. Stress, isolation, psychological breakdown. A mind creating elaborate scenarios to fill the void. But I also thought about Andy Kowalski, 26 years old, fresh out of ranger school, probably dead or worse by now. "There's something in those woods," I said finally. "Something dangerous." "Jake, we've been through this." "I'm going out there." "Absolutely not. You're on medical leave and you're not cleared for duty. I could lose my job if I let you. Then I'll go unofficially. As a concerned citizen with knowledge of the area." There was a long pause. "Jake, I can't stop you from hiking in the national forest. But I can't help you either. If you do this, you're on your own." "I understand." I hung up and looked around my small apartment, the prescription bottles on the nightstand, the psychological journals Dr. Chen had recommended, the carefully ordered life I'd built to convince myself I was getting better. Then I opened my closet and pulled out my old hiking gear. The drive to Wabagwani took 2 hours through winding forest roads. I'd made this trip hundreds of times over the years, but now it felt like entering foreign territory. The trees seemed darker, more oppressive. Even in broad daylight, shadows lingered in places where they shouldn't. Andy's truck was exactly where Bill had said it would be, parked at the familiar trailhead. I could see where the search team had trampled the area, looking for signs of the missing ranger. But they'd missed something. At the edge of the clearing, partially hidden by fallen leaves, were footprints. Barefoot prints with toes too long and arches too deep. The same prints I'd found 3 months ago. I followed them into the forest. The trail led deeper into the woods than I'd gone before, past the stone circle and the wooden post with its hanging trophies. The trees here were ancient, their canopy so thick that very little sunlight reached the ground. It was like walking through a natural cathedral, if cathedrals were built to worship something dark and hungry. After an hour of hiking, I found Andy's campsite. His tent was intact, his gear neatly arranged, a cold campfire set in a ring of stones, with unburned logs stacked nearby. Everything looked normal, peaceful even, except for the smell. It hit me as soon as I entered the clearing, that familiar scent of decay and sulfur. But underneath it was something new, something that made my stomach turn. Fresh blood. I found Andy behind his tent, or what was left of him. They'd taken their time with him, just like they'd promised to do with the Rodriguez family. Pieces were missing, carefully removed, but they'd left enough to ensure I'd recognize what I was looking at. Andy's face was gone, peeled away with surgical precision. In its place was raw meat and exposed bone. His hands were missing too, along with other parts I tried not to catalog. But he was still alive. His eyes tracked my movement as I approached, and his mouth worked soundlessly, trying to form words. A thin whine escaped his throat, barely human. I knelt beside him, fighting the urge to vomit. "Andy, can you hear me?" His remaining eye focused on me with desperate intensity. His mouth moved again, and this time I caught a single word. "Run!" I heard footsteps behind me and turned to see 4 familiar figures emerging from the trees. But they weren't wearing the Rodriguez faces anymore. Now they wore the faces of other missing people, hikers who'd vanished over the years, campers who'd never returned home. "Hello, Jake," said the one wearing Andy's face. It fit him better than the others had fit their stolen features, probably because it was so fresh. "We've been waiting for you. You came back," another one said. This one wearing the face of a hiker who'd disappeared 2 summers ago. "We knew you would. You couldn't stay away." I stood slowly, my hand moving to the knife on my belt. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. "Let him go," I said, gesturing toward Andy. "You've got what you wanted from him." "Oh, we're not done with him yet," the Andy thing said. "He's still got a few good screams left in him, but don't worry, we'll put him out of his misery eventually, just like we'll put you out of yours." They began to circle me, just like they had 3 months ago. But this time I wasn't running. This time I was ready. I pulled out the knife and cut a deep gash across my palm, letting blood drip onto the ground. The creatures hissed and backed away slightly. "Iron and fire," I said, remembering what they'd told me. The old ways to kill the old things. The blade of my knife was steel, not iron. But it was the closest I could manage. And I had something else. A cigarette lighter filled with fluid, ready to turn into a makeshift torch. "You can't fight us, Jake," the Andy thing said. "You tried before. Iron didn't work. Fire didn't work. We're older than your weapons, older than your fear." "Maybe," I said, flicking the lighter. "But I'm not the same man who ran from you 3 months ago." I touched the flame to a pine branch, watching it catch and spread. The creatures retreated further, their stolen faces showing something I hadn't seen before. "Uncertainty. I've been doing research," I continued, advancing with the burning branch. "Talking to people who remember the old stories. The Ojibwe have traditions about things like you. Ways to fight back." I'd spent weeks in the library, reading everything I could find about Native American folklore. Most of it was academic nonsense, but some of it rang true. Some of it felt like knowledge passed down through generations of people who'd learned to survive in a world full of predators. "Running water?" I said, backing toward the small stream that fed into the lake. "You can't cross running water?" They hissed again, their forms beginning to shift and blur. The stolen faces were melting, revealing the things underneath. "Salt," I continued, pulling a small pouch from my pocket. I'd been carrying it for weeks, a talisman against nightmares. Now I scattered it in a circle around Andy's broken body. "Salt purifies. Salt protects." The creatures were backing away now, their forms becoming more monstrous as they abandoned their human disguises. They looked like something out of a fever dream, all claws and teeth and yellow eyes. "And fire," I said, touching the burning branch to the scattered salt. It flared up in a brilliant white flame that made the creatures shriek and cover their eyes. "Fire cleanses. Fire judges. Fire sends things back to where they belong." The white flame spread outward in a perfect circle, creating a barrier the creatures couldn't cross. They paced around the perimeter like caged animals, snarling and clawing at the air. "You can't stay in there forever," one of them said, its voice no longer human. "The fire will die, the salt will scatter, and we'll be waiting." "Maybe," I said, kneeling beside Andy. "But not today." I pulled out my cell phone. No signal, of course, but the GPS still worked. I marked our location and activated the emergency beacon I'd brought. Search and rescue would find us within hours. The creatures circled the flames for a while longer, testing for weaknesses. But as the sun began to set, they gradually faded back into the forest. They'd wait for another opportunity, another victim. But for now, they were beaten. Andy died just before the rescue helicopter arrived. The last thing he did was squeeze my hand and whisper "thank you" in a voice barely louder than breathing. I told the authorities I'd found him like that, mauled by a bear or mountain lion, too badly injured to save. They believed me. Animal attacks were a known hazard in the wilderness, much more believable than stories about shape-shifting creatures that wore human faces. I never went back to work as a park ranger. Dr. Chen said I'd made remarkable progress in dealing with my psychological issues, and she was right in a way. I'd found a new purpose, a new mission. There are others like the creatures at Wabigwani Lake. I've tracked them across 3 states now, following a trail of missing persons and Unexplained disappearances. Most people wouldn't believe the truth even if I told them. But there are a few who remember the old stories, who understand that some things survived from a time before civilization tamed the wilderness. We call ourselves the Watchers, and we do what we can to keep the old predators at bay. It's not glamorous work, and it's not official. But someone has to stand between the darkness and the light. Someone has to remember that not everything in the woods is natural, and someone has to make sure that the hunted sometimes become the hunters. Last week, I got a report of a missing family near a lake in northern Minnesota. The local authorities think they just got lost, but I recognize the signs: the abandoned campsite, the lack of tracks, the smell of sulfur and decay that lingers in the air. I'm driving north tomorrow, following a trail that stretches back to the beginning of time. Somewhere ahead of me, something ancient and hungry is wearing the faces of people who trusted it. Something that thinks it's the apex predator in a world that's forgotten how to be afraid. It's about to learn otherwise. The hunt continues. I never believed in ghosts until I moved into 1247 Maple Street. Looking back now, I should have paid attention to the real estate agent's nervous fidgeting, the way she avoided eye contact when discussing the house's history. I should have questioned why such a beautiful Victorian home was priced 30% below market value in one of the city's most desirable neighborhoods. But my wife Jessica and I were desperate. After years of apartment living and saving every penny, we finally had enough for a down payment. When we first walked through those oak-paneled halls and admired the original hardwood floors, all we could see was our dream home. The house was built in 1887, the agent explained, by a wealthy merchant named Cornelius Bradshaw. 3 stories of pristine craftsmanship, complete with a wraparound porch and an attic that could serve as my home office. Why is it so affordable? Jessica asked, running her hand along the ornate banister of the main staircase. The agent, a middle-aged woman named Rebecca Shaw, shuffled her papers. The previous owners moved out of state suddenly. They're motivated sellers. Her smile seemed strained. The house just needs someone to love it again. We signed the papers that afternoon. Moving day arrived on a gray October morning. As the movers carried our belongings through the front door, I noticed our nearest neighbor, an elderly man named Robert Kellison, watching from his porch with an expression I couldn't quite read. When I waved, he simply turned and went inside. The first week passed without incident. We spent our evenings unpacking boxes and planning renovations. Jessica fell in love with the large kitchen, with its vintage tile work and cast iron stove. I claimed the third-floor attic as my study, drawn to its slanted ceiling and the way afternoon light filtered through the circular window. It was during our second week that I began to notice the small things. The house would settle in the evenings, which was normal for an old building, but sometimes the creaking seemed to follow a pattern, like measured footsteps crossing the floor above us. When I mentioned it to Jessica, she laughed it off. "It's just the wood adjusting to temperature changes," she said. "These old houses are full of character." But the sounds weren't the only thing that caught my attention. Certain rooms in the house felt noticeably colder than others. The spare bedroom on the second floor, in particular, always seemed to carry a chill, even when the heating system was running at full capacity. I assumed it was a problem with the ductwork and made a mental note to call an HVAC technician. 3 weeks after moving in, I was working late in my attic office when I heard Jessica call my name from downstairs. Her voice sounded urgent, almost frightened. I hurried down to find her standing in the kitchen, staring at the pantry door. "I could have sworn I closed that before dinner," she said, pointing to the door, which now stood partially open. "And I heard something inside, like boxes being moved around." I checked the pantry thoroughly but found nothing out of place. "Maybe the door didn't latch properly," I suggested. "These old latches can be temperamental." Jessica nodded, but I could see doubt in her eyes. That night, she insisted on checking all the doors and windows before bed, something she'd never done in our apartment. The temperature drops became more noticeable as November arrived. I would be reading in the living room when suddenly the air would turn cold enough to make me shiver. The cold spots seemed to move through the house randomly, and no amount of adjusting the thermostat could explain them. I finally called an HVAC technician, who spent 3 hours examining our system. "Everything looks perfect," he told me, shaking his head. "Your ducts are clean, the system is balanced, and there are no air leaks. I can't explain why you're experiencing uneven temperatures." That same week, I encountered my first shadow. I was climbing the stairs to my office when movement in my peripheral vision made me turn. For just a moment, I could have sworn I saw a tall figure standing at the end of the second-floor hallway. When I looked directly at the spot, nothing was there. I rubbed my eyes, attributing it to fatigue from staring at my computer screen too long, but the shadows began appearing more frequently. Always in my peripheral vision, always vanishing when I turned to look. Dark shapes that seemed to move with purpose through our home. Jessica noticed them too, though we didn't discuss it immediately. I would catch her turning quickly to look down empty hallways, or pausing mid-conversation as if she'd seen something. One evening, while watching television, the power flickered. The lights dimmed for several seconds, then returned to normal. Within minutes, it happened again. I checked the circuit breakers and called the electric company, but they reported no issues with power delivery to our neighborhood. Old wiring? The electrician suggested when I called for an inspection. Sometimes houses this age have intermittent connection problems, but his examination revealed modern wiring throughout the house, professionally installed and up to code. Like the HVAC technician, he left shaking his head, unable to explain what we were experiencing. It was during our 6th week in the house that Jessica and I finally talked about what we'd been experiencing. We were having coffee in the kitchen when she set down her mug and looked at me seriously. "I need to ask you something, and I want you to be honest," she said. "Have you noticed anything unusual about this house?" I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy. "Define unusual." "Cold spots that move around, shadows you can't quite see, the feeling that someone's watching you when you're alone in a room." Relief washed over me. "You felt it too." We compared notes that morning, discovering that we'd both been experiencing similar phenomena for weeks. The moving shadows, the inexplicable cold, the sense of a presence in the house. Jessica had also been hearing footsteps in the rooms above her when I was at work, and several times she'd found doors open that she was certain she'd closed. "Maybe we should look into the house's history," she suggested. Rebecca was pretty vague about the previous owners. I spent that afternoon at the county records office, researching 1247 Maple Street. What I discovered made my blood run cold. In the past 50 years, the house had changed hands 9 times. The average length of ownership was less than 2 years. The most recent owners, the Morrison family, had lived there for only 8 months before abandoning the property and selling it at a significant loss. Even more disturbing was what I found in the newspaper archives. In 1923, a woman named Helen Cartwright had died in the house under mysterious circumstances. She was found at the bottom of the main staircase, apparently having fallen during the night. Her husband claimed she'd been sleepwalking, something she'd never done before. The investigation was closed as an accidental death. In 1956, another incident occurred. A family named the Graysons reported strange occurrences before their 8-year-old son was found unconscious in the spare bedroom on the 2nd floor, the same room that always felt cold to us. The boy recovered, but the family moved out within a week. As I drove home with copies of these newspaper articles, I tried to rationalize what I'd learned. Old houses accumulated stories over time. Coincidences happened, but deep down, I knew we were dealing with something that couldn't be explained by faulty wiring or settling foundations. That night, I lay awake listening to the house around us. The familiar creaking had taken on a new significance. Each sound made me wonder if we were truly alone. Beside me, Jessica tossed restlessly, and I suspected she was having the same thoughts. By morning, I had made a decision. We needed to document what was happening to us. If ghosts truly haunted our home, we needed evidence. And if there was a rational explanation for everything we'd experienced, we needed to find it before the phenomena drove us from our dream house the way they had apparently driven away so many families before us. The decision to document our experiences marked a turning point in our relationship with the house. What had been subtle suggestions of otherworldly activity became impossible to ignore once we started paying close attention. I purchased a digital voice recorder and a video camera, while Jessica began keeping a detailed journal of every unusual occurrence. The ghosts, it seemed, were becoming bolder. Our first concrete evidence came on a Tuesday evening in mid-November. I was in my attic office, reviewing architectural plans for a client, when I heard Jessica scream downstairs. I rushed down to find her standing in the living room, staring at the coffee table where our television remote control was sliding slowly across the wooden surface with no one touching it. "I was watching the news," she whispered, her voice shaking. The remote was on the couch next to me. I got up to get a drink, and when I came back, it was moving by itself. I grabbed the video camera and began recording, but the remote had stopped moving and now lay innocently on the far edge of the table. When I picked it up, it was ice cold, despite the room's normal temperature. That night, Jessica insisted on sleeping with all the lights on. "I keep feeling like someone's standing at the foot of our bed," she admitted. "I can't see anyone, but the feeling is so strong it wakes me up." I understood completely. For the past week, I'd been experiencing the same sensation. not just in the bedroom but throughout the house. A constant awareness of being observed by unseen eyes. Sometimes the feeling was so intense I would spin around expecting to find someone behind me. I never did. The footsteps became more frequent and more distinct. Every evening around 9 o'clock, we would hear measured steps crossing the floor of the spare bedroom directly above our living room. The pattern was always the same, slow, deliberate steps from the window to the door, then back again. When I went upstairs to investigate, the sounds would stop immediately and the room would be empty except for that persistent, unnatural cold. "It sounds like someone pacing," Jessica observed after we'd listened to the phenomenon for several nights. "Like they're worried about something." One evening, I decided to experiment. When the footsteps began, I climbed the stairs quietly and pressed my ear to the spare bedroom door. The sounds continued for several minutes, clear and rhythmic. I could even hear the floorboards creaking under the weight of each step. When I slowly opened the door, the footsteps stopped so abruptly it was as if someone had frozen in place. The temperature inside the room was at least 20 degrees colder than the hallway. My breath formed visible clouds as I stepped inside with the video camera. The cold seemed to move around me like a living thing, concentrated in specific areas of the room. When I walked toward the window, the temperature dropped even further, making my teeth chatter involuntarily. As I recorded, I spoke aloud, feeling somewhat foolish but following advice I'd read online about communicating with spirits. "If someone is here, we're not trying to harm you. We just want to understand what's happening." The response was immediate and terrifying. Every light in the house went out simultaneously, plunging us into complete night. I heard Jessica cry out from downstairs as the emergency lighting from our smoke detectors provided the only illumination. When I fumbled for my phone's flashlight, I discovered that it wouldn't turn on despite showing a full battery charge moments earlier. The power returned after exactly 90 seconds, bringing with it an oppressive feeling that something fundamental had changed in our home. The ghosts, whatever they were, had acknowledged our presence, and they weren't pleased about it. The electronic malfunctions escalated after that incident. Our television would change channels on its own, cycling through stations before settling on static. The radio in the kitchen would turn on by itself, always tuned to empty frequencies that produced nothing but white noise. My computer began shutting down randomly, and several times I found documents I was working on completely deleted when I returned from breaks. Jessica's experiences were even more disturbing. She began reporting that objects in the house were being moved when she wasn't looking. She would place her keys on the kitchen counter, only to find them in the bathroom. Books would disappear from shelves and reappear in completely different rooms. Her jewelry box, which she kept closed, would be found open with the contents scattered across our dresser. "It's like someone is going through our things," she told me one morning after discovering that several photographs had been removed from their frames and arranged in a neat pile on the spare bedroom floor. But only when I'm not watching. The photographs were particularly unsettling. They were all pictures of Jessica, spanning several years of our relationship. Wedding photos, vacation snapshots, casual pictures I'd taken of her around our old apartment. Someone, or something, had carefully selected images of my wife from our collection and placed them in the room where the footsteps occurred nightly. I decided to test whether the ghosts would respond to direct communication. Using the digital voice recorder, I began conducting what paranormal investigators call EVP, electronic voice phenomena sessions. Each evening, I would sit in the spare bedroom and ask questions aloud, then play back the recordings to listen for responses. The first few sessions produced nothing but ambient house sounds and my own voice. But on the fourth night, something answered me. I had been asking about the identity of whoever was in the house. "Can you tell me your name?" I had said. "Were you one of the previous residents here?" When I played back the recording, there was a faint voice, barely audible beneath the static, that seemed to whisper, "Helen." I replayed the segment dozens of times, and each playback confirmed what I'd heard. A woman's voice, speaking clearly enough to understand despite the electronic interference. Helen. The same name as the woman who had died in our house in 1923. That night I researched Helen Cartwright more thoroughly. I discovered that she had been 34 years old when she died, the same age as Jessica. She had been married for 6 years to a man named Charles, and they had been trying to have children without success. According to the newspaper account, she had been sleepwalking on the night of her death, something her husband claimed she had never done before moving into the house. The parallels were uncomfortable. Jessica and I had been married for 5 years, and we had recently begun trying to start a family. We had also noticed that Jessica's sleep had become increasingly restless since moving in. Several times I had awakened to find her sitting up in bed, staring at the bedroom door with a confused expression. "I thought I heard someone calling my name," she would say when I asked what was wrong. It sounded like a woman's voice. Our attempts to document the supernatural activity began producing dramatic results. The video camera captured several instances of objects moving without apparent cause. A lamp turned on by itself while I was recording. A door slowly swung closed despite there being no air current to push it. Most remarkably, I recorded what appeared to be a shadow moving across the wall of the spare bedroom. A shadow cast by no visible object or person. The voice recordings became more frequent and more clear. During one session, I captured a conversation between two distinct voices, both speaking too quietly to make out specific words but clearly engaged in some kind of dialogue. Another recording captured the sound of a woman crying, so filled with despair that Jessica refused to listen to it more than once. "This is getting too intense," she said after I played her that particular recording. "I don't think we should be encouraging whatever is in this house." But encouragement or not, the ghosts were becoming more active. One morning, we discovered that every piece of furniture in the living room had been rearranged during the night. Chairs were moved to different positions. The coffee table was turned 90 degrees and the couch had been pushed against the far wall. Neither of us had heard any sounds during the night, despite the considerable effort it would have taken to move everything. Jessica was reaching her breaking point. She had begun avoiding certain areas of the house entirely, particularly the second floor. She would only go upstairs when I was with her, and she refused to enter the spare bedroom at all. Her sleep was becoming increasingly disturbed, and I often found her sitting in the kitchen at 3 in the morning, drinking coffee and staring at the ceiling as if listening for something. "I think they're angry with us," she said one night. "It's like they don't want us here." I was beginning to agree. The house that had once felt like our sanctuary now felt actively hostile. The cold spots had become so intense that we could see our breath in certain rooms even when the heat was running. The shadows were appearing more frequently and seemed to be larger, more defined, and the electronic malfunctions were happening so often that we had given up using most of our devices. But what worried me most was the effect the ghosts were having on Jessica. She had lost weight and developed dark circles under her eyes. She jumped at every small sound and often seemed to be listening to things only she could hear. Several times I caught her having quiet conversations with empty rooms, as if she were responding to someone I couldn't see or hear. When I asked her about these incidents, she would look confused and claim not to remember speaking to anyone. It was as if the ghosts were beginning to communicate with her on a level that bypassed her conscious mind, the same way they had apparently communicated with Helen Cartwright before her fatal sleepwalking episode. I realized that we were approaching a critical point. The supernatural activity in our house was escalating beyond simple hauntings. The ghosts were becoming interactive, purposeful, and increasingly focused on my wife. We needed help, but I wasn't sure where to turn. Most people would think we were delusional if we described what we were experiencing. But the evidence was mounting, captured on digital recordings and video files that couldn't be dismissed as imagination or stress. We were sharing our home with entities that had their own agenda, and that agenda seemed to involve Jessica in ways that terrified me. As November drew to a close, I made two decisions that would change everything. First, I would contact someone with experience in dealing with paranormal activity, no matter how crazy it made us sound. Second, I would not let whatever haunted our house claim my wife the way it had apparently claimed Helen Cartwright more than 80 years earlier. The ghosts had made their presence known. Now it was time to find out what they wanted and how to make them leave. December brought with it a new level of terror that made our previous experiences seem almost benign by comparison. The ghosts were no longer content to simply make their presence known. They wanted something from us, and they were becoming increasingly aggressive in their attempts to get it. The change began with the mirrors. Every mirror in our house started reflecting things that weren't there. At first, it was just fleeting glimpses in our peripheral vision, shadows moving in the reflection when no one was actually moving in the room. But by the second week of December, the phenomena had become impossible to ignore. I was shaving one morning when I noticed movement in the bathroom mirror behind me. When I turned to look, nothing was there. But when I looked back at the mirror, I could clearly see a woman standing in the reflection, watching me from the doorway. She appeared to be in her 30s, wearing a long, dark dress that seemed to belong to an earlier era. Her face was pale and drawn, with hollow eyes that held an expression of infinite sadness. When I spun around to look at the actual doorway, it was empty, but the woman continued to stand in the mirror's reflection, now staring directly at me with an intensity that made my hands shake. I reached for my phone to record the phenomenon, but the moment I moved, the reflection returned to normal. Jessica experienced something similar that same day. She was getting dressed in our bedroom when she noticed a figure in the full-length mirror that stood beside our dresser. Unlike my experience with the woman in the bathroom, Jessica's reflection showed a man, tall and lean, wearing what appeared to be a Victorian-era suit. "He's watching me," she whispered when she called me into the room. "Every time I move, his eyes follow me." I looked at the mirror but saw only Jessica's reflection and the normal bedroom behind her. But I could see the terror in her eyes, and I believed completely that she was seeing something I couldn't. That evening we covered every mirror in the house with sheets and towels. It seemed to help with Jessica's anxiety, but it didn't stop the other manifestations that were growing stronger each day. The footsteps in the spare bedroom had evolved into something far more disturbing. Instead of the measured pacing we had grown accustomed to, we now heard what sounded like multiple people moving around upstairs, chairs being dragged across the floor, heavy objects being dropped, and occasionally what sounded like furniture being thrown against the walls. When we investigated, we would find the room exactly as we had left it, with no signs of disturbance. But the sounds were so realistic and so loud that our neighbors on both sides had begun asking if we were doing renovation work in the evenings. "It sounds like you're demolishing your upstairs," Robert Kellison told me when I encountered him picking up his mail. He gave me a strange look. "Just like the family before you. And the ones before them." When I pressed him for details, he revealed that he had lived next door for 37 years and had watched family after family move into 1247 Maple Street, only to leave within a year or two. Each family had reported similar problems: strange noises, cold spots, and what he delicately referred to as domestic difficulties. "The women always seem to be affected the most," he said, glancing nervously at our house. "They get these dark circles under their eyes, stop taking care of themselves, start acting like they're listening to voices no one else can hear." His description perfectly matched what I was observing in Jessica, and it filled me with a cold dread that had nothing to do with the supernatural temperature drops in our home. The electronic phenomena had intensified beyond simple malfunctions. Our devices weren't just turning on and off randomly. They were being controlled by an intelligence that seemed to understand their functions. The television would turn on in the middle of the night and tune to channels that showed nothing but static, but the volume would slowly increase until it woke us up. When we tried to turn it off, the remote wouldn't respond, and the power button on the TV itself wouldn't work. My computer began typing by itself. I would come into my office to find documents open with strings of nonsensical text, or sometimes single words repeated hundreds of times. The word leave appeared most frequently, but I also found mine, stay, and Helen typed over and over in various documents. The most terrifying incident occurred on a Saturday night when Jessica and I were trying to watch a movie together. The DVD player kept ejecting the disc we had inserted and replacing it with something else, something that shouldn't have been physically possible since we only had one disc in the house. But when we checked, there were no other discs in the player. It was as if the ghosts were projecting their own images onto our television screen. What we saw was security camera footage of our own house, but from a time period that predated any security system installation. The black and white images showed the interior of our home, but with different furniture and decorations. We watched as a woman who looked remarkably similar to Jessica moved through the rooms, but her behavior was erratic and disturbing. In the footage, the woman would stop suddenly in the middle of activities and stare at empty corners as if she were seeing something. She would have long conversations with invisible people, gesturing animatedly at nothing. Most disturbing of all, she would sleepwalk through the house at night, moving with the mechanical movements of someone who was not in control of their own actions. "That's Helen Cartwright," I realized with growing horror. "The woman who died in 1923. But the footage continued, showing other women from different time periods all displaying similar behavior. Different clothing, different hairstyles, but the same haunted expressions and the same pattern of deteriorating mental state. I counted at least 6 different women over what appeared to be several decades, all living in our house, all affected in the same way. The message was clear. The ghosts had been claiming women for generations, and Jessica was next. That night, I moved our mattress into the living room. I wasn't going to leave Jessica alone in the bedroom where the supernatural activity seemed strongest. As we tried to sleep on our makeshift bed, we could hear movement throughout the house, footsteps on the floors above us, doors opening and closing, and occasionally the sound of voices engaged in heated conversation. "They're angry," Jessica whispered in the dark. "They don't like that we're sleeping down here." I had reached the point where I could no longer rationalize what we were experiencing. These weren't environmental factors or psychological stress. We were sharing our home with intelligent entities that had their own agenda. The research I had done suggested that Helen Cartwright wasn't the only person who had died in the house. The newspaper archives contained references to other incidents, other unexplained deaths and disappearances spanning more than a century. The following Monday, I contacted Dr. Amanda Rhodes, a parapsychologist at the local university who specialized in haunted house investigations. When I described our experiences over the phone, she didn't sound surprised. "Your house has what we call a residual haunting combined with intelligent spirit activity," she explained. "The repetitive sounds, the footsteps, the pacing, those are probably psychic imprints of past events. But the interactive elements, the communication attempts, the targeted activity, that suggests conscious entities." She agreed to visit our house that week with a team of paranormal investigators. But she warned me that intervention didn't always work. "Sometimes the spirits are too deeply attached to a location," she said. "And sometimes they've formed such strong connections to specific individuals that removing them becomes extremely difficult." I didn't tell Jessica about that last part. The investigators arrived on a Thursday evening with an array of electronic equipment: electromagnetic field detectors, digital thermometers, infrared cameras, and audio recording devices designed specifically for capturing electronic voice phenomena. Dr. Rhodes and her team of 3 graduate students spent 6 hours in our house documenting the supernatural activity with scientific precision. The results were both validating and terrifying. Their equipment detected dramatic electromagnetic field fluctuations throughout the house, with the strongest readings occurring in the spare bedroom and our master bedroom. The thermal cameras recorded temperature drops of up to 30 degrees in localized areas, with no environmental explanation for the changes. Most significantly, their audio equipment captured clear voices speaking in rooms where no living person was present. When they played back the recordings, we could hear multiple spirits engaged in conversation. The voices were discussing Jessica by name, referring to her as the new one, and debating whether she was ready. "Ready for what?" Jessica asked. But Dr. Rhodes couldn't provide an answer. The EVP recordings revealed that we were dealing with at least 7 distinct entities, all apparently connected to the house's history. Helen Cartwright's voice was among them, but she wasn't the dominant presence. That honor belonged to someone who identified himself as the Keeper, a male voice that spoke with authority about maintaining the house's collection. "They've been gathering spirits here for over a century," Dr. Rhodes explained after reviewing the evidence. "This isn't just a haunted house, it's a supernatural prison where entities are holding other spirits against their will." The investigation revealed that the house's original owner, Cornelius Bradshaw, had been involved in occult practices during the late 1800s. He had deliberately designed the house to trap spiritual energy, using architectural features and hidden symbols to create what essentially amounted to a supernatural snare. "The living women who've moved into this house aren't random victims," Dr. Rhodes continued. "They're being specifically targeted because they possess psychic sensitivity that the trapped spirits can exploit. The entities are trying to add them to their collection." That night, after the investigators left, Jessica and I sat in our car in the driveway, afraid to go back inside our own home. We had concrete proof that we were living with dangerous supernatural entities, but we also had a mortgage and nowhere else to go. "We can't stay here," Jessica said, but we both knew it wasn't that simple. We had invested our life savings in the house, and the real estate market wouldn't allow us to sell quickly enough to escape before the ghosts completed whatever they were planning. As we sat there discussing our limited options, every light in the house began flashing in sequence, starting from the first floor and moving up to the attic. It was a clear message that the ghosts knew we were considering leaving, and they weren't going to let us go without a fight. When the light show ended, we could see a figure standing in the window of the spare bedroom, watching us. Even from the street, we could tell it was the woman in the dark dress, Helen Cartwright, waiting for us to come back inside so she could continue her work on Jessica. We drove to a hotel that night, but we both knew it was only a temporary reprieve. The ghosts had made it clear that they considered Jessica their property, and they would do whatever was necessary to claim her permanently. The war for my wife's soul was about to begin in earnest. The hotel room felt like a sanctuary, but we both knew it was an illusion of safety. Even 20 miles away from Maple Street, Jessica seemed to be listening to voices I couldn't hear. She would stop mid-conversation and turn toward empty corners of the room, her expression becoming distant and unfocused. "They're calling to me," she admitted on our second night away from the house. "Even here, I can hear them. Helen keeps telling me I need to come home." I watched my wife with growing alarm as she described conversations with entities that seemed to be reaching her across the distance. The dark circles under her eyes had deepened, and she had lost more weight despite my efforts to encourage her to eat. Dr. Rhodes called that morning with disturbing news from her analysis of the investigation data. "The electromagnetic readings from your house are off the charts," she explained. The level of spiritual activity suggests that the entities have been building energy for a very long time. Your wife's presence has activated something that was dormant. She went on to explain that Jessica fit a specific profile that the house's supernatural residents had been seeking for over a century. Young women with latent psychic abilities, usually in the early years of marriage, often struggling with fertility issues. Every woman who's been taken by this house has matched that description, Dr. Rhodes continued. The entities seem to be recreating the circumstances of Helen Cartwright's life over and over again. When I asked what had happened to all the other women, her silence spoke volumes. That afternoon I made a decision that Jessica opposed, but which I felt was necessary. I called in Marcus Webb, a paranormal investigator who specialized in malevolent hauntings. Unlike Dr. Rhodes' academic approach, Webb dealt with supernatural situations using methods that most universities wouldn't endorse. You're dealing with a collector, Webb told me after reviewing Dr. Rhodes' findings. These entities have been trapping spirits in that house for generations, and they use living women as anchors to bridge the gap between our world and theirs. Webb was a former police detective in his 50s who had turned to paranormal investigation after encountering what he called a career-ending supernatural incident 15 years earlier. His approach was direct and uncompromising. The only way to save your wife is to destroy the source of their power, he explained. That house has been modified with occult symbols and architectural features designed to concentrate spiritual energy. We need to break those connections before they complete the process with Jessica, but Webb warned me that the intervention would be dangerous for everyone involved. The entities will fight back with everything they have, and your wife is already partially connected to them. There's a risk that disrupting their hold on her could cause psychological damage. Despite the risks, we had to try. Jessica was deteriorating rapidly, and I was beginning to see changes in her behavior that matched the historical accounts of previous victims. She would stare at empty spaces for hours, having quiet conversations with invisible companions. She had stopped eating regularly and seemed to require less sleep, as if something else was sustaining her. Most alarming, she had begun referring to our hotel room as temporary and expressing an urgent need to return to her real home on Maple Street. Webb's plan required us to re-enter the house during the daytime when spiritual activity was typically lowest. Using specialized equipment, we would attempt to locate and neutralize the occult modifications that Cornelius Bradshaw had built into the structure. The symbols are probably hidden in the walls or foundation, Webb explained. Bradshaw knew what he was doing. He created a spiritual trap that gets stronger with each victim, it claims. On Friday morning, Webb arrived at our hotel with a team of 3 assistants and a van full of equipment that looked more like military gear than paranormal investigation tools. Iron crosses, protective amulets, electromagnetic pulse generators, and several items he declined to explain. Some things work better if you don't question the methodology, he said when I asked about a device that resembled a modified microwave oven. Jessica was reluctant to return to the house, but not for the reasons I expected. She wasn't afraid of the ghosts anymore. She was afraid of what Webb might do to them. They're not evil, she insisted as we drove back to Maple Street. They're just lonely. Helen has been trying to explain it to me. They don't want to hurt anyone. Webb caught my eye in the rearview mirror and shook his head grimly. This was how it always began with the victims. Identifying with their captors, defending the very entities that were destroying them. The house looked different in daylight. Where it had once seemed welcoming and charming, it now appeared predatory. The shadows cast by the wraparound porch seemed too deep, and the windows reflected light in ways that suggested eyes watching from within. As soon as we crossed the threshold, Webb's electromagnetic equipment began registering massive spiritual activity. The temperature dropped 20 degrees and we could hear movement throughout the upper floors despite the fact that no living person was up there. They know why we're here, Webb said, adjusting the settings on his detection equipment. The activity is spiking beyond anything I've seen before. We split into 2 teams. Webb and 2 of his assistants headed to the basement to search for foundation modifications, while I accompanied his 3rd team member, a woman named Claire Santos, to examine the upper floors. The spare bedroom was so cold that our breath formed visible clouds. Claire used a device that could detect iron and other metals hidden within walls, and within minutes she had located several anomalies. There's definitely something behind this wall, she said, pointing to the section of the room where the footsteps always seemed to pause. And the electromagnetic readings suggest it's actively channeling energy. As she worked, I could hear Jessica downstairs having an animated conversation with someone I couldn't see. Her voice carried clearly through the old house, and she sounded more animated and lucid than she had in weeks. The ghosts were giving her back her energy, but at what cost? Claire's scanner revealed a complex network of metal objects embedded in the walls throughout the 2nd floor. When she showed me the readings on her device's screen, the pattern was unmistakably deliberate, occult symbols that had been built into the house's structure. Your Cornelius Bradshaw was more than just a merchant, she said. This is advanced ritual magic. He turned your entire house into a supernatural battery. From the basement, we heard Webb shouting for us to come downstairs immediately. We found him and his team staring at a section of the foundation wall where they had removed several stones to reveal a hidden chamber. Inside the chamber were dozens of personal items, jewelry, photographs, clothing, and other belongings that had clearly belonged to different women across multiple decades. But most disturbing were the mirrors. Small hand mirrors arranged in a circle around a larger mirror that reflected no image at all despite the bright lights Webb's team had set up. This is where they're keeping them, Webb said grimly. Every woman who's been taken by this house. Their spirits are trapped in these mirrors. As he spoke, I could see movement in several of the smaller mirrors. Faces appeared and disappeared, women in clothing from different eras all trying to communicate something urgent. In the largest mirror, I caught a glimpse of a woman who looked remarkably like Jessica, reaching out as if she were trying to escape from behind the glass. We need to destroy this immediately, Webb said. But before he could move, every light in the house went out. In the complete darkness, we heard Jessica scream from the floor above us. When we rushed upstairs with flashlights, we found her standing in the middle of the living room. But she wasn't alone. The room was filled with figures, translucent women in clothing from different historical periods, all surrounding Jessica in what appeared to be some kind of ceremony. At the center of the group stood Helen Cartwright, more solid and real-looking than the others. She was speaking directly to Jessica in a voice we could all hear. "You understand now," Helen was saying. "You belong with us, you always have." Jessica nodded, and I watched in horror as she began to fade, becoming translucent like the figures around her. The ghosts were pulling her into their realm, and she was going willingly. Webb raised one of his devices and activated it. A high-pitched whine filled the air, and several of the ghostly figures flickered and vanished. But Helen Cartwright remained, and her hold on Jessica seemed unaffected. "The mirrors," Webb shouted over the electronic noise. "We have to destroy the mirrors." But as we turned to run back to the basement, we found our way blocked. A tall figure in a Victorian suit materialized in the doorway. The keeper that Dr. Rhodes had identified in the EVP recordings. "She belongs to us now," he said in a voice that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "As do all the others. You cannot take what we have rightfully claimed." Behind him, the basement entrance slammed shut with such force that the entire house shook. We were trapped on the first floor with Jessica and the growing crowd of spirits that seemed to be emerging from every wall and shadow in the house. The battle for my wife's soul had begun, and we were outnumbered by entities that had been perfecting their collection methods for more than a century. The house had become a supernatural battlefield. Webb's equipment filled the air with electronic screeching as he tried to disrupt the spiritual energy that was pulling Jessica away from our world. But the ghosts seemed to be adapting to his countermeasures faster than he could deploy them. "The basement is our only chance," Webb shouted over the chaos. "We have to get to those mirrors." But the keeper stood blocking our path, more solid and menacing than any ghost I had ever imagined. Behind him, the basement door remained sealed by supernatural force, and I could hear sounds of destruction from below as if the hidden chamber was being torn apart. Jessica was now almost completely translucent, her form flickering between our world and wherever the collected spirits existed. Helen Cartwright had taken her hand and was leading her toward the staircase, the same staircase where Helen had died nearly a century earlier. "I have to go," Jessica said, her voice echoing strangely as if it were coming from a great distance. "They've been waiting so long for me to come home." I realized that brute force wasn't going to work against entities that had been perfecting their methods for generations. We needed to understand their weakness, and there was only one person who might know what that was. "Helen," I called out desperately. "You don't have to do this. You weren't always trapped here." The ghostly woman paused on the stairs, her grip on Jessica's hand loosening slightly. For the first time since the manifestations had begun, Helen Cartwright looked directly at me instead of focusing solely on my wife. "I died here," she said, her voice filled with infinite sadness. "Charles said I was sleepwalking, but I wasn't. I was trying to escape. The keeper wouldn't let me leave." Webb caught on to what I was attempting. "You're not working with him by choice, are you?" he said to Helen. "He's keeping you here against your will, just like he's trying to keep Jessica." The keeper's form wavered with what appeared to be anger. "Silence! The collection must be maintained." But Helen had stopped moving up the stairs. For the first time in decades, someone was offering her a different perspective on her situation. "I never wanted to hurt anyone," she whispered. "I just wanted to go home to Charles." Claire Santos, who had been quietly working with her equipment during the confrontation, suddenly called out with excitement. The electromagnetic field is fluctuating. Something's disrupting their power source. I looked around and realized what was happening. The other spirits in the room, the women from different eras who had been collected over the years, were beginning to separate from the group. They weren't all willing participants in the Keeper's scheme. Many of them had been trapped just like Helen, forced to help collect new victims to maintain the supernatural prison that held them all. "You don't have to help him anymore," I said to the assembled spirits. "We can break the mirrors. We can set you all free." The Keeper roared with rage, his form expanding until he filled most of the living room. "You understand nothing. Without the collection, this house will collapse. The spiritual energy will disperse and all of them will simply cease to exist." But Helen Cartwright was already releasing Jessica's hand. "I've been dead for 90 years, she said to the Keeper. "Maybe it's time to accept that." What happened next was unlike anything Webb had described from his previous cases. The collected spirits began turning against their captor, surrounding the Keeper with increasing hostility. They had been his unwilling accomplices for decades, but now they saw an opportunity for freedom. The Keeper's solid form began to flicker as the spiritual energy he had been channeling through the trapped women was redirected against him. His Victorian-era clothing faded, revealing something far older and more alien underneath. Not a human spirit at all, but something that had been masquerading as one. "Now," Webb shouted. While he's weakened, the basement door burst open, no longer held shut by supernatural force. Webb and his team rushed downstairs while Claire and I stayed with Jessica, who was slowly becoming more solid as Helen's influence over her faded. From the basement came the sound of shattering glass as Webb's team destroyed the mirror collection that had served as the spiritual prison for over a century. Each breaking mirror released a flash of light visible even from the first floor, and with each flash, one of the ghostly women in our living room faded away, not disappearing but finally moving on to whatever came next. The Keeper's screams echoed through the house as his collection was systematically destroyed. His form became increasingly unstable, switching between the Victorian gentleman appearance and something that defied description, angles and shadows that hurt to look at directly. "He's not human," Claire realized. "He never was. He's something else that's been feeding off human spiritual energy." Helen Cartwright was one of the last spirits remaining in the room. As Webb continued destroying mirrors in the basement, she looked at me with an expression of gratitude that brought tears to my eyes. "Take care of her," she said, nodding toward Jessica. "And thank you for giving me the choice." With that, Helen faded away peacefully, finally free to move on after 9 decades of unwilling servitude. The Keeper's form collapsed in on itself with a sound like reality tearing. And then he was gone, banished to whatever realm entities like him inhabited. The sudden silence in the house was deafening after hours of supernatural chaos. Jessica collapsed into my arms, fully solid and present again, but exhausted from her ordeal. Webb and his team emerged from the basement covered in dust and glass fragments, but triumphant. "It's over," Webb announced. "The spiritual battery has been destroyed, and the entity that created it has been banished. This house is now just a house, but the victory came with a price. The destruction of the mirror collection had left the house structurally unstable in ways that went beyond the physical. Walls had developed cracks that followed the patterns where occult symbols had been embedded, and several rooms now felt unnaturally empty, as if essential parts of their existence had been removed. More importantly, Jessica retained memories of her time partially connected to the spirit realm. She could recall conversations with Helen Cartwright and the other collected women, and she understood the full scope of what had been planned for her. "I would have died on those stairs," she told me later. "Just like Helen did. The Keeper was going to make it look like an accident, then trap my spirit in one of those mirrors to help collect the next woman." We stayed in the house long enough to pack our belongings and arrange for an immediate sale. Despite Webb's assurance that the supernatural threat had been eliminated, neither of us could feel comfortable living in a place where we had nearly lost everything that mattered. The house sold quickly, surprisingly quickly given its history. The new owners were a young couple from out of state who seemed unaware of the property's reputation. I felt obligated to warn them about what had happened, but they dismissed my concerns as stress from the moving process. 6 months later, I noticed a news item in the local paper. The couple who had bought our house had experienced what they described as unexplained electrical problems and had moved out after only 4 months. The house was back on the market. Some prisons, it seemed, were harder to destroy than others. Webb had eliminated the Keeper and freed the collected spirits, but the house itself remained a place where the boundaries between worlds were thinner than they should be. The original architectural modifications that Cornelius Bradshaw had built into the structure still existed, even if the supernatural entity that had powered them was gone. Today, Jessica and I live in a modern apartment complex with lots of neighbors and thin walls that let in sounds from normal, living people. Jessica has recovered physically from her ordeal, but she still occasionally mentions hearing voices that I can't perceive. We've learned to live with the fact that her sensitivity to supernatural phenomena was permanently awakened by her experience with the ghosts. Sometimes she tells me about dreams where she visits the other women who were trapped in the mirrors. Not nightmares, but peaceful conversations where they thank her for helping them find freedom. Alan Cartwright appears most often, usually to warn Jessica about other places where similar entities might be operating. "They're not all gone," Jessica explained after one such dream. "The Keeper was just one of many. There are other houses, other collections, other women in danger." We've shared our story with Dr. Rhodes and other paranormal researchers, hoping that our experience might help save other families from similar fates. Webb continues his work, armed with new knowledge about entities that masquerade as human spirits while pursuing far more sinister agendas. But sometimes, late at night in our safe modern apartment, I catch Jessica staring out the window toward the older part of town where Victorian houses stand in stately rows along tree-lined streets. Her expression is thoughtful rather than fearful, as if she's listening to messages carried on winds that only she can feel. "Do you ever miss it?" I asked her once. "The connection you had with them." She considered the question seriously before answering. "I miss Helen," she said finally. "She wasn't evil, just trapped. But I don't miss being pulled toward something that would have cost me everything I actually wanted in life." The house on Maple Street remains empty as of this writing, though it continues to be listed for sale at increasingly reduced prices. I drive by it occasionally, telling myself I'm just checking to make sure it hasn't claimed new victims. The windows are always dark, and the wraparound porch that once seemed so welcoming now appears to be waiting for something or someone. The ghosts may be gone, but the house remembers what it was built to do. And somewhere in the darkness behind those empty windows, I suspect that memory is patient enough to wait for the next young couple who will see only the beautiful architecture and the affordable price, and who will choose to ignore the nervous fidgeting of their real estate agent when asked about the property's history. After all, the next buyers will think, "Surely no house could really be haunted." We thought the same thing once. The remote from my hand hit the hardwood floor with a hollow clatter that seemed to echo through the empty house like a gunshot. On the television, the ice road truckers continued their perilous journey across frozen wasteland, their headlights cutting through the darkness, but I was no longer watching. My entire focus had shifted to the sound coming from beneath my feet, a sound that made my skin crawl and my heart skip several beats. Shuffle, scrape, shuffle. It was faint at first, barely perceptible over the drone of the television, but unmistakably there, like something heavy being dragged across the concrete floor of my basement. The sound of fabric against rough stone, the sound of something that shouldn't be there. I'd lived in this house for 3 years, and I knew every creak, every groan, every settling sound it made. This wasn't one of them, this was something else entirely. Something alive and deliberate moving through the space beneath my living room. My mouth went dry. The familiar comfort of my leather recliner, the warmth of the lamp beside me, the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, all of it felt suddenly foreign, threatening. The house that had been my sanctuary for so long now felt like a trap, and I was caught in the middle of it. Shuffle, scrape, shuffle. There it was again, slightly louder this time, as if whatever was down there was growing bolder, or getting closer to something. I found myself holding my breath, straining to hear more, to understand what I was dealing with. The sound seemed to move from the area directly beneath the living room toward the back of the house, where the basement extended under the kitchen. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was pipes settling. Maybe it was the furnace making unusual noises. Maybe it was just the house adjusting to the temperature change as the evening grew colder. But even as I ran through these possibilities, I knew they were lies I was telling myself. I'd heard pipes settling before. I'd heard the furnace cycle on and off thousands of times. This was neither of those things. This was the sound of someone, or something, that didn't belong in my house. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Someone was in my basement. Someone had broken into my home while I sat here, comfortable and unaware, watching television. The thought made my stomach lurch and my hands begin to shake. I reached for my phone, then stopped. What would I tell the police? That I heard some shuffling sounds? They'd think I was paranoid, or worse, that I was losing my mind. I needed to be sure. I needed to know what I was dealing with before I made that call. The television continued its mindless chatter, but I used the remote to mute it. plunging the living room into an eerie silence that was somehow more unsettling than the noise had been. Now I could hear everything. The whisper of air through the vents, the distant hum of the refrigerator, the soft tick of the grandfather clock in the hallway, and underneath it all, that shuffling sound continued. Shuffle, scrape, shuffle. I forced myself to stand, my legs trembling beneath me. The hardwood floor felt cold against my bare feet, and I realized I was still wearing the same clothes I'd put on that morning. A pair of old jeans and a faded t-shirt that now felt inadequate, like armor made of paper. I needed to investigate, but I also needed to be smart about it. I made my way to the kitchen, each step deliberate and careful. The house seemed to stretch around me, every familiar corner now potentially hiding dangers I couldn't see. The kitchen was cast in the blue-white glow of the digital clock on the microwave, 11:47 p.m., later than I'd thought. The basement door stood at the far end of the kitchen, innocuous and ordinary looking. I'd walked past it thousands of times without giving it a second thought. Now it loomed before me like the entrance to a cave, dark and forbidding. The shuffling sound was definitely coming from behind that door, louder now, more distinct. I opened the drawer next to the sink and pulled out a flashlight, the heavy metal kind that could double as a weapon if necessary. The weight of it in my hand was reassuring, but not enough to calm the racing of my heart. I also grabbed a knife from the knife block, a long, sharp blade that caught the light from the microwave clock. Standing at the basement door, I pressed my ear against the wood. The sound was clearer now, more defined. It wasn't random movement. There was a pattern to it, a purposefulness that suggested intelligence. Someone was down there, and they were looking for something, or waiting for something. The doorknob felt ice cold in my hand. I turned it slowly, wincing at the small click it made, and eased the door open. The basement stairs descended into complete darkness, swallowed by shadows that seemed to writhe and move in the faint light from the kitchen. The air that rose from below was cool and musty, carrying with it the scent of concrete and something else, something that didn't belong. Shuffle, scrape, shuffle. The sound was directly below me now, maybe 15 feet away. My basement wasn't large, just a single room with a concrete floor, some storage shelves, and the furnace in one corner. Whoever was down there had nowhere to hide if I turned on the lights, but that also meant I had nowhere to hide either. I flicked on the flashlight and aimed it down the stairs. The beam cut through the darkness like a sword, revealing the familiar wooden steps, the concrete floor at the bottom, and the edge of a storage shelf. But the light also created new shadows, deeper and more menacing than the darkness had been. The shuffling sound stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise had been. It was the silence of someone who knew they'd been discovered. Someone who was now listening as intently as I was, trying to figure out their next move. I could feel eyes on me, watching from the darkness beyond my flashlight beam. I took a step down the stairs, then another. The wooden steps creaked under my weight, each sound seeming to echo through the basement like a gunshot. With each step, I expected to hear the shuffling start again, or to see someone emerge from the shadows. Instead, there was only that terrible, expectant silence. Halfway down the stairs, I paused and swept the flashlight beam across the basement. Storage shelves lined one wall, filled with boxes and old furniture. The furnace sat in the far corner, its pilot light casting a tiny blue glow, and there, in the space between the shelves and the furnace, something moved. Not much, just a shifting in the shadows, a subtle change in the darkness that suggested presence. But it was enough. "I know you're there," I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak in the confined space. "I've called the police. They're on their way." It was a lie, but I hoped it might make whoever was down there think twice about whatever they were planning. Instead, it seemed to have the opposite effect. The shuffling sound started again, but this time it was faster, more urgent, and it was moving toward the stairs, toward me. I turned and bolted back up the stairs, taking them two at a time. Behind me, I could hear footsteps, not one set, but two. There were two of them down there, and they were coming after me. I slammed the basement door shut and fumbled for the lock, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the key. The footsteps on the stairs were getting closer, heavy and deliberate. I could hear them talking to each other in low, urgent whispers that I couldn't make out through the door. The lock finally clicked into place, but I knew it wouldn't hold them for long. It was just a simple door lock, not meant to keep out determined intruders. Already I could hear them testing the handle, pushing against the door. My phone. I needed to call 911. I ran to the living room, searching frantically for my phone. Where had I left it? The coffee table was cluttered with magazines and remote controls, but no phone. The couch cushions yielded nothing but loose change and crumbs. Panic was setting in now, making it hard to think clearly. A loud bang from the kitchen made me freeze. They were throwing themselves against the door, trying to break it down. The old wood wouldn't hold for long. I found my phone on the kitchen counter, right where I'd left it after ordering pizza earlier. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial 911. The first time I missed the numbers entirely. The second time I managed to get through. 911. What's your emergency? There are intruders in my house, I whispered, trying to keep my voice low. They're in my basement trying to get out. I think they're trying to break down the door. Sir, I need you to speak up. Are you in immediate danger? Another bang from the kitchen, louder this time. The door was starting to give way. Yes, they're breaking down the door right now. I'm at 1247 Maple Street. Please hurry. Officers are on their way. Stay on the line with me. Are you in a safe location? I was about to answer when I heard it. The splintering of wood. The door had given way. Heavy footsteps were moving through my kitchen, and I could hear those same low whispers. Closer now. They're in the house. I whispered into the phone. They're coming. Sir, I need you to find a safe place to hide. Lock yourself in a room if you can. Help is coming. I looked around the living room frantically. There was nowhere to hide. The house was small, with an open floor plan that had seemed so modern and convenient when I'd bought it. Now it felt like a trap with no escape routes. The footsteps were moving through the kitchen, slow and deliberate. They were taking their time, no longer concerned about making noise. They knew I was alone. They knew I had nowhere to go. I ran toward the front door, but even as I reached for the handle, I knew it was too late. A shadow moved across the window, and I realized with horror that there was a third person outside. They had surrounded the house. They had planned this. The footsteps from the kitchen were getting closer. I could hear them moving through the dining room, heading toward the living room. In desperation, I dove behind the couch, pulling the phone with me. They're in the house, I whispered to the 911 operator. I'm hiding, but I don't think they know where I am yet. Stay hidden. Don't make any noise. Officers are 2 minutes away. 2 minutes. It felt like a lifetime. From my hiding spot behind the couch, I could see into the living room. The muted television cast everything in a blue, flickering glow that made the shadows dance and shift. I held my breath as the first figure emerged from the dining room. He was tall and thin, wearing dark clothes that made him blend into the shadows. His face was partially covered by a baseball cap pulled low, but I could see enough to know he was young, maybe in his 20s. He moved with a confidence that suggested he'd done this before. The second figure followed a moment later. This one was shorter and bulkier, also dressed in dark clothes. They moved through my living room like they owned it, examining my belongings with casual interest. One of them picked up a framed photo from the mantel, a picture of my parents and me from last Christmas, and studied it for a moment before setting it back down. They were looking for something specific. This wasn't a random break-in. They had come here for a reason. The shorter one said something to his companion, but I couldn't make out the words. They were keeping their voices low, professional. The taller one nodded and moved toward the hallway that led to the bedrooms. The shorter one continued to search the living room, moving closer to the couch where I was hiding. I pressed myself against the floor, trying to make myself as small as possible. The carpet smelled of dust and old coffee stains. My heart was beating so loudly I was sure they could hear it. The shorter intruder was now standing right next to the couch. If he looked down, he would see me. I could see his boots, black work boots, scuffed and worn. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, and I realized he was listening, trying to figure out where I was. Then I heard it, the distant sound of sirens. The police were coming. The effect on the intruders was immediate. The one by the couch cursed under his breath and called out to his companion, "We've got to go. Now." The taller one appeared from the hallway, moving quickly. "Did you find it?" "No. We need more time." "We don't have more time. Let's go." They moved toward the back of the house, and I heard the sliding door to the back patio open. They were leaving the same way they'd come in, through the basement and out through the backyard. I stayed hidden until I heard the sirens pull up outside, then slowly emerged from behind the couch. The living room looked exactly as it had before, except for the photo on the mantel that had been moved slightly. If I hadn't seen them with my own eyes, I might have thought I'd imagined the whole thing, but I knew it was real, and I knew they'd be back. The police found the basement window broken, the glass scattered across the concrete floor. They'd entered through there, somehow managing to break the window without making enough noise to alert me immediately. The basement door was hanging off its hinges, the wood splintered and cracked. Any idea what they were looking for? Officer Martinez asked as she finished taking my statement. I shook my head. I don't have anything valuable. My TV is old, my computer is ancient. I don't keep cash in the house. Sometimes they're looking for prescription drugs or they think you have a safe. You sure you didn't notice anything missing? I looked around the living room again. Everything seemed to be in its place. I don't think they took anything. They seemed to be searching for something specific. Officer Martinez nodded and closed her notebook. We'll file a report and increase patrols in the area. You might want to consider installing a security system. And definitely get that window fixed first thing tomorrow. After the police left, I sat in my living room with all the lights on, staring at the basement door. The broken wood had been temporarily secured with a chair wedged under the handle, but it wouldn't keep anyone out if they really wanted to get in. I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. They'd been looking for something, and they hadn't found it, which meant they'd probably be back. I didn't sleep that night. Every small sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. I kept thinking about those two figures moving through my house like they belonged there, touching my belongings, invading my space. By the time the sun came up, I felt like I'd aged 10 years. The hardware store was busy for a Tuesday morning, filled with contractors and homeowners picking up supplies for various projects. I felt out of place among them, clutching my hastily written list of security improvements while trying to ignore the curious looks from other customers who seemed to sense something was wrong. You said you need to secure a basement window? The clerk, a middle-aged man named Dave according to his name tag, looked at my list with professional interest. Break-in? I nodded, not trusting my voice. I'd barely slept in 3 days, and exhaustion was making everything feel surreal and disconnected. Sorry to hear that. We've been seeing more of that lately. You want something temporary or permanent? Permanent? I said quickly. Very permanent. Dave led me through the store, pointing out various security options. Window bars, reinforced glass, motion sensors, security cameras. The prices were higher than I'd expected, but I found myself nodding to everything he suggested. Money didn't matter anymore. Safety was all that mattered. This system here, Dave said, pointing to a display of security cameras, will let you monitor your property from your phone. You can set up alerts, record footage, even talk to people through the speakers. I stared at the display, imagining those two figures appearing on the screen, watching me through my own security system. How easy is it to hack? Hack? Dave looked surprised. Well, any system can be compromised if someone really knows what they're doing, but these are pretty secure. Most burglars aren't tech experts. Most burglars. But what if these weren't most burglars? What if they were something else entirely? I bought everything Dave recommended and more. Window bars, motion sensors, door reinforcement kits, security cameras, and a new lock for the basement door that looked like it belonged on a bank vault. The total came to nearly $3,000, but I handed over my credit card without hesitation. You want us to install this stuff? Dave asked as he rang up the sale. How soon can you do it? Well, let's see. He consulted a schedule on his computer. Earliest would be Thursday morning. 2 more days. 2 more nights of sitting in my living room with all the lights on, jumping at every sound. What about today? I'll pay extra. Dave looked at me with something that might have been pity. I can see if any of our guys are available for overtime. It'll cost you. I don't care what it costs. By evening, my house had been transformed into a fortress. Every window on the ground floor was protected by bars. Motion sensors covered every approach to the house. Cameras watched the front yard, backyard, and basement area. The basement door had been replaced with something that looked like it belonged in a prison. I stood in my living room testing the security system app on my phone. I could see every angle of my property, switch between cameras, zoom in on specific areas. It should have made me feel safer. Instead, I felt like I was living in a cage. Detective Sarah Chen arrived the next morning, carrying a thick folder and wearing the expression of someone who'd seen too much. She was younger than I'd expected, maybe early 30s, with sharp eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. Mr. Harrison, I'm Detective Chen. I'm investigating the break-in at your house Monday night. I led her to the living room, noting how her gaze swept over the new security equipment. She didn't comment on it, but I could see her cataloging everything. I've read Officer Martinez's report, she said, settling into a chair across from me. I have a few follow-up questions. Of course. You said the intruders seemed to be looking for something specific. What gave you that impression? I thought back to that night, to the way they'd moved through my house with such deliberate purpose. They weren't just grabbing things. They were searching, looking through my stuff like they knew what they were looking for. Any idea what that might be? I shook my head. I've been thinking about it for days. I don't have anything valuable. No drugs, no cash, no important documents. I can't figure out what they wanted. Detective Chen made a note in her folder. Tell me about your routine. Do you usually stay up late watching TV? Most nights, yeah. Why? They entered through the basement window, but they had to have been watching your house to know you were home and where you were. This suggests some level of planning. The thought made my stomach clench. You think they were watching me before? It's possible. Have you noticed anything unusual lately? Strange cars on your street, people you don't recognize? Phone calls with no one on the other end? I started to say no, then stopped. There had been something. Actually, yeah. Over the past couple weeks, I've been getting calls where no one says anything, I just hear breathing, then they hang up. Detective Chen's expression sharpened. How many calls? I don't know. Maybe 5 or 6? Always the same time of day? Different times. But always at night. She made another note. Mr. Harrison, I'm going to be frank with you. This wasn't a random break-in. Someone targeted you specifically. Until we figure out why, you need to be very careful. What do you mean? I mean, they might come back. And next time, they might not be so willing to leave just because the police show up. After Detective Chen left, I sat in my living room staring at the security camera feeds on my phone. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across my yard, and every shifting tree branch looked like a potential threat. I'd thought the security system would help, but it just made me more aware of how vulnerable I was. The phone rang at 3:47 p.m. Unknown number. I let it go to voicemail, but when I played the message back, there was only silence. Then, just before the call ended, I heard something that made my blood freeze. The sound of shuffling footsteps. They were still watching me. Even with all the security equipment, even with the police involved, they were still out there, and they wanted me to know it. 3 weeks passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was living on borrowed time. Every night, I checked and rechecked the security system, watching the camera feeds until my eyes burned. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by dreams of shadows moving through my house and the sound of shuffling footsteps that seemed to follow me even into unconsciousness. I'd taken time off work, unable to concentrate on anything but the constant vigilance that had become my life. My boss, Mr. Peterson, had been understanding at first, but I could hear the concern in his voice during our daily check-in calls. Tom, you need to come back, he said during Thursday's call. This isn't healthy. You can't live like this forever. I know, I replied, watching the security feeds on my laptop while talking on the phone. Just a few more days. You said that last week. Look, take the time you need, but consider talking to someone. A therapist, maybe. What you went through was traumatic. He was right, of course. But how could I explain that it wasn't just trauma? It was the certainty that those two figures were still out there, still watching, still planning. The phone calls hadn't stopped. If anything, they'd gotten worse. Now they came every night at different times, always from different numbers. The pattern was always the same. Silence, then breathing, then that awful shuffling sound before the line went dead. I'd started recording them, playing them back to see if I could identify any background noise or voices, but there was nothing except that deliberate, taunting reminder that they hadn't forgotten about me. Detective Chen had been helpful, but the investigation wasn't moving forward. The basement window had been too damaged to yield fingerprints, and the security camera footage from my neighbors' houses showed only shadowy figures that could have been anyone. Without more evidence, there wasn't much the police could do except increase patrols in the area. Have you considered staying with friends or family for a while? She'd asked during her last visit. I'd thought about it. My sister lived in Denver, and she'd invited me to visit when I told her what happened. But running away felt like admitting defeat. This was my house, my life. I wasn't going to let two strangers drive me away from everything I'd worked for. Besides, where would I go that they couldn't find me? If they'd been watching me before, they probably knew about my sister, my friends, my routines. Leaving might just put other people in danger. So I stayed, and I watched, and I waited. The breakthrough came on a Friday afternoon when I was reviewing the security footage from the previous night. I'd gotten into the habit of going through every hour of recording, looking for anything unusual. Most of the time it was just cats, raccoons, or the occasional late-night jogger. But this time I saw something that made my heart stop. At 2:17 a.m., a figure had approached the fence line at the back of my property. The camera angle wasn't perfect, but I could see enough to know it was one of them, the shorter, bulkier one from that night. He'd stood there for nearly 10 minutes, just watching the house. Then he'd pulled out a phone and made a call. At 2:19 a.m., my phone had rung. Unknown number. I played the security footage and my voicemail recording side by side. The timing was perfect. While I was listening to the breathing and shuffling sounds, he was standing in my backyard watching my house and making sure I knew he was there. I called Detective Chen immediately. This is good, she said after reviewing the footage. We can't identify him from this angle, but it proves they're conducting surveillance. I'll have patrol units pay special attention to that area. What about the phone calls? Can't you trace them? We're working on it. But they're using burner phones. Different number each time, probably bought with cash. These guys know what they're doing. That was what worried me most. This wasn't random. It wasn't some drug addicts looking for quick cash. It was organized, deliberate, professional. But what did they want with me? The answer came 2 days later in the form of a manila envelope left on my doorstep. No postmark, no return address, just my name written in block letters across the front. Inside was a single photograph and a note. The photograph showed a man I didn't recognize, middle-aged, wearing a suit, standing in what looked like an office building. He was facing away from the camera, but something about his posture suggested he was unaware he was being photographed. The note was brief. We know you have the files. Return them or face the consequences. You have 48 hours. I stared at the note, reading it over and over. Files? What files? I worked in accounting for a mid-sized construction company. I didn't have access to anything that would interest criminals or corporate spies. My job was routine, boring, safe, but someone clearly thought I had something valuable. Something worth breaking into my house for. Something worth weeks of surveillance and psychological intimidation. I called Detective Chen again. This changes everything, she said after I'd read her the note. We need to figure out what they think you have. Tell me about your work, your computer, any documents or files you might have at home. I don't bring work home. It's against company policy. Everything stays at the office. What about personal files? Old tax documents, financial records, anything that might contain sensitive information? I thought about my filing cabinet, my computer, the boxes of old paperwork in my bedroom closet. Nothing that would interest anyone outside of the IRS. I don't know, I admitted. I can't think of anything. We need to figure this out fast. If they're giving you 48 hours, they're planning something, and they're getting desperate. That night, I went through every file in my house. Tax returns, bank statements, insurance documents, old employment records. Nothing stood out as unusual or valuable. I checked my computer, my email, my cloud storage accounts. Still nothing. By morning, I was exhausted and no closer to understanding what they wanted. But I was starting to realize that it didn't matter whether I actually had what they were looking for. They believed I had it, and that was enough. The phone rang at 6:43 a.m. Unknown number. This time, when I answered, there was a voice on the other end. You have 24 hours left, the voice said. It was electronically distorted, but I could tell it was male. Don't make this harder than it has to be. I don't know what you're talking about, I said. I don't have any files. Check your email. The line went dead. I ran to my computer and opened my email. There was a new message from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line read, Proof of life. The attachment was a video file. I hesitated before opening it, afraid of what I might see. But I had to know. The video was grainy, shot with a phone camera in low light. It showed a man tied to a chair in what looked like a basement or garage. He was bloodied and beaten, his face swollen and barely recognizable, but I recognized the suit he was wearing. It was the same one from the photograph. Please, he said to the camera, his voice barely audible. I told them everything. I gave them your name. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The video ended. I stared at the screen, my mind racing. This man, whoever he was, had given them my name. But why? What did he think I had? And more importantly, what were they going to do to me when they realized I didn't have it? The knock came at exactly midnight. Not the aggressive pounding of someone trying to break down the door, but a calm, measured rap that was somehow more terrifying. 3 knocks, pause. 3 knocks, pause. Like they had all the time in the world. I was sitting in my living room, fully dressed, with my phone in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. I'd been expecting this moment for the past 12 hours, ever since the deadline had passed. The security cameras showed 2 figures standing on my front porch, their faces hidden in shadow. I know you're in there. A voice called through the door. The same electronically distorted voice from the phone call. We need to talk. I didn't respond. Detective Chen had told me to call immediately if they showed up, but my hands were shaking too badly to dial. Everything I'd feared for the past month was happening. We're not going away, the voice continued, and we're not going to hurt you if you cooperate. We just want what belongs to us. I don't have anything that belongs to you, I called back, my voice cracking with fear and exhaustion. Check your email. I looked at my phone. A new message had just arrived. The subject line read, Final warning. This time the video showed the same man from before, but now he was talking directly to the camera. His face was more damaged than before. One eye swollen shut, his lips split and bleeding. Tom, he said, and hearing my name from his broken mouth made my stomach lurch. My name is Richard Moss. I work for Hendricks Construction. I've been embezzling money from the company for 3 years. I knew that name. Hendricks Construction was one of our biggest clients. Richard Moss was their CFO. I created fake accounts, falsified invoices, moved money around to cover my tracks. But I got sloppy. I needed help hiding the paper trail, so I used your employee ID to access files in your company's system. I made it look like you were the one moving the money. The pieces were starting to fall into place. If he'd used my credentials to access files, it would look like I was involved in the embezzlement. But why would these people think I had actual files? I told them you were my partner, Moss continued, his voice breaking. I told them you had copies of everything as insurance. I'm sorry, I was scared. I didn't know what else to do. The video ended. I stared at the screen, finally understanding. These weren't random criminals. They were working for someone who'd been defrauded by Richard Moss. Someone who wanted their money back and thought I was part of the scheme. Now you know, the voice called through the door. Richard Moss stole from our employer. He says you have evidence that could expose our employer's other business interests. We need those files. I don't have any files, I shouted back. I was never part of this. I didn't even know about the embezzlement. Richard says otherwise. Richard is lying to save his own skin. There was a long pause. I could see the 2 figures on my security cameras, standing perfectly still. They seemed to be discussing something, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. We're going to come inside now, the voice finally said. Don't try to run, don't try to call for help. We just want to search your house. If you really don't have the files, we'll leave you alone. I didn't believe that for a second. I'd seen too much, knew too much. They couldn't just let me go. I dialed 911. With shaking fingers, 911. What's your emergency? This is Tom Harrison at 1247 Maple Street. The men who broke into my house last month are back. They're trying to get in right now. Units are on the way. Stay on the line. Are you in a safe location? Before I could answer, I heard the sound of breaking glass. Not from the front door, but from somewhere in the back of the house. While I'd been focused on the figures at the front door, others had been positioning themselves around the house. They're inside, I whispered into the phone. They broke in through the back. Sir, find a place to hide. Officers are 3 minutes away. 3 minutes. Last time, they'd escaped when they heard the sirens. This time, they seemed determined to finish what they'd started. I could hear them moving through the house, no longer trying to be quiet. Footsteps in the kitchen, voices calling to each other. At least 3 of them, maybe more. Tom, one of them called. We know you're here. This doesn't have to be difficult. I crept toward the front door, hoping to escape while they were searching the back of the house. But as I reached for the handle, I saw movement on the security camera feed. 2 more figures were positioned outside, waiting for me to run. I was trapped. The footsteps were getting closer. I could hear them opening closets, checking rooms, systematically searching the house. It was only a matter of time before they found me. In desperation, I ran to the basement door. The new lock was solid, but I had the key. If I could get down there, maybe I could find a way out through the window they'd broken weeks ago. I unlocked the door and slipped inside, locking it behind me. The basement was dark, but I didn't dare turn on the lights. I felt my way down the stairs, using the wall for guidance. The basement felt different than it had before. Smaller, more confining. The space where I'd first heard those shuffling footsteps now felt like a tomb. I could hear them upstairs, moving through the house, room by room. Then I heard something that made my blood freeze. They were at the basement door, trying the handle. He's down here, a voice called. Doors locked. I heard the sound of tools being used on the lock. They were going to get through, and when they did, I'd have nowhere to run. But then I heard something else. Something beautiful. Sirens. The sound of tools stopped. I could hear urgent voices upstairs, arguing about what to do. We need to go. Now. Not without the files. He doesn't have them. Moss was lying. We can't be sure. The cops are here. We leave now, or we don't leave at all. I heard running footsteps, doors slamming, the sound of people escaping through the back of the house. Then silence. I stayed in the basement until I heard the police officers calling my name. Only then did I unlock the door and emerge into the light. Detective Chen arrived 20 minutes later, looking grim. They got away, she said. But we found something interesting in your backyard. She showed me a cell phone, cracked and partially destroyed. One of them dropped this when they were running. Our tech guys might be able to recover some data from it. What about Richard Moss? I asked. We're working on that. If what he said in the video is true, we might be able to trace the money trail back to whoever's behind this. But I could see in her eyes that she didn't think it would be that simple. These people had resources, connections, expertise. They'd been one step ahead of us from the beginning. What do I do now? I asked. You stay alive, she said, and you hope we can find them before they decide to come back. That was 6 months ago. The police never found them. The cell phone led to a dead end, a burner device with no useful data. Richard Moss was found dead in an abandoned warehouse 3 days later, officially ruled a suicide, but obviously something else entirely. I sold the house and moved across the country, changing jobs, changing my name, changing everything I could about my life. But I still check my security cameras every night. I still jump at unexpected sounds. I still get anonymous phone calls that I'm afraid to answer, because I know they're still out there. And I know that someday, when I least expect it, I'll hear that sound again. Shuffle, scrape, shuffle, the sound of footsteps in the dark, coming for me.